Chapter 191. Xie Lian didn't know if he was awake or asleep. If he was awake, he didn't react to anything in the outside world, he also didn't have any memories. If he was asleep, his eyes were open the entire time. When he woke up, Bai Wuxiang had already put the black sword on his waist, like an elder rewarding a child. He said, "This is my gift to you." As he said that, he patted the hilt of the sword. He said meaningfully and gently, "It is definitely sharper than the ones you collected in the past and the ones Junwu gave you." Xie Lian let him help him put on the sword. He didn't speak, he didn't resist. Because any resistance was useless. Just like that, he changed into a new set of clothes. He put on a new treasured sword, dragging a body that looked like it had been reborn. He walked out of the pitch-black Crown Prince Palace. Bai Wuxiang said from behind him, "Wait." Xie Lian stopped in his tracks. Bai Wuxiang silently came to his side. He placed a white silk in his hand and said, "You forgot about this." That was what he had used to cover his face and the white silk that had been tied up later on. Alone, Xie Lian staggered down the mountain. It was already daytime, the sun had also come out, but when the sun shone on his body, Xie Lian didn't feel warm at all. On the way down the mountain, he saw a small stream. Ding dong, it was very clear and lively. Walking to the side of the stream, the water reflected his appearance. Xie Lian stared at that pale face. His face was smooth and white, without a trace of a scar. His neck was the same, so his chest, abdomen, and all other places must be the same. But after looking at it for a while, he couldn't look anymore. He buried his head and scooped up a few mouthfuls of water from the stream, washed his face, and drank a few more mouthfuls. As he drank, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something upstream. He slowly raised his head and saw that on the shore not far away, next to a large rock, there was a corpse. Looking at the clothes, it was the man who performed. This person didn't go down the mountain, but died on the road. There was a particularly obvious pool of blood on the large rock. It looked like he had died from hitting the rock in pain or fear. The corpse was already rotten. Half of it was soaked in the water and emitted a foul stench. It was motionless, but a few small deformed human faces grew on the half-rotten face, and they were still wriggling. Xie Lian lay by the side of the stream and vomited for half an hour. He vomited until he saw blood. After descending the mountain, he walked for a long time, wandering aimlessly on the streets. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder and pulled him into the alley. Xie Lian turned around, but before he could see the man's face, he saw a fist flying towards him. "Where have you been these past few days?" Behind the fist was Feng Xian's furious face. By the time Xie Lian saw it, he had already fallen to the ground with a plop. Feng Xian had not expected that Xie Lian would be defeated so easily. Looking at his own fist, then looking at Xie Lian on the ground, he stared blankly for quite a while. Before he could go over to help Xie Lian up, Xie Lian had already climbed up on his own. Feng Xian's expression changed, but he still didn't calm down. He said again, "What a temper you have. You ran out after saying that and disappeared for 2 months. But do you know how worried His Majesty and the others were?" Xie Lian wiped away the blood from his nose that had flown out from his punch and said, "I'm sorry." Seeing the blood on Xie Lian's face getting dirtier and dirtier, Feng Xian sighed heavily and said, "Your Highness. It's fine if you're sorry, there's really no meaning in us talking about these things. But you, what happened to you? What have you been doing for so long? What happened that you can't tell me?" He noticed the black sword on Xie Lian's waist and asked, "Where did you get that sword?" Xie Lian wanted to say it. However, when he thought of the dispute he had with Feng Xian before he left, the hesitant expression on Feng Xian's face, and the experiences he didn't even want to think about, he only said, "I'm sorry." The two of them returned to their original hiding place. When the queen saw Xie Lian, she hugged him and cried. The king seemed to have aged quite a bit. Originally, he was looking for white hair in his black hair, but now he was looking for black hair in his white hair. However, he didn't fly into a rage. After saying a few simple words, he didn't open his mouth. Probably because they were afraid that he would run away again for 10 days to half a month without a trace, the three of them were very careful with their words and actions. Feng Xin. After a simple and crude meal, Xia Lian untied the black sword on his waist and handed it over. He said, "This sword is for you. Take it and pawn it." Feng Xin felt the hand holding the sword tremble, but he couldn't guess why it was trembling. He asked, "Why do you want me to pawn it?" Xia Lian said, "Didn't you want money before?" Hearing this, a pained expression suddenly flashed across Feng Xin's face. Immediately after, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for it now." Xia Lian no longer said anything. He threw the black sword to the side and no longer cared about it. Then, he fell asleep. When he returned this time, Xia Lian acted as if nothing had happened. He hoped that he could return to his original state as soon as possible and strive to return to normal. Soon, he and Feng Xin went out together to set up their performances. Originally, Feng Xin was still worried and said, "Forget it. You should rest for 2 more days." Xia Lian said, "I've been resting for almost 2 months. If those performers come looking for trouble again, the two of us can easily deal with them." However, Feng Xin said, "Those performers stopped coming a long time ago. It wasn't because the previous performer had died and there was no one to lead them. Rather, it was because Feng Xin had been stationed here for a long time. When they first arrived, everyone still felt that it was a novelty. However, after a long time, people had more or less lost that novelty. There was no difference between looking at him and looking at other local performers. Compared to before, Feng Xin had lost his competitiveness. Since he wasn't a threat anymore, the other performers also didn't come looking for trouble. In any case, everyone earned about the same amount of money. Therefore, no matter how much effort Feng Xin put into his archery, no matter how excellent his archery skills were, the number of people coming to watch and reward him decreased by more than half. It wasn't even 1/10 of the original number. After half a day, Feng Xin was so tired that his forehead was drenched in sweat. He sat to the side. Xia Lian said, "Let me go." Feng Xin said, "You can't, right?" However, Xia Lian went up on his own. Seeing that it was a different person, the passers-by became interested again and asked, "What unique skill does this little brother have?" Xia Lian didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a tree branch and started to practice a sword technique. Although he was using a tree branch, his sword technique was executed beautifully. The sound of the wind breaking also carried a sharp sword intent. Thus, there were some people who gave him face and applauded. Feng Xin watched from the side with a complicated expression. After watching for a while, he turned his head away. Xia Lian didn't feel any shame, nor did he feel any psychological burden. He continued to practice his sword seriously. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone shout from the crowd, "Not good, not good. So unsightly. Who wants to see you holding a tree branch and blindly poking around?" Feng Xin suddenly stood up and shouted, "Watch your mouth." Xia Lian's movements slightly froze as he looked over. He saw a man in the crowd eating a melon while spitting out the seeds. It was obvious he was here to watch the show. He shouted towards Feng Xin, "I came to watch you perform. You can say whatever you want. You're just a person asking for rewards, yet you still dare to care about our rewards? Change to a real sword. Change to a real sword, then I'll consider whether or not I should reward you with a few coins." When he shouted, the others also followed suit and shouted. Feng Xin was furious. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw a white shadow flash. Xia Lian had already appeared beside that person, grabbed him, and tossed him high into the air. The moment he made a move, his strength was strangely great. That idler was tossed several feet into the air, and his melon skin fell to the ground. Everyone was so shocked that they all opened their mouths wide. That person landed heavily on the ground with a peng sound. Blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices as he loudly screamed. However, Xia Lian didn't stop there. He once again went up and grabbed him. In a flat and emotionless voice, he said, I don't have a real sword, but I do have a real sword. Do you want to see it? The surrounding crowd was so frightened that they scattered in all directions. One of them shouted, Someone come. Save me. Murder. Feng Xian was even more alarmed. Your Highness. Xia Lian turned a deaf ear and was about to toss that idler a few more feet into the air, allowing him to fall to the ground. Feng Xian went up and pressed him down. He even forgot to conceal his identity as he roared, Your Highness. Wake up. This person is going to be beaten to death by you. Black flames burned wildly in Xia Lian's eyes. He slapped away Feng Xian's hand and pressed that person into the ground. That idler's two legs stretched out, no longer moving. Just as Feng Xian was about to pounce on him, he heard someone at the end of the street scream, It's them. They're over there. Not good. The Yong and soldiers had arrived. Feng Xian broke into a run, but he saw that Xia Lian was still standing in his original spot, staring at those Yong and soldiers as if he wanted to go up and fight them. Thus, Feng Xian turned back and pulled Xia Lian, saying, What are you still standing there for? Hurry and run. The two of them hid here and there along the way before finally escaping and returning to the small house they were hiding in. As soon as they entered the house, in front of the queen, Feng Xian shouted, How could you do such a thing? The original Feng Xian naturally wouldn't have dared to be this impudent in front of the two emperors. However, after such a long time, many things had already changed. Xia Lian said to the queen, Return to the house. The queen said, Imperial son, what exactly? Xia Lian said, Return to the house. The queen wanted to ask but didn't dare, so she returned to the house. Xia Lian then turned towards Feng Xian. What did I do? Feng Xian angrily said, You wanted to beat that person to death. Xia Lian retorted, It's not like he died. Furthermore, so what if I beat him to death? Feng Xian was stunned. What did you say? What do you mean by so what if I beat him to death? Xia Lian said, Who told this lowly commoner to seek death? Since he was seeking death, I helped him. What's wrong with that? As if stunned by his choice of words, Feng Xian only spoke after a while, He did commit a crime, but that doesn't warrant killing him, right? It's fine to just give him a palm, but just because of this sentence, he deserves to die. Xia Lian interrupted him and said, Yes. If he dared to say that, then he must pay the price. Feng Xian said in disbelief, How could you say such a thing? Xia Lian asked, What words? Feng Xian said, You would never use the word lowly commoner in the past. You have never used this word. Xia Lian said, In the end, what do you mean? It's not like I'm an immortal, can't I be angry? Can't I hate? Feng Xian choked. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words, That's not what I meant, but no matter what, it shouldn't be. Xia Lian didn't want to listen anymore, so he didn't continue talking to him. He entered the house and slammed the door. As soon as he closed the door, he shouted loudly and knocked himself onto the bed. Deceiving himself. He was simply deceiving himself. No matter what, it was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened, and it was impossible to return to how it was originally. In the evening, someone knocked on the door. Xia Lian thought it was Feng Xian, so he didn't answer. After a long while, he heard the queen's voice say, Imperial son, it's Imperial mother. Let Imperial mother come in to see you, okay? Xia Lian originally wanted to lie down and not move, but after lying down for a long while, he still got up and opened the door. He said tiredly, What is it? The queen carried a plate and stood at the door. She said, Imperial son, you haven't eaten anything, right? Xia Lian looked at her and endured for a long time. Only then did he swallow down the words, I haven't eaten anything, and I don't want to eat anything you make, that had already bubbled up in his throat. He moved aside to let his mother enter. The queen placed the plate on the table and said, Look. When Xia Lian saw it, he was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He asked, What is this? As if she was presenting a treasure, the queen said, "Look, this is Twin Wings and Branches pill, this is Flower and Moon round soup. The one called Twin Wings and Branches looked like a corpse with 2 lives, while the one called Flower and Moon round soup was uneven." Xia Lian had no choice but to interrupt her. "How come these things even have names?" The queen said, "Don't all dishes have names?" Xia Lian replied, "That's the imperial palace's imperial cuisine. Ordinary people don't give names to dishes. The palace, the imperial cuisine, and the ordinary people." The queen paused for a while, then smiled and said, "No one stipulated that one must eat royal food to be given a name. Just take it as an auspicious sign. Come on, try it. Imperial Mother spent a lot of time making this for you." As she spoke, she handed over the chopsticks. Xia Lian didn't smile, nor did he move his chopsticks. The queen smiled as she sat for a while. Her smile gradually faded as she said, "My son." Xia Lian asked, "What?" The queen said, "Why did you quarrel with Feng Xian again?" Xia Lian didn't want to explain at all, nor did he have the strength to explain. He said, "Just stay in the house, don't worry about this." The empress hesitated for a moment and said, "I know I shouldn't say this, but during the days you weren't here, Feng Xian has been taking care of him." Xia Lian asked, "Imperial Mother, what exactly do you want to say?" The queen hurriedly said, "My son, don't be angry, I am not criticizing you. It's really not. I know it's been hard on you too. I'm just saying that Feng Xian has always been with us, and it hasn't been easy for him to follow you. I can feel that it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but the reason he stayed until today is all because he remembers your friendship." Hearing this, Xia Lian suddenly stood up and said, "Who's easy? Am I that easy? Imperial Mother, can you guys stop asking? If you guys don't understand, can you guys not get involved?" Seeing him rush out of the door, the queen panicked. She stood up and chased after him, saying, "My son, where are you going?" "I won't say any more, Imperial Mother won't say any more. Come back." Xia Lian sternly said, "I know. It hasn't been easy for everyone, don't worry. I'll go right now and make it easier for everyone." The queen couldn't keep up with him and was soon thrown off. It wasn't until late at night that Xia Lian returned carrying a few bags. When he opened the door, he saw that no one had slept and were all waiting for him. Their expressions were all very bad. Xia Lian closed the door behind him and asked, "What's wrong?" The king seemed to have already scolded the queen, as the rims of her eyes were still red. When she saw Xia Lian return, she let out a long sigh of relief. Forcing a smile, she said, "My son, you're back. From now on, I won't ask any more. Don't suddenly turn around and leave. If there's anything, Imperial Mother will definitely listen to you." Everyone was afraid. They were afraid that if he turned around and left, they wouldn't see his shadow for another 2 months. However, Xia Lian said, "You guys are thinking too much. I'm not leaving. You guys can just go in and rest." After waiting for the king and queen to enter the house, he was silent for a moment. Then, Feng Xian said, "Even if I asked you where you went, you wouldn't answer, right?" Xia Lian didn't say anything. He threw the few bags on the ground, making a crisp sound. Feng Xian asked, "What's this?" Xia Lian opened the bag and turned it upside down. From inside, a large pile of gold and silverware fell out, practically lighting up the entire house. Feng Xian immediately stood up and said, "You. Where did you get this?" Xia Lian didn't even raise his head. He sat on the ground and counted as he said, "There's no need to be like this. I just went to a big family in the city. Don't worry, no one noticed." Feng Xian's eyes widened. "You?" He remembered that the king and queen were still next door. Lowering his voice, he said, "You stole things." Xia Lian said, "You don't need to look at me like that. It's not easy for everyone. With these things, it'll be much easier." Feng Xian said, "But you still can't steal things, right? We can perform as entertainers." Xia Lian said, performing for an entire day is tiring to death. How much money can we earn? Feng Xian took 2 steps back. This was the first time Xia Lian saw him have this expression of someone about to faint. Feng Xian finally stood up with great difficulty. After confirming that he hadn't heard wrong, he muttered, how did you become like this? Xia Lian raised his head and asked in reply, like what? Feng Xian angrily said, I don't want to talk about you. Look at what you look like right now. I'm already not asking you about the robbery, so why are you becoming even worse? Xia Lian sneered and said, as expected. Feng Xian asked, as expected? Xia Lian stood up and said, as expected, you've always remembered the robbery. You wanted to ask me, but you were too embarrassed to ask, right? You must have imagined what happened 1,000 times in your heart. There's no need to think, I'll tell you. Step by step, he forced his way in front of Feng Xian and said, it's true. I robbed. Feng Xian was forced to take a step back and said, you. He took another step forward and angrily said in a low voice, why did we suffer so much? If you were willing to do this kind of thing, we would have done it a long time ago. Why did we have to endure until today? What do you mean by this? Are all our previous efforts wasted? Are you still the crown prince of the past? Xia Lian said, yes. But, why did you have to suffer until today? Feng Xian stared blankly. Xia Lian continued, what was I like in the past? Not retaliating when scolded? Not retaliating when hit? Overestimating myself? Saving the common people? What is this? Isn't this an idiot? Do you think it's good to be an idiot like that? Do you think I have to be like that? The moment I'm not, you'll suffer a huge blow, right? Feng Xian was alarmed. Are you crazy? Why are you saying that? Xia Lian said, you're wrong. I'm not crazy, I just suddenly became clear-headed. Then, I discovered that the previous me was the crazy one. Feng Xian muttered, how can you be like this? When did you become like this? I really don't know, I'm like this, why I'm following you. Xia Lian said, then don't follow me. Feng Xian still hadn't reacted. What? Xia Lian said, I said, then don't follow me. After he finished speaking, he slammed the door and left. 4 hours later, a rustling sound came from outside the house, along with the sound of low voices. It seemed that Feng Xian was saying goodbye to his imperial father and imperial mother. Feng Xian's voice was extremely low, the empress's words were choked with sobs, and the king didn't speak much, mostly coughing. Not long after, the door opened and closed. Feng Xian's voice disappeared, and the sound of his footsteps faded away. Feng Xian had left. Xia Lian shut himself in the room, expressionless. After a long while, he closed his eyes. He had finally left. Ever since Mu Qing left, Xia Lian had always been afraid of this matter. One day, Feng Xian would also leave. Because he was too afraid. Today, Xia Lian could no longer endure being tormented by this fear. Rather than slowly wasting time like a knife being sharpened, slowly whittling away those feelings of gratitude and friendship bit by bit until both sides hated each other, it would be better to explode sooner. Before Feng Xian left, he was afraid. But after Feng Xian left, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, even though he wasn't afraid anymore, he was in even more pain. Originally, Xia Lian still held a tiny bit of hope in his heart. He hoped that even if he admitted that he did something he shouldn't have done, even if he became this terrible to the extreme, Feng Xian would still stay. After all, ever since he chose Feng Xian to be his personal attendant when he was 14 years old, the two of them had practically been following each other like shadows. They were master and servant, and even more so, good friends. Other than him, the crown prince, Feng Xian didn't have anyone else he needed to care about. At most, he would bring the king and empress along. However, Feng Xian had really left. Xia Lian had long guessed this result, and he could completely understand this result. However, he still couldn't bear it for the time being. At this moment, the Empress' voice came from outside the silent room. She said, "Imperial son, I'm sorry." Xia Lian crawled up from the bed, opened the door, and went out. Tiredly, he said, "It's not your fault." The Empress and the king both sat at the shabby table. The Empress said, "It's Imperial father and Empress mother who dragged you down. They made you do bad things for us, and even made you quarrel with Feng Xian." Xia Lian forced a smile and said, "What's bad about it? Aren't there always stories of robbing the rich to help the poor in those legendary stories? It's fine if Feng Xian left, it's fine. It's good that he left. Both sides are relaxed. You should first treat your illness before we talk about other things. Tomorrow, you can buy the best medicine." However, the king glared at him and said, "I don't need this money." The Empress secretly pulled him back. Xia Lian said, "What do you want?" The king coughed a few more times and said, "You, go chase after Feng Xian. I don't need this money." Although the Empress was pulling him back, she still said, "That's right, you go chase after Feng Xian. He's your most loyal attendant, and also your good friend." Xia Lian said, "I don't have any more loyal attendants. If you have money, just take it and use it. Don't ask about other things. As I said, you guys don't understand these things." After a long silence, the Empress finally said, "I'm sorry, my son. Father and mother can see that you're struggling very bitterly by yourself. However, father and mother are only mortals, so they can't help you at all. They still need you to take care of them." Xia Lian didn't have the strength to say any more. He casually comforted them with a few perfunctory words before sending them back to their rooms. In order to wake himself up, Xia Lian took off all his bandages and clothes. After taking a careless bath, he fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he thought in a daze, "Why didn't Feng Xian wake me up?" Only after a while did he remember that Feng Xian had already left. Xia Lian turned over and sat up. After staring blankly for a while, he thought of another matter. Even if Feng Xian had left, what about his imperial father and Empress mother? Why didn't his imperial father and Empress mother come in? Usually, at this time, the king's coughing would have long since been audible. However, today, it was extremely quiet. For some reason, Xia Lian felt a wave of unease. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. After grabbing twice, he realized that the white silk he used to cover his face was gone. Pushing open the door to the next room, he said, "Imperial mother, did you see my..." As soon as he pushed open the door, his pupils instantly shrank into two tiny dots. His white silk had been found. The white silk was suspended above the sorghum, and there were still two motionless figures of old people hanging from it. They had long since become stiff. It was his imperial father and Empress mother. Xia Lian suspected that he was still in a dream. He swayed and barely managed to support himself against the wall. He swayed back and forth, but he didn't manage to hold on and slid down the wall. He sat on the ground and covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, he had difficulty breathing. Crying and laughing and crying, he said, I. It was unknown who he was talking to, but after a while, he said again, "No, I didn't. I can't. In the end, he couldn't even say a complete word. He turned around and screamed, slamming his head against the wall a dozen or so times. He should have thought of this earlier. His father was such an old-fashioned monarch, and his mother was the kind of mother who couldn't bear to see her loved ones suffer, especially for them. Both of them were nobles who lived like princes. It was already a miracle that they could hold on until now. After Xia Lian slammed his head against the wall a few hundred times, he muttered, "Feng Xian, my imperial father and Empress mother are gone." No one was listening. Only then did he think of putting his parents' bodies down. After putting them down, Xia Lian seemed to have nothing to do. He paced around the room and saw a few cold and ugly dishes on the table. He didn't eat them last night and let the queen take them away. Now, he picked them up in a daze and ate them all. He didn't dare to miss a single dish, for fear that he would miss a grain of rice. After eating, he started to vomit again. Suddenly, Xia Lian grabbed the white silk and threw it on the beam, putting it around his neck. Waves of suffocation assaulted him, but he was still conscious. Even if his eyes were bloodshot and his neck bones were cracking, he was still conscious. Moreover, he didn't know why, but as he hung, the white silk automatically loosened. Xia Lian fell heavily on the ground. In his dizziness, he found that the white silk was actually moving without any wind, like a poisonous snake, slowly coiling up. This thing actually gave birth to its own soul. It was infused with magic power, stained with Xia Lian's blood, and even hanged 2 members of the royal family. If Xia Lian could die, then it would be 3. Such a white silk, with such deep resentment and evil energy, it would be strange if it didn't become a monster. This little monster that had just come to this world was completely unaware of the desperate situation under which it was born. It happily swam towards the person who gave it its soul, as if it was looking forward to an intimate action. However, in Xia Lian's eyes, it did not exist at all. He held his head and roared, "Who? Who will kill me?" He only hoped that someone would immediately come and take his life, and help him get rid of this endless pain and torture. At this time, there was a deafening sound of gongs and drums in the distance. Xia Lian breathed heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, and he thought, "Who? What is it?" Some kind of force drove him to stagger up, and he went out to investigate. After walking for a long time, he finally discovered that it was the sound of celebration for the establishment of Yong'an, the relocation of the royal capital, and the completion of the new palace. The whole world was celebrating. The old citizens of Xianlu country were now cheering for Yong'an. On the streets, the smiles on everyone's faces were so bright, so familiar. Xia Lian remembered, during the Upper Yuan sacrifice, the people of Xianlu country also cheered like this. Xia Lian staggered back and sat paralyzed on the ground. Why did they let him see the laughter of the people of Yong'an when the corpses of the Xianlu country's ruler and empress were lying at his feet? Xia Lian buried his face in his hands, crying and laughing, "Ha ha ha, sob sob sob." After a while, he said with a smile, "It's not that easy." A voice flashed in his mind, "The human-faced plague, its resentment." The method to create the human-faced plague is, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said in a soft voice, "Don't think you'll have it easy." The expression on his face seemed to be crying and laughing, happy and sad. He slowly stood up along the wall, saying, "Yong'an, Yong'an. Don't even think about it. Don't ever think about it. I curse you all. I curse you all. I want all of you to die, absolutely die." Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Laughing and laughing, Xia Lian rushed out like a gust of wind. When he passed by the mirror, he suddenly paused and turned his head back. His appearance in the mirror had completely changed. What he was wearing was not that white Taoist robe that had been washed to the point of being worn out, but a snow-white mourning robe. His face was also no longer his own face, but a face that was half crying and half laughing, full of sorrow and joy. If it was the Xia Lian of before, seeing his current appearance in the mirror, he would definitely scream in fright. But now, he was not the least bit afraid. He turned a blind eye to it, laughing madly without end. Stumbling, he knocked open the door, and ran out. The old Xianlu country's imperial city was now an unbearably dilapidated ruin. Near the ruins, there were still residents who had luckily survived and refugees who had nowhere to go. Ever since the outbreak of the human face plague and the destruction of the imperial city, this once magnificent capital had often been filled with chilly winds that caused people to tremble in fear. But today, it seemed to be especially chilling. Several beggars in ragged clothes ran away like a wisp of smoke, looking up at the sky as they ran. Everyone felt that something terrible was about to happen, so it was better not to stay any longer. In front of the imperial city's dilapidated gate was the battlefield. Usually, no one dared to go there. Now, only an old Taoist was running here and there, catching those wandering souls. He stuffed them into his bag and prepared to make lanterns. As he was catching them, he suddenly discovered that, at some unknown time, a strange figure in white had appeared at the end of the battlefield. It was really strange, really strange. He was wearing mourning robes with wide sleeves. A piece of white silk was rolled up on his sleeves, fluttering in the wind as if it was alive. On his face was a deathly white mask. Half of his face was crying, while the other half was smiling. That old Taoist felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, his legs had already brought him out of the battlefield. His heart was still in a state of shock, so he stopped and looked back. The man in white didn't say a word as he strolled on the battlefield. The cold wind blew, and with every step he took, he stepped on the corpses of the dead. Countless souls struggled and wailed on this piece of land, so much so that even the air was black with resentment. The man in white said coldly, "Do you hate?" The undead howled in grief. The man in white took a few more steps and said, "The people you swore to protect are now citizens of Xian country. Do you hate?" The wails of the souls were mixed with screams. The man in white said slowly, "They have forgotten you who died on the battlefield, forgotten your sacrifice, and cheered for the people who took your lives. Do you hate?" Among the screams, there were hisses and roars. The man in white said sternly, "What's the use of just screaming? Answer me, do you hate?" Countless voices full of resentment and pain echoed in the sky above the battlefield. "Hate, so hate, kill. I want to kill them." The man in white opened his arms towards them, stretched out his hands, and said, "Come to me." He said word by word, "I promise, those who live in eternal peace, will never find peace." Amidst the heaven-shaking screams, and roars, the souls of the Xian Lu soldiers and the souls of the people infected with the man-face plague resonated with each other. Within the black fog that covered the sky, they took shape. The old Taoist who was watching from afar saw this scene and trembled in fear. This is. In an instant, only 4 words appeared in his mind. White clothes calamity. At this time, the man in white heard the voice of a young man behind him, "Your Highness." Chapter 192. The reason why he said it was a youth was determined from his voice and figure. He was dressed neatly as a martial artist. His figure was tall, but it was like a newly plucked bamboo, not losing the inexperienced feeling of a youth. His black clothes were like ink, and his hair was also like ink, tied up. A knife hung from his waist, slender. He slowly raised his head. His face was also covered by a snow-white mask. On the mask was a curved smiling face. One after another, balls of black energy took shape amidst the hissing sound. They were all sucked into the universe creator's sleeve by the white-clothed man. It was as if a river was being poured into a small jade bottle. And that youth remained motionless in the violent black wind. The white-clothed man said, "Who are you calling?" The black-clothed youth was still kneeling on one knee as if he was submitting and as if he was making an oath. He replied, "I'm calling you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The white-clothed man coldly said, "I'm not Your Highness the Crown Prince." That black-clothed youth said, "You are. I won't forget your voice and figure." The white-clothed man's voice was tainted with a few traces of anger. "I said, I'm not." This white-clothed man was naturally Xia Lian, who was wearing mourning clothes and a sorrowful and joyous mask. His face was hidden behind the mask. No one could recognize who he was. He also didn't want to be recognized. However, this black-clothed martial artist wandering on the battlefield had directly called out his identity. Suddenly, the white silk wrapped around Xia Lian's sleeves leaped out like a poisonous snake. It pounced towards that black-clothed youth. Although it looked like a soft white silk, its attack was very fierce and overflowing with evil energy. Seeing that the black-clothed youth was about to be caught by it, he raised his hand and firmly grabbed onto that white silk. One end of that white silk wrapped around Xia Lian's wrist, and the other end wrapped around the black-clothed youth's wrist, slowly tightening. It wasn't that it didn't want to break free, but that black-clothed youth continued to firmly hold onto it, as if he was firmly pinching the weak point of a poisonous snake. His hand constantly emitted threads of cold air. Without a doubt, this was a departed spirit. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful departed spirit. After sensing the power transmitted from the other end of the white silk that couldn't be underestimated, Xia Lian asked, "What's your name?" After a moment of silence, the youth in black said, "I don't have a name." Xia Lian didn't ask any further and said, "No name means no name." The black-clothed youth said, "You can address me in any way you wish." Xia Lian asked again, "Are you the soul of a soldier who died on this battlefield?" Nameless said, "Yes." Only then did Xia Lian withdraw his hand. The white silk immediately leapt back onto his body. It swaggered its head and tail at the black-clothed youth from afar, as if it was spitting out a poisonous tongue. Since they were souls that had died in battle, it was no wonder that they could respond to him. This black-clothed martial artist was definitely filled with resentment towards the Yong'an people. In other words, he could use them. Because their goals were the same. Thus, Xia Lian said, "In that case, follow me." He stretched out his hand towards the black-clothed martial artist. "I will let you get what you want." The black-clothed youth's face was also hidden behind the mask, so it was impossible to see his current expression. It was the same for both sides. However, after a moment of silence, he still unhesitatingly grasped the hand Xia Lian extended to him. Deeply bowing his head, he pressed his ice-cold forehead against the back of Xia Lian's hand. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "I pledge my life to follow your highness." However, Xia Lian withdrew his hand and hid both of his hands in his sleeves. Turning around, he coldly said, "You are already dead. Let's go." That black-clothed martial artist stood up. Xia Lian turned around, only then did he discover that this youth was actually older than he had imagined. He was approximately 16 or 17 years old, which was considered extremely tall for his age. Unexpectedly, he was even a bit taller than Xia Lian. However, this didn't matter. He only glanced at him before turning around and continuing forward. Xia Lian walked in front, and sure enough, the nameless black-clothed martial artist followed behind him. "Your Highness, where do you wish to go?" Xia Lian's gaze fell into the distance. Yong'an Imperial Palace. Yong'an Imperial Palace was located in another large city in the west. This city was originally a rather flourishing town, but it had always been suppressed by the Xianlu Imperial City in the east. However, after the Xianlu Imperial City was reduced to an epidemic city, the new monarch chose this place as the new capital. Not long after, it would be able to suppress the old imperial city, and its glory would be boundless. Xia Lian arrived late at night. Under the moonlight, he was like a white cat as he noiselessly leapt across the densely packed roofs of the new imperial city. That black-clothed martial artist was like a black spirit fox, constantly following behind him. Not long after, two figures landed in front of a large door. Xia Lian felt that something was wrong. He could actually faintly feel a bad aura coming from this door, so he stopped in his tracks. Just as he was about to extend his hand to investigate, that black-clothed martial artist took a step forward and blocked his path. Extending a palm, he said in a low voice, "Break." A flame leaked out from the crack in the door, as if something had been burned. Soon after, that black-clothed martial artist reached out and pushed open the door, saying, "Your Highness." Xia Lian stepped through the door and looked down. Sure enough, as expected, there were some charred remains scattered on the ground. Xia Lian took a bit and smelled the scent of fragrant grass and talisman paper. He glanced at that black-clothed martial artist. Sure enough, this ghost was powerful. These burnt remains showed that someone had set up a protective array inside the door. Moreover, the defensive power wasn't weak. If ordinary little ghosts wanted to force their way in or pass through the door, they would most likely be burned to death. However, this black-clothed martial artist had completely destroyed this array in an instant. He didn't know if it was because it was newly built, but this Yong'an Imperial Palace wasn't that gorgeous. On the contrary, it was a bit shabby, far inferior to Xianlu Imperial Palace. This wasn't strange at all. What was strange was that along the way, there were practically endless obstacles. All kinds of defensive items that could ward off evil and set up traps were unending. However, every time Xia Lian sensed something blocking the way ahead, that black-clothed martial artist would take the initiative to break the obstacle and clear the path for him. Therefore, his journey was still unimpeded. An hour later, above the Yong and Imperial Palace's tall main hall, two slender figures stood on the roofs, overlooking the area below. Both of them were wearing masks. That white-clothed person's large sleeves fluttered in the wind, holding a piece of white silk. On the other hand, that black-clothed person was capable and nimble. A long sword hung from his waist as he guarded the side of the white-clothed person. Both of them were staring in the same direction. Under the moonlight, this scene was strange, treacherous, and strange, yet harmonious. Chapter 193. Nameless said, "Your Highness, I'll open the way." However, Xia Lian said, "No need, I'll do it myself." After saying that, he leaped down like a white flower blown off the branch by the wind, landing silently in front of the palace. Just as he was about to push open the door of the palace, the sound of a baby crying floated out of the palace. Lang Ying didn't have a concubine, his son had died a long time ago, how could there be a baby in his palace? Xia Lian didn't care about this. Not to mention that there was a baby, even if there were thousands of troops hidden inside, he was still fearless. He raised his foot and kicked open the door of the palace. The strange thing was, there was only one person in the main hall, there was no second person, nor was there a baby. When he saw who it was, that person raised his head, he said, "You're here. I'm looking for you." The person in the hall was Lang Ying. Although he was already the king, he didn't wear luxurious clothes and sat woodenly on a throne. Xia Lian found it strange for a moment why he had such a reaction, then he understood that he was wearing a mask and mourning clothes at the moment Lang Ying had mistaken him for Bai Wuxiang. There was also a formation in this palace. When Xia Lian stepped in, he clearly felt that something was blocking him. However, he exerted a little force with his feet and stepped on the ground inside the hall. The sound of something being crushed could be heard in the air. The cold winter and night outside the hall rushed in, causing Xia Lian's sleeves to be filled with strong wind. He said sinisterly, "Why are you looking for me?" Hearing his voice, Lang Ying's expression changed slightly and he said, "It's you." Xia Lian slowly walked towards him, his snow-white boots stepping on the cold stone ground step by step. He said, "It's me." Lang Ying was a boorish man who had led troops to destroy Xianlu. With the aura of an emperor, ordinary evil spirits couldn't get close to him. But at this moment, Xia Lian had brought thousands of souls that had died in battle. He didn't believe that such a large number of vengeful spirits with such strong resentment wouldn't be able to do anything to Lang Ying. As expected, the vengeful spirits were restless. They couldn't wait to break free and parasitize the enemy's fresh flesh and blood. It was impossible for anyone not to hear that restless voice, but Lang Ying did not turn pale with fright. "Are you here to kill me?" Xia Lian didn't answer. In the next moment, he flashed in front of Lang Ying, grabbed his hair, and pressed him into the ground. Success! The corners of Xia Lian's mouth unconsciously curled up. As expected, as expected. He could defeat Lang Ying. Originally, he was bound by his identity as a divine priest and had no way to deal with this person who had the fate of an emperor. However, after abandoning his identity as a divine priest, he could finally defeat Lang Ying. Xia Lian's heart thumped wildly. Just as he was about to make his next move, his expression suddenly changed. "What's that sound?" Woo woo, he heard that tiny cry of a baby again, but there was clearly no baby in this hall. He checked again. Something was wrong. That cry came from his subordinate Lang Ying's mouth. To be more precise, it was Lang Ying. Xia Lian tore off his clothes. His eyes widened as he stood up. "What is this?" Lang Ying slowly sat up and said, "Don't be afraid." This sentence wasn't said to Xia Lian, but to the thing on his body. On Lang Ying's chest, there were two faces. Each face was the size of a real person, and there was a huge tumor protruding from it. The face of the older one was beautiful, and vaguely resembled that of a woman. The face of the younger one was wrinkled, like that of a baby. The intermittent cries came from the mouth of this baby. Human face plague. Xia Lian was stunned. How can you have a human face plague? Lang Ying said, this isn't a human face plague. Xia Lian said, how is this not a human face plague? If this isn't a human face plague, then what is? Lang Ying said, these are my wife and son. It's not the kind of thing you're talking about. As he spoke in a low voice, he raised his hand and gently stroked the two faces on his body. It really was the appearance of a husband and father caressing their wife and child. However, those two faces either couldn't open their eyes or only knew how to cry with their mouths open. They had the shape of a human, but they didn't look like a human. In a flash, Lang Ying raised his head and said, where's Bai Wuxiang? He said that my wife would come back like this, but it's already been so long. Why can't she speak? What's going on? Quickly tell him to come find me. Hearing this, Xia Lian understood and said, you, let Bai Wuxiang raise the resentful spirits of your wife and son on your body. So it was like this. Along the way, those arrays in the imperial palace weren't meant to guard against external things, but to prevent the things hidden inside from escaping. Lang Ying, who had already become the king, was actually using his own flesh and blood to secretly feed these two resentful spirits. Xia Lian still wanted to find him to settle accounts, but who knew that he didn't even need to do anything? Lang Ying had already planted the human face plague on himself. Those two infected faces had definitely been growing on his body for a long time. Even their tiny hands and feet had grown out, and they hung down cumbersomely. They were deformed and terrifying. Moreover, they had already sucked all the nutrients from their host. Lang Ying's 2 rows of ribs were abnormally protruding, and his lower abdomen had also shrunk. His skin was waxy yellow, and his figure was haggard. He looked as if he didn't have many days to live. He was a completely different person from the brave and fierce martial artist he was on the battlefield. It seemed that even though he had won the war and become the king, his life wasn't that great. Xia Lian didn't feel happy at all. He grabbed Lang Ying and angrily said, what kind of joke is this? He hadn't even taken his enemy's life, but his enemy was already about to die. What was this? What should he do? With this grab, something fell from Lang Ying's body. It glowed with a red light, bounced off, and rolled far away. Lang Ying grabbed Xia Lian's hand. It seemed that even doing this movement was difficult for him. Panting, he said, bead. That bead. Xia Lian turned his head to look. The thing rolling on the ground was actually the red coral bead he had given to Lang Ying. Lang Ying said, I've always wanted to say thank you for your bead. Hearing this sentence, Xia Lian stared blankly. He didn't expect Lang Ying to suddenly say these words. It was as if something had risen in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. He said, you. In a low voice, Lang Ying said, it would have been fine if you had given it to me earlier. Unfortunately. Before he could finish speaking, the body that Xia Lian was grabbing sank. Lang Ying's eyes were wide open as he collapsed. Before Xia Lian could react, Wu Ming said, Your Highness, he's dead. Xia Lian asked, dead? Lowering his head to look, Lang Ying's pupils had already begun to slacken. He really was dead. Xia Lian muttered, how could he die like this? He hadn't done anything to Lang Ying yet, so how could he die? Moreover, speaking of which, he had died quite satisfactorily and happily. He had completed his revenge against Xian Lu. He had brought along his loved ones and was preparing to meet them in the Yellow Springs. He had suffered enough torment in this world, so dying was actually a kind of release. Death was the end of everything. On the contrary, Xia Lian now didn't even have a target to take revenge on. His chest full of grievances and resentment finally transformed into a feeling. Hateful, hateful. This was really too hateful. Lang Ying collapsed and stopped moving. However, the 2 human faces on his chest seemed to know that their host had already died. Suddenly, they began to cry in unison. Woo-woo-ee-ee, the sound was extremely ear-piercing. It was even more unbearable than the sound of fingernails scraping against metal. Xia Lian was already about to go crazy from anger. He pulled out his black sword and was just about to swing it down to shut them up when the black-clothed martial artist pulled out his blade with a clang. The blade flashed, and Lang Ying's corpse was instantly chopped into several pieces. Dozens of pieces, hundreds of pieces, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Before Xia Lian could make a move, he was already one step ahead of him. In a cold voice, he said, "Who told you to do this?" Wu Ming said, "There's no need to dirty your highness's hands." At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A youth's voice shouted, "Uncle!" "Who?" Xia Lian turned his head and saw that the door to the hall was wide open. A teenager stood at the doorway and was currently looking in his direction. He was originally all smiles, but when he walked in, he saw that the ground was littered with pieces of corpses. He was immediately stunned. Xia Lian was indifferent as he asked, "Who are you?" The youth said, "I." His gaze turned and saw the pieces of corpses on the ground. He exclaimed, "Uncle!" At this moment, someone outside shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince! Don't run around. The king said that you can't run around in the palace. Don't make things difficult for me in the middle of the night." "Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Lang Ying's son was already dead. This youth called Lang Ying uncle, so he must be the crown prince that Lang Ying had set up, Crown Prince Yong'an. This crown prince also reacted, and said in horror, "Ghost! There's a ghost! Come!" Before he could shout more than a few words, the black-clothed martial artist struck his neck, and this crown prince Yong'an fainted in a pool of blood. However, the shout had already spread out, and there was a commotion outside. "What? Did you hear that? Guards! Guards!" Xia Lian's gaze shifted, and the black-clothed martial artist bowed his head slightly, indicating that he would deal with it. He then flashed out. In an instant, the commotion outside was completely cut off. Stepping out of the palace hall, a large number of imperial guards fell to the ground, unable to get up. The black-clothed martial artist stood in the middle, a slender sword dripping with blood. He had actually dealt with it with a single slash. In the distance, there was a new commotion. A new batch of imperial guards had arrived, shouting, "Protect the king! Protect His Highness the Crown Prince!" Xia Lian indifferently turned around, ignoring them. Sure enough, in less than a moment those voices seemed to have been harvested by a blade, completely annihilated. Following which, the black-clothed martial artist silently followed behind. Xia Lian slightly tilted his head, saying, "Burn the palace." Wu Ming nodded, "Yes." A raging fire ignited, and two tall, pitch-black silhouettes stood in front of the raging fire. The shadows on the ground constantly twisted, deformed, and elongated. After such a big ruckus, the palace servants in the Yong and Imperial Palace had long since been roused. Some were fighting the fire, some were running away, and some were cursing. Cries and shouts filled the sky, exactly the same as when the Xianlu Imperial Palace was burned. The black-clothed martial artist said, "Your Highness, what do you want to do next?" The white-clothed martial artist coldly said, "Go to Lang Erbei." Before the destruction of Xianlu Empire, Xia Lian had gone to Lang Erbei countless times. Every time he went, it was to save people in the rain. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and his steps were heavy. This time, he came for the complete opposite purpose, but he was completely relaxed. After enduring the drought and obtaining the strong support of the new king, Lang Erbei had long since recovered its vitality. The streets and alleys were filled with joy, and the passers-by were all in high spirits. It was completely different from the gloomy scene of a few years ago. Only one place was as gloomy as before, and that was the Xianlu Crown Prince's palace. No one would come to the ruined Crown Prince's palace, so Xia Lian chose this as his resting place. At this moment, he was meditating in the palace. These resentful spirits should have quickly found their host, the target of their curse. However, because Lang Ying was already dead, they were still bitterly struggling. They unwillingly cried and screamed at Xia Lian, but Xia Lian closed his eyes and casually waved them away. He frowned and said, "Wait, don't be anxious. I will free you all." At this time, a voice called out, "Your Highness." Chapter 194. His emotions were still immersed in the screams of those vengeful spirits. For a moment, he couldn't come back to his senses. Under the mask, his face was covered in cold sweat. In a daze, he said, "Don't call me that." Every time he heard someone call him that, it was as if they were reminding him of something, making him exceptionally irritated. Every time he called out, he was startled. However, Nameless said, "Your Highness will always be your Highness." Xia Lian looked over. Of course, he couldn't see the face of this black-clothed martial artist. He could only see a smiling face. And when the other party looked at his face, he could only see a deathly white mask. He coldly said, "If you call me that again, I'll make your soul scatter. Don't think that you're really that strong." That black-clothed youth bowed his head in silence. Xia Lian calmed down. He said, "Go investigate the area around Lang Bay. Find the most suitable place to set up the array." Nameless said, "Yes." Xia Lian closed his eyes and paused. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at that black-clothed martial artist and frowned. "Why haven't you left yet?" That black-clothed martial artist said, "The location has been decided." "Then what about the time?" "Time? The vengeful spirits can't wait any longer. We must help them find the target of the curse. We can't delay it for too long." Indeed, he couldn't delay it for too long. After a moment of silence, Xia Lian said, 3 days from now." Nameless asked again, "Why 3 days from now?" For some reason, Xia Lian felt a little impatient when he talked to him. 3 days from now will be the night of the full moon. At that time, the power of the human-faced plague will increase greatly. You ask too many questions. Just hurry up and leave." Nameless nodded and left without a sound. Xia Lian closed his eyes again. He covered his forehead, hoping to relieve this headache. At that moment, he heard a few cold mockery coming from behind him. When he heard this familiar sneer, all the blood in Xia Lian's body seemed to freeze. He suddenly turned around. Sure enough, behind him sat a snow-white figure wearing a sorrowful and joyous mask and a wide-sleeved mourning robe. The figure's hands were tucked into his sleeves as he looked at him from the altar. "By Wu Xiang." Xia Lian unsheathed his sword and stabbed forward. With a ding sound, the man in white caught the sword with 2 fingers and sighed, "As I expected, this appearance really suits you." If they didn't take off their masks, the two of them would look exactly the same from head to toe. After fighting for a while, the two white-clothed people exchanged blows back and forth. Outsiders wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Bai Wuxiang easily dodged Xia Lian's sword while saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you buried your parents in that kind of barren and desolate land. Don't you feel that you wronged them?" Xia Lian's heart sank. "You touched my imperial father and imperial mother's corpses. You destroyed their corpses." Bai Wuxiang said, "No, it's exactly the opposite. I helped you bury them." Hearing this, Xia Lian stared blankly. Bai Wuxiang continued, "I helped you bring them to the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum. I even helped them wear rare and precious jade garments that can protect their corpses from rotting for 1,000 years. This way, the next time you visit them, you will still be able to see their lifelike appearances." He told Xia Lian the location of the Imperial Mausoleum and the method to enter. This should have been told to Xia Lian by the Emperor and the State Preceptor, but before they could do so, they either died or scattered. Xia Lian was bewildered and asked, "How do you know the method to enter the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum?" Bai Wuxiang smiled and said, "As long as it's related to Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's nothing I don't know." Xia Lian cursed, "What the hell do you know?" When such vulgar and explicit words came out of his mouth, he still wasn't used to it. Bai Wuxiang seemed to have seen through his thoughts. After sizing him up for a moment, he warmly said, "It doesn't matter. From now on, there won't be anything that binds you. No one will have any unnecessary expectations of you, and no one will know who you really are. Therefore, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, a strange feeling involuntarily arose in Xia Lian's heart. What was this monster looking for him for? To express goodwill. Yes. Although it sounded ridiculous, Xia Lian's intuition told him that this thing was here to express goodwill. Whether it was burying his imperial father and imperial mother, or comforting him, it was all for this purpose. He must be very, very happy, happier than any other time Xia Lian had seen him. It was as if seeing Xia Lian like this made him especially happy, and he couldn't help but become gentle and intimate. This kind of intimacy actually made Xia Lian want to shed tears of gratitude, but immediately after, he felt even more disgusted. Xia Lian coldly said, "Don't be happy too early. Don't think that I'll allow a thing like you to stay in this world. Wait until I destroy Yong'an, then prepare to find you to settle accounts." Bai Wuxiang spread out his hands and said, "You're extremely welcome, extremely happy. Even if you want to kill me, I'll still be here waiting for you. When you're strong enough to kill me, then you can graduate from your apprenticeship." However, the smile under his mask seemed to vanish as he said, Will you really destroy Yong'an?" Xia Lian asked, "What do you mean?" Bai Wuxiang said, "You can obviously make your move now, so why did you specifically choose 3 days later? Could it be that at the last moment, you're hesitating? Could it be that you've reached the point where your country has been destroyed, yet you don't even have the courage to take revenge? Am I going to see another failure of His Highness the Crown Prince?" The word failure was extremely ear-piercing. Xia Lian raised his sword to hack down, but he was kicked by a foot, causing him to fall to the ground. Bai Wuxiang didn't know how he managed to seize the black sword in his hand, but his gentle and amiable tone suddenly turned to contempt as he said, "Do you know what you look like right now?" Xia Lian grabbed the snow-white boots in front of his chest, but no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move an inch. He was firmly stepped on and couldn't turn around. Bai Wuxiang slightly bent down and said, "You're just like a child in a fit of pique. You haven't made up your mind yet." Xia Lian angrily said, "Who said I haven't made up my mind yet?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Then what are you doing now? What about your curse? What about your death ray, death extermination? Your imperial father and imperial mother, your soldiers, and your citizens are really pitiful to have a god like you. You couldn't protect them when they were alive, and after they died, you couldn't even avenge them. You trash." Bai Wuxiang exerted force with his foot, and a few strands of blood immediately overflowed from Xia Lian's throat. Bai Wuxiang's hand hung down as he held his sword. The black jade-like tip of the sword pressed against Xia Lian's throat, cutting through that shackle and awakening some of Xia Lian's memories. He said, "Do you want me to help you review the feeling of 100 swords piercing your heart?" The excessive fear made Xia Lian hold his breath, and he didn't dare to move. After scaring him, Bai Wuxiang once again became amiable. He moved his boots away and helped Xia Lian, who was frozen on the ground in fear, sit up. He tilted Xia Lian's face and made him look in a certain direction. Look. This is how you look right now." What he wanted Xia Lian to see was the ruined statue of a god on the ruined altar. The flower and sword in the crown prince's statue's hands had long since disappeared. It had been burned by raging flames, hacked by hatchets, and thrown to the ground. Half of its body was scorched black, and it was incomplete. It was a tragic sight to behold. It was indeed very similar to the version of himself in Xia Lian's remaining memories. Bai Wuxiang said, "Who gave you this appearance? Do you think it was me?" Xia Lian's brain seemed to have been forcefully washed by him, and then repeatedly poured in new things. He became more and more confused, and more suspicious. He even forgot his anger, and said in confusion, "What is your goal? Why do you want to pester me?" Bai Wuxiang said, I'm here to teach you. The third thing I'm going to teach you is, if you can't save the common people, then exterminate them. Trample them under your feet and only then will they worship you." After he said this, Xia Lian's head suddenly felt like it was going to explode. He hugged his head and shouted, It was those vengeful spirits. Countless vengeful spirits screamed and wailed in his brain. Xia Lian's head hurt so much that he wanted to roll on the ground. Bai Wuxiang laughed at the side, and said in a warm voice, "They can't wait any longer. 3 days later, if you can't activate the human face plague and can't give them the target of their curse, then the target of their curse will become you. Do you know, at that time, what will you become?" Xia Lian felt that cold black sword being shoved into his hand again, and a voice said in his ear, "You won't have the chance to turn back." When that wave of headache slowly faded, Xia Lian let go of his hand and opened his eyes. In the tattered Crown Prince Palace, there was still only him. The other white-clothed person that looked exactly like him had long since disappeared. He didn't know how much time had passed, but night had already fallen, and the Crown Prince Palace was dim without light. Xia Lian's heart moved, and he realized something. Of the 3 days, 1 day had already passed. At this time, in the pitch-black Crown Prince Palace, there seemed to be a flash of white. Curiously, Xia Lian turned his head, and when he saw clearly what that flash of white was, the pupils under the mask shrank. He snatched that thing, and said, "What's with this flower?" It was a fresh and delicate little white flower, and it was placed on the damaged, charred left hand of the deity statue. It looked especially white as snow, and also especially miserable. It looked as if the statue had become riddled with scars in order to protect this bouquet of flowers. Xia Lian didn't know why he was so angry when he saw this scene, and he shouted, "Ghost, come out." Not long after, the black-clothed martial artist with the sword appeared. Before he could say anything, Xia Lian said, "What's with this flower? Who made it?" "You made it." Wu Ming slightly bowed his head, his gaze fixated on the flower in Xia Lian's hand that seemed to be suffocating. Finally, he said in a low voice, "It wasn't me." Xia Lian said, "Then who put this thing here?" Wu Ming asked, "Why does your highness feel so irritated when you see this flower?" Xia Lian's face darkened, and he threw the flower on the ground, saying, "This kind of prank is disgusting." Chapter 195. Hearing this sentence, Xia Lian felt as if he was suddenly slapped in the face. Looking at him, he asked, "Are you mocking me?" Wu Ming replied, "No." Xia Lian said, "Then don't say such nonsense. How could there be that kind of thing?" After a pause, Wu Ming said, "Not necessarily." Xia Lian couldn't help but say, "Enough, what are you trying to say? Aren't you a soldier of Xianlu? I didn't wake you up from the battlefield to listen to you speak for the people of Yong'an. You only need to listen to my orders." The flower on the ground pierced his heart. It pierced his eyes. It made him suddenly embarrassed. As if to vent his anger, Xia Lian rushed up and trampled it to pieces. After trampling it, he found this action inexplicable. Why was there a need to be so angry at such a small flower? He immediately rushed out of the Crown Prince Temple. The cold wind blew, then gradually calmed down. Behind him, the black-clothed martial artist also followed. Xia Lian said, "You've already explored this area. Is there anything unusual?" Wu Ming said, "No." Xia Lian said, "Are you sure? To activate the human face plague, there can't be a single mistake." Wu Ming said, "Indeed." Xia Lian was speechless. He looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, have you thought of how to activate the vengeful spirit plague?" Xia Lian said, "I'm thinking." He looked down at the black sword hanging at his waist. Thousands of vengeful spirits were sealed by him in this black sword, but it could only be sealed for a while. At this time Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak." Wu Ming said, "I hope your Highness can give this sword to me and let me activate the human face plague." Xia Lian turned around and asked, "Why?" The eyes of the black-clothed martial artist behind the mask stared at him. He said, "My beloved was seriously injured in this war. His life is worse than death. I watched helplessly as he suffered and struggled in pain." Xia Lian said, So, I hope I can be the person holding the sword and avenge him. His reason was very reasonable, but Xie Lian didn't really trust him. He narrowed his eyes and said, I think you're a little strange. He turned around and walked around Wu Ming. He said coldly, as far as I can see, you don't look like a vengeful person. Are you really asking me this for the sake of starting the human face plague? That being said, if it wasn't to start the human face plague, then what could it be for? The nameless black-clothed martial artist bowed slightly to him and said, Your Highness, I wish for these people to die more than anyone else. Moreover, I hope that they will die by my hands. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you right now. Xie Lian asked, How do you want to prove it? The black-clothed martial artist placed his hand on his saber and slowly retreated. When he took 3 steps back, Xie Lian suddenly realized what he wanted to do. He was going to kill someone to prove that he had the heart to take revenge. Xie Lian immediately said, Stop. As expected, Wu Ming stopped. After examining him for a moment, Xie Lian resolutely said, No. I want to start it myself. The black-clothed martial artist lowered his head and was still wearing his mask. It was unknown how he would react. Xie Lian also didn't care about other people's reactions. He turned around and softly said, However, before that, I still have one more thing to do. As he said this, Xie Lian raised that jade-like black sword and stared at the edge of his hand. A strange light flashed through his eyes. The black-clothed martial artist sensed something was wrong and said, Your Highness, what do you want to do? He had no time to stop him. In the next moment, Xie Lian reversed the edge of the sword and stabbed that black sword into his abdomen. The next day, on the streets of Lang Erbei. Recently, the weather hadn't been good. It was gloomy and filled with yin energy. Sometimes there would be violent winds, and other times there would be an evil rain. Speaking of which, recently, everywhere hadn't been peaceful. It was said that the newly built imperial palace was also on fire. The king and the crown prince were both seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed. They were so sick that they couldn't even see anyone. It was a complete mess, full of ominous signs. Only the young children didn't understand anything. They were carefree and still chased and played around. A gust of cold wind swept past, blinding people's eyes. Then, a loud bang suddenly came from the fork in the street, and a figure fell from the sky. Everyone on the street was stunned by the sudden loud bang and looked toward the other side of the street. They saw a human-shaped pit on the ground, and a person was lying flat in the pit. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his white clothes were horribly mottled. In an instant, everyone on the whole street gathered over. Who is it? Oh my God, where did he fall from? From the sky? He fell to his death. I don't think so. He seems to be moving. How can he not fall to his death? Wait, what's that on his chest? Is it a sword? When the crowd got closer, they gradually saw the person's appearance. Although his hair was disheveled, his face was quite fair and handsome. However, his eyes were staring straight at the sky, and he didn't look like a living person. But to say that he wasn't a living person, he was still breathing. His chest and abdomen, where the black sword had pierced into his internal organs, rose and fell weakly. At this time, someone said in surprise, Wait, isn't that His Highness the Crown Prince? Hearing this, other people also recognized him. It really is. It's the original Crown Prince, Xian Li's Crown Prince. I saw him from afar before. Didn't they say that the Crown Prince disappeared? I heard that he ascended. How could this be? What's with that sword? Did it really pierce through? Scary. Stop looking, everyone move aside. Can't you move aside? I have to hurry. This street was a fork in the road, leading to 2 different roads. At this time, it was blocked by the crowd. The carriages behind couldn't pass, so they all got off to look. Suddenly, someone said, Wait. He seems to be saying something. Only then did everyone calm down. They held their breath and listened carefully. After a while, the people outside didn't hear any movement, so they shouted, "What did he say? What's going on? Did he say anything?" The people in the front row said, "No." "Then what did he say?" "He said, 'Save me.'" Xia Lianping lay on the ground. After saying these two words, he didn't say anything else. The people around him had all sorts of expressions on their faces. They were in all sorts of strange and bizarre postures. A chubby chef said, "Save him." "How do we save him?" Someone guessed, "He should be saying to pull out this sword, right?" That chef looked quite bold and was about to go up to try when he was immediately stopped by the people around him. Don't, absolutely don't." That person didn't understand. "Why?" The people around him then told him why. "You can't do that. Haven't you heard? Didn't Xianlu lose the battle?" "Why did they lose the battle?" "Because of that human face plague." "Why do people have a human face plague?" "Because there's a god of plague, that is." "God of plague? Really?" Once these words came out, no one dared to rashly make a move. A large empty space immediately appeared around that huge human-shaped pit. After all, no one knew what was going on with this crown prince of the previous dynasty. Was he a god of plague? Would I be infected with the legendary human face plague if it came into contact with his body? Or would they become extremely unlucky? Moreover, from the looks of it, even if they didn't pull out the sword, he wouldn't die for a while. Since he didn't die after falling from an unknown height with such a loud crash, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. After a moment, someone timidly said, "Let's report this to the authorities. Didn't they say that this crown prince has ascended to immortality? What's the use of reporting to the authorities? Then what should we do?" Everyone talked at once, but in the end, they couldn't come up with any results. They could only call someone to report. As for the rest, they couldn't do anything. "Lie down." Then just lie down. Everyone went their separate ways. And so, Xia Lian slept in that human-shaped pit, watching as the crowd around him gradually thinned and disappeared. The blocked carriages bypassed him and left on their own. The children who had been playing on the street were all pulled back into their houses by their parents, but there were still people passing by from time to time. He remained expressionless and didn't say a word. A water peddler couldn't bear to see him and quietly asked his wife, "Is it really okay to leave him like this? Why don't we give him a glass of water?" The peddler's wife hesitated for a moment, looked around, and softly said, "Let's not. If he really is a god of plague, no one knows what will happen if we get too close." The peddler also hesitated and looked around. A group of other peddlers also stared at him with nervous expressions, as if he went up, they would draw a line and stay away from him. In the end, he didn't dare to go up alone and gave up on this plan. Xia Lian just lay there from the morning when the thin dew filled the air, to noon when the sun was high in the sky, and then from sunset until late at night. During this period, many people saw him, but very few people got close to him, and no one helped him pull out the black sword from his stomach. Late at night, there was no one on the street. Xia Lian was still lying on the ground, facing the sky. In the dark night, stars twinkled. Just as he was thinking about something, he suddenly heard a clear laughter from above, "Ha ha ha ha. What are you doing?" Xia Lian, who was in the pit, moved slightly, but he didn't get up. After the owner of this voice had visited him a few times, his reaction was no longer as intense as before. However, he didn't receive Xia Lian's surprised and angry welcome. Instead, the owner of the voice took the initiative to walk over and stand in front of Xia Lian's head. He bent down, and from the sound of his voice, it seemed to be a bit regretful. He bent down and said, "What are you waiting for?" A half-crying, half-smiling mask was turned upside down, just enough to block Xia Lian's entire line of sight. Xia Lian coldly said, "Scram, you're blocking my view of the sky." Being told to scram, by Wuxiang didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure. He smiled and straightened his back, as if he was an elder who tolerated a willful child. He became even more amiable and said, What's so good about the sky? Xia Lian said, it's better looking than you. Bai Wuxiang said, why are you so angry? I didn't stab you with this sword, and I also didn't throw you here this time. Everything was done by you. Regardless of whether you got the result you wanted or not, you can't blame me. Xia Lian remained silent. Bai Wuxiang then said, today, you wasted an entire day here. What are you trying to prove? Or are you trying to convince yourself of something? Xia Lian said, none of your business. Chapter 196. Xia Lian forcefully retorted, I know no one will come. It's none of your business. Bai Wuxiang leisurely asked, then why did you poke a hole in yourself and leave it like this? Are you angry with someone? Right now, no one will feel sorry for you. Xia Lian continued to retort, I'm happy. It's none of your business. Bai Wuxiang said, if someone comes to help you, what will you do? No one will help you, what will you do? Xia Lian scolded, why do you have so much nonsense? I'm going to vomit. It's none of your business, none of your business. His words became more and more vulgar and rude, and his tone became more and more irritable. However, he could only scold these few words. Bai Wuxiang seemed to be amused by him and laughed out loud. He sighed, silly child. He turned around and said, forget it. Anyway, there's only one day left. There's no harm in letting you struggle like an idiot. In any case, no one will come to give you a cup of water or help you pull out this black sword. Remember. Bai Wuxiang reminded him again, tomorrow, after the sun sets, if you haven't started the human-faced plague, the curse will descend on you. Xia Lian listened quietly, not moving a muscle. On the third day, Xia Lian was still lying in the human-shaped pit at the fork in the road. Even his posture didn't change. Today's crowd was no different from yesterday's crowd. They all walked far away from him. Each went their own way. Although the matter of the strange man descending from the sky had already been reported, when the other party heard that it was likely to be a god of plague, he didn't do anything. He was just lying there like a dead man. He didn't want to go. He said perfunctorily that he would go in a few days. This basically meant that he didn't care anymore. Who knew what would happen in a few days? A few young children curiously ran over and squatted beside the pit to look at the man in the pit. They picked up a branch and secretly poked him. Stealthily poking and prodding, Xia Lian was like a dead fish, unresponsive. They were very curious and wanted to throw something at him to try, but they were discovered by a few parents. They were scolded and locked back home. The water vendor from yesterday also kept glancing over. Xia Lian hadn't had a drop of water for a day and a night. His lips were covered with a layer of dried dead skin. The peddler felt sorry for him and scooped up a bowl of water. He wanted to bring it over, but his wife poked him with her elbow and the bowl flipped over. No one knew if the sky wanted to join in the fun, but after noon, it began to drizzle. The peddlers on the street hurriedly packed up their stalls, and the passers-by also shouted to go home as they rushed about. After a while, the rain became heavier and heavier. Xia Lian's face was washed by the rain and became even paler. His entire body was drenched. Noiselessly, a figure in white appeared in front of Xia Lian. The other people on the street did not seem to notice this strange figure. Bai Wuxiang looked down at him from above and said, the sun is about to set. Xia Lian was silent. Bai Wuxiang said, you are not the god of plagues, but they would rather believe that you are than believe that you are not. Back then, you went against the heavens to reign for Yong'an, but now they don't even give you a cup of water. 100 swords piercing through your heart, it's fine. But now they are not even willing to do something as simple as pulling out a sword for you. They find it difficult. He said with pity, I told you, no one will help you. There was a voice in Xia Lian's heart that was screaming hysterically. Admit it. What he said was right. No, no, no. There really was no one, not a single person. As if he heard the scream in his heart, Bai Wuxiang seemed to smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the black sword. He said, but, it doesn't matter. If they won't help you, I will. With that, he used a bit of force and pulled out the black sword from Xia Lian's abdomen. With a dang sound, he threw it to Xia Lian's side. Then, the white-clothed figure in the rain chuckled softly, as if he had succeeded and retreated, leaving the rest to Xia Lian alone. Then, he disappeared. After pulling out the black sword, Xia Lian's wound was completely exposed. Being washed away by the rain, the pain that had long been numb once again spread. This was the only thing he could still clearly feel. Thud thud thud, a burst of rushing footsteps could be heard. It seemed like there were pedestrians rushing over in the rain. However, Xia Lian was no longer secretly concerned about it like before. He slowly sat up. Who knew that just as he got up, he would hear a blood-curdling scream. Someone beside him fell heavily to the ground. That person was carrying a big basket and wore a bamboo hat to shield him from the rain. Probably because the rain was too heavy, he did not see clearly that there was a person in a pit on the road. When he was near, Xia Lian suddenly sat up and realized it. In addition, this person ran very fast and braked very fiercely. This fall was also very heavy. With a somersault, he sprawled on the side of the human-shaped pit that Xia Lian was lying in. He immediately cursed, "Fuck your mother." The bamboo hat flew away. The basket on his back also flipped over. The shining white rice spilled all over the ground. That person sat on the ground and shouted in annoyance. With a slap, the wet mud and rice on the ground splashed onto Xia Lian's face. He was extremely furious. He jumped 3 feet high and pointed at Xia Lian's nose. "What the hell? I worked so hard to earn some money to buy some rice, and now it's all gone. How many lifetimes of bad luck did I have? Pay up. Don't play dead, pay up." Xia Lian did not pay attention to him. He did not intend to pay attention. That person did not let him go. He grabbed Xia Lian's collar and said, "Do you want to die? I ask you." Xia Lian coldly said, "Yes." That person spat, "Then why don't you fucking roll to the side and die quietly by yourself? Blocking someone else's way in the middle of the road, you should know your place." How immoral. Xia Lian let him grab his collar and shake him. His face was expressionless and incomparably numb. "Curse, curse. It doesn't matter. Curse all you want. In any case, it would all disappear soon." The sun was about to set. That person grabbed the unresponsive Xia Lian and forced him to pay up. If he didn't pay up, he cursed at him. After pushing and shoving for a long time, he finally picked up his bamboo hat from the ground and put it on. Then, he walked forward while cursing. Xia Lian was thrown back into the pit with a thump. Gradually, he heard a noise even louder than the sound of the rain. It was the screams of the tens of thousands of undead sealed in the black sword. As the sun set, they crazily screamed in Xia Lian's mind, cheering for their upcoming freedom and revenge. Xia Lian raised his hand and covered his face. Just as he tremblingly reached out his other hand to grab the black sword on the ground, he suddenly discovered something strange. The rain seemed to have stopped. No. It wasn't that the rain had stopped. There was something covering his head, helping him block the heavy rain. Xia Lian suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head. He saw a person squatting in front of him. That person had placed his bamboo hat on his head. It was actually the person who had just cursed at him. He glared at the other person, and the other person also glared at him, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that? What, you really want to die after I cursed you a few times?" As he said this, he spat on the ground and said, "Isn't it bad luck to have such a mournful face?" That person had just revealed his ferocious appearance, but now that he thought about it, he felt a bit guilty. After muttering a few words, he defended himself, saying, "Fine, fine, just now it was my fault. But I cursed you because you deserved it. Who told you to act up? Besides, who hasn't been cursed before?" Xia Lian's eyes widened, unable to say anything. That person impatiently said, "Fine, Fine, fine. Consider it my bad luck. I don't need you to pay for the rice. Why are you still lying here? You're not a child anymore. Are you waiting for your parents to come and pull you up? Get up, get up, get up. As he urged, he pulled and pulled Xia Lian up. Then, he forcefully slapped his back twice and said, "Stand up, hurry up and go home." Just like that, Xia Lian was pulled out of this human-shaped pit. The two slaps almost made him fall to the ground, leaving him in a daze. By the time he came back to his senses, that person had long since left. Only the straw-woven bamboo hat was left on his head, reminding him that he had just been pulled out. It wasn't an illusion. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Wuxiang once again appeared behind him. This time, he wasn't smiling, and his tone wasn't as leisurely and contented. On the contrary, he seemed to be faintly unhappy and uneasy as he said, "What are you doing?" The rain was still pouring down, and Xia Lian was wearing the bamboo hat that someone had given him. Although his body had long been drenched, at least his head and face were no longer drenched. However, his cheeks were still drenched. Seeing that Xia Lian didn't answer his question, Bai Wuxiang once again said in a low voice, "The sun is about to set. Pick up your sword. Otherwise, you know what will happen." Xia Lian didn't even turn his head as he softly said, "Fuck you." Bai Wuxiang's tone carried a trace of coldness as he said, "What did you say?" Xia Lian turned towards him and calmly said, "Did you not hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again." Suddenly, he ferociously raised his leg. With a thunderous kick, he kicked Bai Wuxiang back several feet. As soon as his leg landed on the ground, Xia Lian covered his wound with one hand and pointed in the direction that Bai Wuxiang flew out. Using his loudest voice, he exhausted all of his strength to curse, "Fuck you. Who do you think you are, to dare talk to me like that? I'm the Crown Prince, Your Highness." On his face, 2 streams of tears had already flowed out. One person. Just one person. Chapter 197. Bai Wuxiang was sent flying with a kick. He flipped twice in the air. He steadily landed on the ground and shouted, "Are you crazy?" He was furious. After so long, this was the first time Xia Lian had seen such a strong emotional fluctuation from this thing. This made him very happy. He grabbed the black sword on the ground and attacked. He said, "I'm not crazy. I'm just back." That kick just now was because he was caught off guard. The next attack wouldn't be so easy. As Bai Wuxiang dodged, he coldly said, Have you forgotten? How your parents left you, how your citizens treated you, how your believers betrayed you. Just for one person, an insignificant passerby. You've forgotten all of this?" Xia Lian said, "I haven't forgotten. But..." He swung his sword and angrily shouted, "None of your business." Bai Wuxiang grabbed the edge of the sword. He held it extremely tightly. Blood flowed down and his joints made cracking sounds. He lost some control. Then he muttered in disbelief. "Trash, trash. You're really trash. At this step you can actually go back on your word and turn back." Xia Lian also forcefully pushed the edge of the sword down. He gritted his teeth and said, You disgusted me. So, I absolutely don't want to become as disgusting as you." Bai Wuxiang seemed to calm down a bit. He once again recovered the tone of having everything under his control. He said, "Forget it. This is just your final struggle. Did you forget what I said to you?" Xia Lian gasped for breath. Bai Wuxiang said word by word, "The undead on the battlefield have already been recalled by you. Now, it's already too late. They are unstoppable." In the pouring rain, the black sword in Xia Lian's hand emitted a sharp buzzing sound. The sound caused his ears and brain to feel a stabbing pain. Bai Wuxiang said, "What do you plan to do? Is it worth it? Bear the eternal curse for these people?" From the moment he kicked him, Xia Lian had been in a state where his blood was boiling and his brain was in a feverish state. He swung his sword and spoke from his heart. He didn't think about what to do next. Hearing him ask this, he didn't know how to answer. He said, "You can't see what I plan to do. Before that, I'll deal with you first." Bai Wuxiang grunted coldly and said, "You overestimate your ability." Just as he finished speaking, Xia Lian felt his body become light, and his whole person flew up. He immediately calmed his mind and looked for his center of gravity, but before he could find it, a white shadow flashed above him, and another fierce attack came. It was as if Xia Lian had turned into an iron ball and was heavily thrown down. With a loud bang, he smashed deep into the ground. If it was said that Xia Lian was still holding on to the idea that he could win with a burst of power, then this attack had completely sobered him up. He couldn't win. It was too strong. To him, this thing was overwhelmingly strong. Xia Lian had never had this kind of overwhelming thought appear in his mind when he was facing any enemy. It was only when he was facing Junwu that this thought occasionally flashed through his mind. However, it was true that Junwu was strong, but it was a kind of strength that was restrained and could be used freely, which was completely different from Bai Wuxiang. Amidst the toughness of this thing, there was a ferocious sharpness and resentful killing intent. Therefore, with just one move, Xia Lian understood that he would definitely not be able to defeat Bai Wuxiang. Perhaps only Junwu could be an opponent on the same level as this thing. However, right now, his voice couldn't reach Junwu at all. With a fierce kick, Bai Wuxiang's snow-white boot stepped on Xia Lian's chest, and he said coldly, "From the beginning, it was because you overestimated your own capabilities, and had wishful thinking, that led to all of this." Xia Lian's internal organs shrunk under his foot, and the pain was unbearable, but he endured a mouthful of blood and said, "No. It wasn't me." Bai Wuxiang said, "Ha." Xia Lian reached out and grabbed his boot tightly, his eyes were unprecedentedly clear, and he said with bright eyes, "It was you, who brought the human face plague. It was you, who caused all of this." Bai Wuxiang snorted, "Perhaps. If you must think that way." Then, he smiled and said, "But you must understand, if it wasn't for you overestimating your own capabilities, and vainly trying to go against the heavens, I wouldn't have appeared in this world. I was born in accordance with the will of the heavens." Not only was the fire in Xia Lian's eyes not drenched by the heavy rain, it burned even more fiercely. He said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I don't need you to teach me, I can learn by myself. If what you represent is the will of the heavens, then, something like the will of the heavens, should be destroyed." Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the wind blew violently. Bai Wuxiang's voice became gloomy again. He said softly, "I've taught you so carefully, but you're so stubborn. Crown Prince, I've lost my patience." Xia Lian coughed a few more times. Bai Wuxiang said, "But it doesn't make any difference, in any case, you've already awakened them, there's only one last step left. This last step, let me help you." Xia Lian said warily, "What do you want?" Bai Wuxiang bent down, grabbed Xia Lian's hand, and forced the black sword into his hand. Holding it, he raised the sword towards the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and entered the heart of the black sword, and was reflected back. Dense dark clouds began to stir, and a black sea of clouds appeared in the sky above Yong'an City. Countless human faces, hands, and feet were tossing and turning inside, as if hell had moved to the sky. At the same time, the sun had set. Xia Lian lay on the ground, his eyes reflecting the rolling black clouds and the lightning and thunder in the sky. Bai Wuxiang threw him down, and the black sword also fell to the ground with a clang. Above the clouds came the screams and roars of a magnificent army. This battle could be said to destroy the heaven and earth. In the streets and alleys, many people were startled. Holding umbrellas, they asked one after another, "What's going on? What's all the noise? My mother? What's that in the sky? Isn't that a human face? The world is in chaos, the world is in chaos." Xia Lian's body and face were covered in mud. He staggered up from the ground and shouted, "Go back! Go back to the house! Don't come out! Go back to the house, run!" The human face plague was about to break out again. Xia Lian waved his hand with all his might, while Bai Wuxiang softly smiled at the side. Xia Lian suddenly turned his head, and angrily glared at him. Bai Wuxiang folded his hands in his sleeves, and calmly said, "Why are you so angry? Since you can't turn back, why not properly experience the sweetness of revenge? Enjoy it to your heart's content, this is your masterpiece." Xia Lian said, do you think I don't have a way?" Bai Wuxiang said, "If you still have a way, please." Xia Lian took a deep breath, grabbed the black sword on the ground, and walked to the front of the crowd on the street. Everyone recognized that this was the crown prince of the previous dynasty who had been lying on the street for 2 days. He was neither a ghost, nor a god, nor a human. One by one, they cautiously retreated. Xia Lian shouted, "Everyone stop!" They didn't know why, but even though he was covered in mud, he still had a strange imposing manner. Sure enough, everyone stopped. Xia Lian said, "Do you see those things in the sky?" Everyone nodded their heads in confusion. Xia Lian said, "Those are the resentful spirits that caused the human face plague. The human face plague is about to break out again." That black sea of clouds was truly frightening. Without needing any more convincing, everyone believed his words. Greatly shocked, they said, human face plague. Why is it coming again? Could it really be? Some people were scared out of their wits, some turned around and ran, but the vast majority anxiously stayed where they were, waiting for him to say more. Xia Lian didn't say anything more. Instead, he held the sword in his hand and raised it forward. He raised this lethal weapon that flashed with a cold light, scaring everyone into retreating a few feet. Xia Lian shouted again, "Take it!" Everyone timidly said, "What?" In the rain, Xia Lian raised the sword and said in a deep voice, "As long as you use this sword to stab me, you won't be infected by the human face plague." Bai Wuxiang's smile seemed to break. In a flash, he calmly said, "Crown Prince, have you gone crazy?" Everyone was also stunned. "This? What are you saying? Is he crazy? Stab him with a sword? Seriously? What does he want to do?" Bai Wuxiang burst into laughter and said, "Have you lost your mind, or have you not tasted enough of the feeling of 100 swords piercing your heart? No, this time, I'm afraid it will be 10,000 swords piercing your heart. Open your eyes and look at the sky." He suddenly stopped laughing and pointed at the sky. "The resentful spirits have covered all of Yong'an. In other words, if you want to save the common people, you will need everyone in Yong'an to stab you with a sword. Within a day, you will become a pile of meat paste. How is this stupid method different from when you went against the heavens to pray for rain? Do you think you can save all of them?" Xia Lian turned his back to him and said, "If 1 day isn't enough, then 1 month. If 1 month isn't enough, then 2 months, 3 months. If 10,000 can't be saved, then 1,000. If 1,000 can't be saved, then 100, 10, even 1. Bai Wuxiang angrily said, "Why?" Xia Lian raised the sword with both hands and shouted, "No, why? Because I want to. Even if I tell you." He turned his head slightly and said with contempt, "A piece of trash like you won't understand either." The contempt in his eyes was too obvious and too deep. Bai Wuxiang seemed to involuntarily raise his voice and said, "What did you call me?" Xia Lian ignored him and calmly turned to the crowd and said, "1 stab and it'll be fine. I won't die. You all have seen it these 2 days. But each person is only allowed to do it once, and you are not allowed to do anything reckless. Listen to me. Otherwise, I will blow up the head of whoever does anything reckless. Believe me, I can blow up 100 of you with 1 hand." Bai Wuxiang said in disbelief, "You are a piece of trash that caused your country to fall and your family to perish. You dare to call me a piece of trash?" No one dared to take the sword in Xia Lian's hand. But they didn't dare to take it and they didn't dare to run. Bai Wuxiang was ignored by him and became even angrier. He said coldly, "Fine. Then I will see with my own eyes what will happen to you if you insist on doing things your own way. But no matter what happens, you asked for it. Don't break down and cry in the end, saying that you regret it and then come find me." After pushing and shoving for a while, the black cloud in the sky became heavier and heavier as if it was about to collapse. Countless people's screams were still ringing in his ears. Finally, a father couldn't take it anymore and dragged a child over to take the sword. He said, I will take my Xiao Bao to try first." The others were still hesitating. Seeing this, they said in shock, "You really want to try?" That father was actually also hesitating. He braced himself and said, This, he really doesn't seem to die. "I'm sorry, big brother, I'm really sorry. Xiao Bao." As he said that, he used his hand to cover the eyes of the child in his arms and let him hold the black sword. Bai Wuxiang didn't interfere. He only laughed coldly at the side. Xia Lian slightly clenched his fist, waiting for the next attack of pain. In his heart, he said to himself, "It's okay. It's already hurt too many times. I'll get used to it very quickly." Who knew, just as the black sword was about to pierce his lower abdomen, with a clang, it was knocked down by someone. Xia Lian didn't wait for the expected sharp pain. Instead, he waited for a resounding no. He suddenly turned his head to look. The one who knocked down the black sword was actually that water vendor. That vendor was mixed in the crowd. It seemed that he really couldn't stand it anymore. He stood out and said, "I say, this really isn't very good, right? Look at his stomach, it's so bloody. Is it really possible that he won't die? Even if he won't die, won't he bleed?" That father frowned and said, That water vendor's wife secretly tugged at him in the crowd again. That vendor turned his head and said in a low voice, "Stop tugging. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it when we get back." Then he turned back and said, "Moreover, we don't even know if stabbing him with the sword will really prevent him from getting sick. It's better not to stab blindly, right?" That father pointed to the sky and said, but, immediately, at this time, the child in his arms began to cry. That vendor immediately pointed and said, Look, you told your son to stab someone with a sword. Your son is crying from fright." Sure enough, as the child cried, he threw the black sword in his hand to the ground. He probably didn't understand what his father wanted to do, but he just felt afraid. At this point, that father's thoughts were completely dispelled. He hugged his son and went back into the crowd. A few people were already eager to try. But seeing the first person being thwarted, those behind naturally didn't dare to come out. So they shouted in the crowd, "Didn't you hear what he said? The human face plague is coming again soon. He's the god of plagues, bringing it to our heads." That vendor said, "But if he's the god of plagues, he wouldn't do such a thing voluntarily, right?" He kept talking, and some people became impatient. "You also know that he's doing it voluntarily, so what's the problem? Do you want everyone to die together? You just sell your water. You're usually short weight, why do you have to stand out now?" That vendor's wife had been secretly tugging at him. When she heard this, she immediately exploded. Her face turned red as she scolded, "Bullshit, who's short weight? Come out and say it again." Chapter 198. When he said that, everyone was silent. Because he had hit the nail on the head. In the past 2 days, no one had come to help Xia Lian. This water vendor at least had the intention of delivering water, but he did not succeed. As for the others, they did not even dare to look at him. Someone shouted, "Then what should we do now? If you don't want to give way, give us a way." Seeing that the crowd was about to be in an uproar again, there were still people who desperately squeezed forward at this moment. Another voice shouted, "Who's noisy? Whoever makes another noise, I'll cut him." When he looked again, it was the fat chef who was the first to come up and pull out the sword when Xia Lian fell down on the first day. He seemed to be angered by something. He said, "This brother is right. If it weren't for a few people who insisted on stopping me from going up yesterday, I would have pulled out that sword." Why haven't I moved now? Those who stopped me were the fiercest. Pui, are you worthy? It's rare to see such shameless people. This chef was big and had a loud voice. He was in a fit of anger and was holding a kitchen knife. It seemed that he had just come out of the kitchen. The few who had shouted the loudest immediately did not dare to shout anymore. Some people who did not know the situation in the past 2 days found out what was going on and said in shock, "No way. None of you went up." Yes. Just let him lie there for 2 days. Not even a little help. Some of the people who were being scolded could not take it anymore. They said, "Don't say it as if you will go up and help if you are here." What a hindsight. Don't forget, when those damn things come down later, none of you will be able to escape either. Hey, I'm telling you. If I were there, I would definitely go up and help him pull out the sword. Of course it's not tiring to talk after the matter. Wait a minute. What are you all arguing about? It's not a matter of drawing the sword now. As they argued, the two groups of people were about to quarrel, and the rain gradually lessened. However, the black cloud became even thicker, pressing down on the hundreds of people below, making it hard for them to breathe. Suddenly, the crowd burst into a cry. Several people pointed at the sky and said, "It's here." Xia Lian also suddenly raised his head. The human faces rolling in the dark clouds suddenly moved violently. With long tails behind them, they fell rapidly like black meteors. The human face plague had arrived. Everyone was shocked and flustered. Some of them ran away, some of them hid inside their houses, and some of them tried to grab the black sword. However, the black sword that had been knocked to the ground had somehow disappeared, and he had grabbed nothing but air. Xia Lian had been startled by everyone's reaction just now. Only now did he realize this matter. Where's the sword? Who took it? No one had the time to answer. Everyone scattered in all directions. But how could they fall as fast as the vengeful spirits? Soon, the screams of the living and the screams of vengeful spirits came from all directions. After those vengeful spirits caught up to the living, they were like surging black smoke, entangling endlessly. They were everywhere, slowly merging into their bodies. Xia Lian did his best to drive them away, but there were still too many vengeful spirits. He couldn't drive them all away by himself. He watched as countless people were chased in front of him until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The water vendor couple and the fat chef were also entangled by the black smoke, causing them to roll all over the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Wuxiang was standing not too far away, sneering incessantly as he watched with folded arms. Xia Lian was angry and anxious. He steeled his heart and simply roared towards the place where the vengeful spirits were the most concentrated. Hey! After all, he was the main person who had awakened these vengeful spirits. With such a loud roar, those things naturally noticed him. Xia Lian opened his arms towards them and said, "Come to me." The vengeful spirits that had already entangled the living hesitated, not knowing whether they should go over or not. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirits that were still in the air immediately changed their direction and rushed towards Xia Lian. Success! Xia Lian's heart was beating so fast that it was about to stop. He didn't know what would happen. He also didn't know what he would become. However, with a sudden surge of hot blood in his brain, he rushed forward. He felt that even if he had to fight in front of that despicable monster, even if he was beaten black and blue, he absolutely couldn't retreat. Even if there were 1,000 times more vengeful spirits, he would still be invincible. Do you want to see me wallow in self-pity and despair? I won't. Never. The overwhelming black tide surrounded Xia Lian. A vengeful spirit wailed as it passed through his body. In that instant, Xia Lian's heart seemed to freeze as his entire body shivered. Immediately after, a second one, a third one, these things were like wind blades as they fiercely passed through Xia Lian's body. Every time they passed, they would take away some of his remaining warmth. Xia Lian's complexion became paler and paler, but he persisted and didn't retreat. There were only a few hundred of them. He had only persisted for a short while, but there would be more coming soon. The black clouds that filled the sky were all of them. Xia Lian closed his eyes and prepared himself to bear the wrath of all the vengeful spirits with his own strength. Who knew that the next vengeful spirit wouldn't come even after a long time? Puzzled, he opened his eyes and suddenly discovered that the overwhelming black tide that surrounded him had disappeared. This was because they had all turned into rolling black streams and were being sucked in another direction. In his astonishment, Xia Lian turned his head to look. He saw a black-clothed martial artist standing at the end of the long street. And in his hand, he was holding a black long sword. Nameless? Xia Lian had already told him beforehand to let him go by himself and wait for him to activate the human face plague. Why would he appear here now? Xia Lian wasn't sure what the situation was, nor did he know what the black-clothed martial artist was here for. After being stunned for a while, he immediately ran towards him, shouting as he ran, "Wait! What are you doing? Don't touch! Give me the sword!" That black-clothed martial artist seemed to hear his voice and slightly raised his head. Xia Lian couldn't see his real face. He could only see a drawn smiling face. But, he had a strange feeling. He felt that the face under the black-clothed martial artist's mask really seemed to be smiling. But, this feeling was fleeting. The enormous black tide and the screaming tide formed a whirlwind that converged in that direction. In an instant, it swallowed that black-clothed martial artist. At that moment, Xia Lian heard a heart-wrenching scream. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. He must have heard this voice somewhere before. Pain. It was so painful that he felt as if he was experiencing it himself. It was so painful that it was better to die than to live. It was so painful that his body and mind were torn apart. It was so painful that his knees fell heavily to the ground. He held his head and screamed, "Ah!" That burst of pain in his heart came and went suddenly. He didn't know how much time had passed before the surroundings quieted down. Xia Lian's hands, which were holding his head, slumped down. He raised his head absent-mindedly and looked around. There were people lying on the ground in all directions. Most of them were unconscious, and the vengeful spirits that had been bothering them had all disappeared. This scene left him bewildered. What happened to the human face plague? What happened to the vengeful spirits? What had happened to him? The black torrent had long since vanished into thin air. As for the place where the black-clothed nameless ghost originally stood, only a black sword was left on the ground. Beside the blade of the sword, there was also a small white flower. Xia Lian staggered to his feet, walked forward, and picked up the flower and sword. He touched his face and looked at his arms. He did not feel anything different on his body. It did not seem like he had suffered some kind of powerful curse. In the midst of his bewilderment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Ah!" Xia Lian turned around. Bai Wuxiang stood behind him with his hands folded in his sleeves. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Xia Lian still hadn't realized what was going on, but he had a faint bad premonition in his heart. Bai Wuxiang glanced at him and chuckled. That bad premonition became even stronger. Xia Lian frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Wuxiang asked instead, "You still don't know what happened?" Xia Lian asked, "What?" Bai Wuxiang asked, "Do you know who that ghost was?" Xia Lian said, The undead of the battlefield?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Yes. But at the same time, he was also your last believer in this world. Now, he's gone." Believer? In this world, he actually still had believers? After a long while, Xia Lian was finally able to say a few words. He said with difficulty, "What do you mean, gone?" Bai Wuxiang unhurriedly said, "His soul flew away and scattered." Xia Lian found this a little hard to accept. How did his soul fly away and scatter? Bai Wuxiang said, "Because he was cursed in your place. The undead you summoned back ate him until not even a scrap was left." The undead he summoned back? He was cursed in his place. Bai Wuxiang then said, "Ah, that's right. This isn't your first time seeing him." Xia Lian stared at him blankly. Bai Wuxiang said with great interest, this ghost seems to have been following you. At first, I saw that he had a deep grudge, so I grabbed him and asked him about it. Who knew, the results were very interesting. Hungry Ghost Festival, Lantern Night, Ghost Fire Soul. Do you still remember? Xia Lian muttered, Hungry Ghost Festival? Lantern Night? Ghost Fire Soul? Bai Wuxiang leisurely hinted, this ghost, when he was alive, was a soldier under your command. After death, he became an undead that followed you. Because of you, he died in battle. Because of you, 100 swords pierced his heart and turned him into a malicious spirit. Also, because of you, he activated the human face plague and died. Xia Lian seemed to vaguely remember something. However, he hadn't even seen this believer's face. He didn't even know his name. What could he possibly remember, and how much could he possibly remember? Perhaps there really are believers of your highness who are worshipping you in this place, yes. There are. Furthermore, he's the only believer. Bai Wuxiang seemed to say a lot more, but Xia Lian was in a trance and didn't hear anything. Finally, Bai Wuxiang said, a god like you is pitiful and laughable enough. Being your believer is even more pitiful and laughable to the extreme. Previously, Xia Lian hadn't reacted to Bai Wuxiang's ridicule. But now that he heard this thing's self-righteous evaluation of his believer as pitiful and laughable, Xia Lian felt as if he had been stabbed by a sword. He rushed forward, but was captured in a single move. Bai Wuxiang coldly said, you won't be able to defeat me like this. How many times do I have to repeat myself before you recognize the truth? Xia Lian didn't have any intention of defeating Bai Wuxiang, and it didn't matter even if he couldn't win. He just wanted to beat this thing up. What do you know? What right do you have to mock him? That was the only believer he had in this world. Bai Wuxiang said, a believer who follows a loser, why can't I mock him? You're stupid, and your believer is even more stupid. Listen. If you want to defeat me, you have to follow my teachings. Otherwise, don't ever think of defeating me. Xia Lian wanted to spit at him with all his might, but he couldn't even breathe. Bai Wuxiang flipped his other hand, and a joy and sorrow mask appeared in his palm. He said, now, let's start again. He was about to press this mask onto Xia Lian's face. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, rumble, rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Strange rays of light shot out from the clouds. Bai Wuxiang vigilantly stopped his movements. What is this? Heavenly tribulation? After a pause, he rejected it. Wrong. Wrong. It was heavenly tribulation, but it wasn't just heavenly tribulation. A man's deep voice resounded in the sky. He can't defeat you. What about me? Xia Lian suddenly raised his head. He didn't know when, but at the end of the long street in front of him, a young martial god dressed in white armor appeared. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of faint white spiritual light. His hand rested on his sword as he walked forward step by step. In this gray and dark world, he killed his way out. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Jun Wu. After the rain had passed, Xia Lian sat on the scorched black ground, slightly gasping for breath. Jun Wu sheathed his sword and walked over. He said, Xian Lu, welcome back. His expression was tired, and there were still bloodstains on his face. Those were left by Bai Wuxiang. In addition, Junwu's body was also covered in dozens of large and small wounds. It couldn't be said that they weren't heavy. However, Bai Wuxiang's injuries were even more severe. He was so severe that he had been beaten to the point that his spirit had dissipated. All that was left was a broken joy and sorrow mask on the ground. Hearing him say, return, Xia Lian was startled. He touched his neck, and only then did he discover that the curse had already disappeared. Junwu smiled and said, sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. The time it took for you to return was even shorter than I had imagined. Xia Lian gradually regained his senses. He also smiled, but it was a bitter smile. After he calmed his breathing, he said, Di Jun, I want to ask you a favor. Junwoo said, "Sure." Xie Lian asked, "Aren't you going to ask me what it is?" Junwoo said, "In any case, when you return to the immortal capital, you'll have to ask for a gift. Just treat this matter as a gift for your return." The corners of Xie Lian's mouth twitched. He stood up and looked straight at Junwoo. Then, he solemnly said, "Then, I ask you to banish me to the mortal world once again." Hearing this, Junwoo's smile disappeared. He asked, "Why is that?" Xie Lian honestly said, "I did something wrong. The second human face plague was started by me. Although the consequences didn't seem too severe. That was because it was just a nameless ghost that disappeared. And in this world, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would care about such a nameless ghost. Therefore, it seemed that the consequences weren't too severe." Junwoo slowly said, "If you know what's wrong, then you're already right." However, Xie Lian shook his head and said, "Just knowing isn't enough. If you do something wrong, then you should be punished. However, for my mistake, the one who will be punished in my place is." He raised his head and said, "Therefore, as a punishment, I ask Dijun to bestow me another curse. No, two. One to seal my magic power, and the other to disperse all of my luck." Junwoo slightly frowned and said, "Disperse all of your luck? Then wouldn't you be extremely unlucky? Wouldn't you really become a god of plagues?" In the past, Xie Lian indeed cared a lot about being called a god of plagues. He was extremely resistant to it, feeling that he was greatly insulted. But now, he didn't care. He said, "If I'm a god of plagues, then so be it. It's fine as long as I know I'm not." After he dispersed his own luck, it would naturally be distributed to other people who were too unlucky. This could be considered compensation. Junwoo reminded him, "It'll be very embarrassing." Xie Lian said, "If it's embarrassing, then it's embarrassing. To be honest, I feel I'm almost used to it." Although he didn't want to get used to this kind of thing, once he got used to it, he would really be immune to hundreds of poisons. Junwoo looked at him and said, "Xianle, you have to understand. Without magic power, you aren't a god." Xie Lian sighed and said, "Dijun, I understand this better than anyone." Pausing, he was a bit vexed and disappointed as he said, "People say that I'm a god, so I have magic power. But in reality, I am not the god they think I am, and I may not be invincible like they wish. Would a god fail like this?" He wanted to protect his own people, but he let their corpses litter the land. He wanted to take revenge, but he stopped at the last moment and failed at the last step. Bai Wuxiang wasn't wrong about this failure. If it's not, then it's not. Junwoo carefully stared at him. After a long time, he said, "Xianle has grown up." These words should have been said by Xie Lian's elders. Unfortunately, his imperial father and imperial mother didn't have the chance to say this. After a while, Junwoo said, "Since this is the path you chose, then fine. However, if you want me to demote you to the mortal world, there must be a reason." He couldn't casually demote a heavenly official like it was child's play. What did he think the heavenly court was? This Xie Lian actually had an idea. He said, "Dijun, I don't think we've ever fought with our full strength." Junwoo immediately understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "Xianlu, I'm injured." Xie Lian said, "I'm also injured. Let's call it even." Junwoo nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I won't be lenient." Xie Lian smiled and his eyes flashed with eagerness. He said, "I won't either." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was demoted again. After the spectacular second heavenly tribulation, Xianle Crown Prince Xie Lian aggressively returned to the heavenly court. However, he only ascended for less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn before he was beaten down by the martial god emperor. All the heavenly officials couldn't understand what this person was trying to do. However, Xie Lian also couldn't understand what the other heavenly officials wanted to do. Was there a need to be so curious? They watched him every day. They pretended to be mortals and animals. They had been peeping at him for a few days. Was a big man moving bricks and pasting mud so good to watch? Just as he was wondering, the foreman behind him shouted, "Newcomer, it's you, I'm talking to you. Work honestly, don't be lazy." Xie Lian hurriedly sat up and loudly responded, "Oh." He grabbed a broken palm leaf fan and fanned himself. In front of him, there was a small stove built with bricks. On the stove, a big pot of rice was cooking. This was the construction site where he moved the mud. However, the bricks had already been moved. Not far away, 2 new temples had already been built. Now, his task was to cook. While he was cooking, 2 carriages pulled 2 tall statues of gods over. Xie Lian absent-mindedly threw things into the pot. While he was busy, he took the time to look. The 2 statues were carried into 2 different shrines. The one on the left cheered, "Hello, General Xian Zhen. General Xian Zhen is kind-hearted." Xie Lian was speechless. Using the word kind-hearted to praise Mu Qing, was this group of believers serious? However, they seemed to have a good reason for it. After all, everyone knew that Mu Qing ascended because he had cleaned up the stubborn remnant resentful spirits in Xian Li's old imperial city. It wasn't impossible to understand it as kind-hearted. In any case, everyone in the old imperial city was very grateful to him. Not to be outdone, the person in the room on the right shouted, "Greetings, General Zhu Yang. General Zhu Yang is brave and invincible." Xie Lian nodded. He didn't have any objections to this point. However, when it came to women, it wasn't necessarily the case. The believers on both sides roared at each other, trying to drown out the other. Their roars made Xie Lian's ears hurt. He sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. In his heart, he thought, why bother? If they hated each other so much, wouldn't it be fine if they didn't build their temples in front of them? The answer was, of course not. This was because this was the most popular place in the city with the best feng shui. The believers of these 2 heavenly officials naturally wouldn't give up on such a fertile piece of land just to avoid each other. Of course, they would steal each other's incense and do their best to disgust each other. Not long after, the 2 believers in the back had already gone from cursing each other to fighting. On this side, Xie Lian felt that it was about time. He tapped the lid with his spatula and shouted, "Everyone, stop fighting. Come eat." The fight was in full swing, so who cared about him? Xie Lian shook his head and opened the lid. The aroma wafted 10 miles away. This time, everyone immediately stopped fighting. One after another, they howled. "Fuck me. What's that smell? Who's cooking shit? And it's the smell of rice crust?" Xie Lian defended himself, "What? This is the imperial family's top secret collection." The foreman covered his nose and came over to take a look. His face turned green as he jumped up and said, "Top secret collection bullshit, what kind of imperial family is this? You? Get out, get out, get out. Stop disgusting people." Xie Lian compromised and said, "Fine, you can get out, but I'll have to trouble you to first pay me." The foreman angrily said, "You still dare to talk about pay? You say it. You. Ever since you came. How much have I lost? Ah. When it rains, the lightning doesn't strike anywhere but on your body. The house caught fire 3 times. And it even collapsed 3 times. You're practically a god of plague. You still dare to ask me for pay? Quickly get out. If you do it again, I'll hit you again." Xie Lian said, "You can't say it like that. You already said you came for me, but aren't other people fine every time? I think you're trying to renege on your debt." Before he finished speaking, the foreman and his workmates could no longer stand the smell coming from the pot. Like a whirlwind, they ran away without a trace. Xie Lian said, "Wait a minute." Turning his head, he saw that the 2 groups of people who had been fighting had long since left due to the smell. Xie Lian was speechless and muttered to himself, "If you don't want to eat, you still want me to cook such a big pot. Do you think you can casually waste money?" Shaking his head, He pondered for a moment before scooping up 2 big bowls of rice. One big bowl was placed in Juyang Palace Hall, while the other big bowl was placed in Xianjin Palace Hall. Finally, he felt that he had made the best use of everything. Clapping his hands together, he felt perfectly satisfied. Outside, he tidied up his things before earnestly rolling up the straw mat on the ground. Tying it together with his sword, he carried it on his back. The white silk wrapped around his wrist stealthily rubbed a few times before Xia Lian patted it. Adjusting the bamboo hat on his head, he said, "Fine, if you don't want to pay, then don't pay. I'll go make a living." No matter what was said, he still had a unique skill. Shattering rocks with his chest. After walking for a while, Xia Lian suddenly discovered a small red flower on the side of the road. It was extremely cute. Squatting down, he lightly touched its petals. His mood was extremely good as he said to it, "I hope we'll meet again in the future." Chapter 199. Xia Lian lay on the ice-cold ground. His face was covered with a half-crying, half-smiling, sorrowful face. At the side, Bai Wuxiang seemed to be admiring his appearance, which was exactly the same as himself. That sad and happy mask used a strange force to stick tightly to Xia Lian's face. No matter what he did, he couldn't pull it off. Bai Wuxiang said, "Wear it. Don't struggle in vain. Do you want to go out? As long as you do as I say, you will be able to quickly break through the copper furnace." Xia Lian pretended that he didn't exist. Bai Wuxiang was always getting snubbed by him, but he was never willing to give up. He sighed and said, "We could have become the strongest master and disciple, and the best of friends. Why must you be so rebellious?" Xia Lian finally stopped moving. He said in disgust, "Don't lecture me like you've seen through the vicissitudes of life. I really don't want to have a teacher and friend like you." His disdain was clear as day. Bai Wuxiang sneered, "I know. In your heart, the one who can teach you one was the imperial advisor. One is Junwo, isn't it?" His tone was strange. He seemed to be somewhat disdainful and amused. Xia Lian didn't want to argue with him about this. He asked something else. "The first crown prince of Yongan Kingdom?" Lang Ying was from Yong'an and had suffered from the human face plague before. That little crown prince was the only candidate Xia Lian could think of. Bai Wuxiang said, "That's right. After you hacked Lang Ying's corpse into 1,000 pieces, you knocked him unconscious and threw him into the Yong'an imperial palace. You even set fire to him, the crown prince." Crown Prince Yong'an was Lang Ying's nephew. It was probably at that time that the remaining human-faced plague virus on Lang Ying's body infected him. Xia Lian asked again, "Why didn't his human face plague spread to others?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Because the people of Yong'an Imperial Palace found out that he was infected. In order to prevent him from infecting others, I sent someone to secretly suffocate him with a blanket, but he managed to escape." On the other hand, Yong'an Kingdom announced to the public that the king of Yong'an Kingdom and the crown prince had died of a serious illness. However, there was some internal strife, and Lang Ying's other nephew was appointed as the crown prince. This was Lang Qianqiu's ancestor. Xia Lian asked, "How did you trick him?" Bai Wuxiang said, "I did not lie to him. I only told him the truth, who was the culprit that turned him into this monster. As long as he lends me something, I will avenge him." Xia Lian said, "You call this borrowing something from me? You swallowed him whole as nourishment." Bai Wuxiang said indifferently, "His appearance is neither human nor ghost. No one treats him sincerely. Staying in this world is just torture." Suddenly, Xia Lian asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince?" In that instant, Xia Lian felt that the thing wanted to respond. However, he held back. Therefore, Xia Lian asked again, "You are Prince Wu Yong, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the hot air in the cauldron freeze. From the moment Xia Lian fell in, he had been thinking about this problem. The reason why he was able to understand the human language spoken by the corpse-eating rats must be because one of the three, Junwu, imperial preceptor or Bai Wuxiang, had implanted a certain memory and emotion into him. In other words, at least one of them was from Wuyong. Junwu was born after the fall of Wuyong, so the imperial advisor and Bai Wuxiang were the most suspicious. Why was Huaqing rejected by the cauldron? It wasn't because he was extinct, because Xie Lian had confirmed with him that a ghost king who had already become extinct could also enter the cauldron again, just like how a heavenly official who had already ascended could once again go through heavenly tribulations. But he still disappeared halfway through. The most direct reason Xie Lian could think of was that this cauldron listened to Bai Wuxiang's instructions. Then, what was the most likely identity of Bai Wuxiang? After a long while, the darkness was deathly silent. Xie Lian repeated with certainty, "You are Prince Wuyong." Finally, Bai Wuxiang was no longer silent. He suddenly grabbed towards Xie Lian, the wind from his palm incomparably swift and fierce. This time, it was Xie Lian's turn to dodge. He jumped up and said while dodging, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, let me ask you a question. Why do you never show your true face to others?" Bai Wuxiang said in a low voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm warning you not to call me that." Xie Lian said, "You can call me Your Highness the Crown Prince, why can't I call you that? If you don't answer, I'll guess it myself. There are only two reasons why you don't want others to see your true face. Either you're someone I know, or I don't know you, but as long as I see your true face, I'll be able to easily find out who you are. Or, your true appearance is extremely ugly, so ugly that even you can't stand it." For example. With two ka sounds, a burst of pain came from his arm. Bai Wuxiang ruthlessly pinched him and said, "Crown Prince, oh Crown Prince, is it because if I treat you a bit more kindly, will you feel that you don't need to fear me anymore?" This voice overflowed with coldness. Amidst the pain, Xie Lian still remained clear-headed. Bai Wuxiang seemed to be really angry. With one hand holding that black sword, he approached Xie Lian and said, "You named this sword Fragrant Heart?" Helplessly watching that eerie sword edge get closer and closer to his throat, Xie Lian's expression didn't change. He said, "Can't I?" Bai Wuxiang snorted and said, "You don't know how to name things. Listen well, this sword's original name is Executioner." Suddenly, Xie Lian opened his eyes wide and said, "Who?" Bai Wuxiang didn't even turn his head and said, "To deal with me, you still want to use this kind of trick to deal with children?" Xie Lian was flabbergasted and said, "You didn't notice?" Bai Wuxiang coldly said, "There's nothing there. What do I need to notice?" He didn't notice, but Xie Lian did. Just now, the blade of Fragrant Heart's sword had reflected the fire on the ground. That fire had flashed past the stone wall above the two of them. In that instant, Xie Lian saw a face. Xie Lian dared to guarantee that he absolutely didn't see wrong. What he saw was definitely a human face, an enormous human face. Bai Wuxiang's cultivation was only higher than Xie Lian's, not lower. How could he not notice it? Unless, it was something even more frightening than Bai Wuxiang. The amount of time he saw that face was too short, but the vision still remained in his memory. That face had all five senses, moreover, it was somewhat familiar. Xie Lian felt his blood run cold and said, "There's something else in the copper furnace." However, Bai Wuxiang said, "In the copper furnace, aside from you and me, there's only stone and magma." Xie Lian was about to say something when he suddenly thought to himself, "Wait a minute, stone? Face? Familiar?" With a flash of inspiration, he suddenly understood what he was looking at. So that's how it was. Once he understood, Xie Lian's hands quickly formed a seal behind his back. Bai Wuxiang noticed his unusual movements and said, "It's useless." Even if you, unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, a loud rumbling sound came from above and behind the two of them. At the same time, rocks and dirt fell down like a rainstorm. Bai Wuxiang sensed that something was attacking him and quickly dodged. His dodging was indeed fast enough. No one could move faster than him, so he should have been able to perfectly avoid it. Unfortunately, the thing that was attacking him was too enormous. It was a giant hand. Its 5 fingers formed a fist, and it heavily smashed down, smashing right into Bai Wuxiang. This hand was a giant stone hand. It was really too big. Just its fist alone was comparable to a large house. The fire on the ground could only illuminate this part of the hand. Everything above the wrist was completely submerged in darkness. Amidst the rumbling sounds, it turned its hand towards Xia Lian with its palm facing up. Although it was enormous, its fingers were slender with slender knuckles. It could be used to pick up flowers or hold a sword. Xia Lian snatched the sword, rolled up from the ground, and jumped onto the palm. Just as the hand was about to lift him up, Xia Lian suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. He hurriedly said, "Wait." He jumped down again, grabbed his bamboo hat and jumped back up again. Then, the giant hand rose up, getting further and further away from the fire. Xia Lian also felt himself rising higher and higher. His hands once again formed a seal and he said, "Rush out." With this order, he felt a slight falling sensation, as if the giant supporting him had slightly bent its knees in preparation. In the next moment, he felt his entire body suddenly sink. That giant soared into the sky, rushing towards the mouth of the volcano where the copper furnace was sealed off. Boom! 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 Along with the violent vibrations, Xia Lian heard an extremely clear caw-caw sound. That was the sound of rocks being unable to withstand the fierce impact and about to shatter. Immediately, a ray of white light fell from above. They rushed out. The top of the copper furnace was broken, and a large amount of dazzling white light poured down like a waterfall. Fierce winds swept in, howling and whistling. Xia Lian stood on the palm of the giant, one hand holding the bamboo hat on his head, and the other hand blocking the oncoming blizzard. The stuffy air was swept away, and he took a deep breath of cold and fresh air. He loudly said, "San Lang." The first echo was still echoing when he was suddenly pulled into an embrace from behind by a pair of hands. Xia Lian stiffened at first. He looked down and saw that around his waist was a crimson sleeve and a silver wrist guard. Only then did he relax. A deep voice said in his ear, "I'm going crazy." Hearing this, Xia Lian hurriedly turned around and held his cheeks with both hands, comforting him, "Don't be crazy, don't be crazy, I'm already out." It was Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng's black hair was messy, and his eyes were still a little dazed. Xia Lian couldn't take off the sad and happy mask, so he took it off and threw it away. Xia Lian didn't know why he held his cheeks with both hands, but he did it subconsciously. He probably wanted to comfort him, or maybe he was afraid that his face would be frozen by the wind and snow. After all, how long Xia Lian stayed in the copper furnace was how long Hua Cheng had been guarding the mouth of the volcano. They went in together, but one of them was suddenly thrown out. They had no idea what was going on inside. Wasn't this going to make them go crazy? Hua Cheng hugged Xia Lian tightly and said in a low voice, "I couldn't get into the copper furnace no matter what, and I actually wanted you to rush out by yourself." "I really fucking..." Xia Lian hurriedly said, "San Lang is fine, really fine. Also, I didn't rush out by myself." Hua Cheng finally calmed down a little and said, "What? Brother, how did you get out?" Xia Lian said, "You helped me get out. Look." As he said this, he pointed upwards. Hua Cheng also looked in the direction he was pointing. In the middle of the wind and snow, he saw a giant statue carved out of mountain stone. Its face was covered in frost, and it seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the two of them were standing on the palm of this giant stone statue. The outline of that stone statue's face was soft and beautiful, with long eyebrows and beautiful eyes. The corners of its mouth were slightly raised, as if it was smiling yet not smiling. It could be said to be affectionate but not frivolous. It could be said to be heartless, but not cold. It was a merciful and handsome face. It was Xia Lian's face. Xia Lian looked up at its face and said softly, "This is what you said, the best statue you have carved, right?" Hua Cheng also looked up at it. After a long time, his gaze fell back on Xia Lian and he said, "Yeah. This giant stone statue must have been carved by Hua Cheng when he was trapped in the copper furnace, hammered thousands of times, and in extreme pain. For hundreds of years, it had always been hidden in the depths of the copper furnace, and part of it was even covered by green vines. The cauldron was its natural and perilous grotto, and it was the only god in the most magnificent grotto. It was one with the copper furnace, and the material was also the same. Otherwise, if it was just a statue chiseled out of ordinary stone, it wouldn't have been able to break out of the copper furnace. It would only have been smashed to pieces. If it wasn't Xia Lian himself, or if Hua Cheng hadn't given Xia Lian enough power before they jumped down, they wouldn't have been able to summon this statue. Chapter 200. At this moment the two of them suddenly felt a tremor at the same time. Both of them retracted their smiles and became alert. Xia Lian asked nervously, "What's wrong? Was it the statue that was shaking? It's not going to collapse, is it?" After all, the top of the copper furnace was also a huge rock full of evil energy. If this huge stone statue really fell apart because it broke through, then he would be extremely regretful. After all, this was the best statue that Hua Cheng had carved for him. Hua Cheng said, "Don't worry. It's fine. It's the entire mountain that's shaking." As expected, the snow below collapsed like a torrent. In some places, the mountain had already been exposed. It seemed that something was about to rush out of the copper furnace. Hua Cheng stood in front of Xia Lian. Xia Lian said, "It's by Wuxiang." Of course, he didn't think that this huge stone statue could kill Bai Wuxiang with one punch. At most, it could only stun this thing for a while and make it extremely vigilant. But after a while the two of them felt a wave of scorching air hit them in the face. That scorching air was spewing out from the bottomless crater of the volcano. There was also the smell of sulfur. Xia Lian instinctively had a premonition that danger was approaching. Hua Cheng also said in a deep voice, "Brother, leave." Xia Lian flipped his hands and immediately, together with Hua Cheng, he jumped up the wrist and arm of the huge stone statue and stood on its shoulder. The statue obeyed his orders. He took large strides. Following the rolling snow flow, he slid for several miles. Snow waves flew all around him. But because he had freed his hands, he was able to maintain his balance even though his body weighed 10,000 pounds. However, they had only slid halfway up the copper furnace when the entire mountain trembled even more violently. The statue was also shaken until it almost staggered. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng looked up and heard a loud bang. At the top of the copper furnace, a pitch-black pillar of smoke spewed out. This earth-shattering sound, coupled with the earth-shattering pillar of smoke, caused Xia Lian's entire person to be stupefied. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by thick black clouds and smoke. In the black clouds that covered the sky, countless faces, hands, and feet were rolling and entangling. It was a terrifying scene. Xia Lian had seen this scene hundreds of years ago. Now, he was finally seeing it again. Xia Lian asked, "Those are?" Hua Cheng said, "The dead souls of the Wuyong kingdom. Perhaps all the Wuyong people who had been buried by the volcanic eruption were there." Suddenly, Hua Cheng said, "Big brother, 30 meters below us." Before he finished speaking, Xia Lian had already controlled the statue's right hand to slap down. 10 zhang away from the snowy ground, within the vast expanse of whiteness, stood a white-clothed figure. It was Bai Wuxiang. He almost merged with the snow, but he still couldn't hide from the eyes of the two. The thick layer of snow was slapped by this palm, causing a huge white wave to fly up, but it did not hit. Bai Wuxiang had already been attacked once in the darkness, so he was naturally prepared for it. A white shadow flashed, and in the next instant, he appeared on the knees of this huge stone statue. That huge stone statue didn't hesitate and slapped its own knee again. However, halfway through, Xia Lian reacted. Gritting his teeth, he used his strength and pulled back. In his heart, he thought, that was close, so close. Just now, the top of the copper cauldron was forcibly broken by the head of the stone god statue. If Xie Lian allowed the statue to slap his knee again, he might lose an arm or a leg if he didn't control himself properly. Perhaps, this was the purpose of Bai Wuxiang deliberately jumping up, to let him pick up a rock and smash his own foot. On this side, Xie Lian hurriedly stopped. On the other side, Hua Cheng slowly pulled out his slender silver scimitar and said to Bai Wuxiang, "Get down." Bai Wuxiang raised his head to look at them. Hua Cheng coldly said, "This statue is not something you can touch." Suddenly, Xie Lian said, "San Lang." He pointed at the top of the copper furnace. Behind the pillar of black smoke, something spurted out as well. Pure gold, flowing, majestically burning. Magma. That pure gold magma mixed with the rolling black smoke, covering the sky and covering the earth as it flowed towards the bottom of the copper furnace. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Wuxiang jumped up and disappeared into the snow. Xie Lian couldn't care less about catching him. He shouted, "Run!" That huge stone statue listened to his command and took large strides. With a few loud thuds, it jumped down the copper furnace. Its 2 feet landed on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain, causing the earth to shake. However, even though it was fast, the speed of the magma and black smoke wasn't slow either. They were practically hot on its heels. After landing, Xie Lian didn't dare to stay any longer. He urged the statue to stand up and continued to run with them. As they ran, Xie Lian felt that its speed seemed to have slowed down. He felt strange and bad. Just as he was wondering if it was an illusion, he felt his body stop. The statue suddenly brought him down. Unexpectedly, that huge stone statue didn't listen to his command. It stopped and knelt on one knee. After kneeling, its upper body slowly leaned forward. It seemed that its strength was not enough and it was about to faint. Xie Lian's heart immediately jumped to his throat. "Oh no! I'm going to fall. And that stream of fire and black smoke is about to catch up." Just at this moment, Xie Lian suddenly felt his waist tighten. It was Hua Cheng who pulled him over. With one hand around his waist, the other lifted his chin and pressed his slightly cold lips on it. Xie Lian's eyes widened. A cool and carefree feeling instantly filled his chest and flowed through his limbs. His entire body seemed to have become alive. This kiss was very short. After a moment, Hua Cheng parted his lips and said, "Brother, try again." Xie Lian instantly came back to his senses. He made another hand seal. Just as the huge stone statue was about to fall face down, it suddenly stretched out both its hands and supported itself on the ground. The next step was to stand up again. It turned out that this huge stone statue didn't look like it was out of strength. In fact, it really was out of strength. The amount of magical energy needed to control such a gigantic statue of a deity was extremely frightening. The wave of magical energy that Hua Cheng had lent to Xie Lian had already been completely burned away. Naturally, the statue's speed had slowed down and it was on the verge of collapsing. Only when it was injected with mana again, did it come alive again. This time, it ran even faster than before. Its movements were also more agile. Hua Cheng said, "Brother, run faster." Xie Lian also wanted to run faster, but he was worried that this method of controlling the statue would consume too much mana. He said uncertainly, "Can I hold on no matter how fast I run? What if I don't have enough mana?" Hua Cheng confidently said in his ear, "That won't happen. Just keep running. Don't ever be afraid, I'm right here." Hua Cheng stood behind him, his hands holding onto his waist firmly. With just this one person, it was as if the entire world was standing behind him. Xie Lian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "Okay." In a flash, he stretched out both his hands and released all of his mana. He made the strongest hand seal and shouted, "Run!" Boom! 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 The huge stone statue ran like crazy. Each step it took was a few miles. It crossed over ravines and leaped over hills. As expected, it left the black clouds and lava far behind. It was truly a huge object that couldn't be ignored. Every step it took was like a meteorite falling from the sky, creating a strong shockwave. Countless demons and ghosts scattered around Bronze Cauldron Mountain felt the ground shake violently. They were shocked. When they looked up, many of them saw the black clouds in the sky. They were a little surprised, but they didn't really care. Anyway, they were in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so it wasn't strange to see strange things. In any case, weren't those vengeful spirits in the black clouds? They were almost the same as vengeful spirits. They saw many of them every day, so what was there to be afraid of? What was that? Immediately, there was a wave of ghostly wails and godly howls. What a big man! They had never seen such a big statue before. It was too scary. Xia Lian originally wanted to circle around Wuyong Imperial City so that his statue of God wouldn't trample these 2,000-year-old houses into ruins. However, he suddenly remembered something and asked, San Lang, are General Pei, Lord Rain, and the others nearby? Hua Qing said, yes. Xia Lian hurriedly said, come back, come back. I forgot something. Pick it up and take it away. Thus, the huge stone statue that ran past took a few steps back. Just as he was about to turn back, Xia Lian suddenly felt his whole body shake. The soles of his feet were empty, and his whole body flew up. Only when he was in midair did he realize what had just happened. The statue had fallen. Xia Lian and Hua Qing landed steadily on the chest of the statue. Xia Lian urged it to stand up again as he looked forward. What made the huge stone statue fall wasn't him, but something else. A towering mountain. Of course, this mountain was far from being as tall as Bronze Cauldron itself. But compared to the huge stone statue, it was still taller. When Xia Lian came, he remembered very clearly that they hadn't climbed over this mountain. Thus, he looked past the mountain and behind it. Sure enough, behind it, there were two mountains that were about the same height. 3 huge mountains stood in front of the giant stone statue. Chapter 201. The giant stone statue slowly climbed up from the ground. The first mountain monster charged at him. Xia Lian recalled what Hua Qing had said. When he was chased by the 3 mountains at Mount Bronze Cauldron, he did not dare to underestimate them. He subconsciously wanted to flip over their heads, but he had never tried to control such a huge statue to do such a complicated movement, so he could not help but be flustered. He didn't jump up. Instead, he was knocked down again. Rumble, rumble. It was like the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. The stone god statue fell near Wuyong Imperial City, flattening an entire street. With a slight movement, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. It was the sound of those magnificent houses and palaces being crushed by the giant stone statues of gods. Xia Lian was nearly thrown off again amidst the shaking and jolting. However, Hua Qing held onto his hand tightly. Follow me. With Xia Lian in tow, he leaped onto the head of the giant stone statue. So, this Corolla martial god used a small jade crown to tie his hair, making it look like a small balcony. The two of them jumped onto the jade crown and finally had a place to stand. It was much steadier than standing on the shoulders and palms of the statue. Before he could relax, the mountain troll came again, colliding with the huge stone statue and causing it to stagger back a few steps. Luckily, Xia Lian was prepared this time. He hadn't been pushed down, but he had accidentally stepped on a row of houses. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel a wave of pain in his heart. Manipulating the statue of God to sneak out of the house, Xia Lian asked in bewilderment, "Why are they chasing me? What did I do?" Hua Qing said, "It's not that they're chasing after you, brother. They're chasing and beating anyone up, and you look especially eye-catching right now." Xia Lian said, "Such a big one, it's quite eye-catching." Before he finished speaking, the 3 mountain monsters attacked together, surrounding the gigantic stone statue and constantly pressuring it in the middle, as if they wanted to crush it. The deity statue couldn't move, and Xia Lian couldn't move either. He used all his strength to urge it to push, but it didn't budge at all. It seemed like it couldn't resist at all. As he was thinking of other ways to escape, he inadvertently took a step back and leaned against a chest. When he turned around, Hua Qing held his shoulders and said, "Let go and fight. No problem, none of them are a match for you. Nothing in this world can stop your footsteps." His chest was like the most solid shield. All of a sudden, Xie Lian's determination and confidence multiplied 100 times. His entire body was filled with a clear stream of energy. With one strike, he finally broke through the encirclement. Rumble! Rumble! The three mountain monsters were pushed nearly a kilometer away by him. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust billowed. However, they retreated and were about to attack again. Xie Lian's hands changed 5 or 6 seals in an instant. "Don't block my way." The giant stone statue rose into the air and landed on the top of the two mountain monsters. At the same time, it placed its hand on the hilt of the sword at its waist. It drew the sword. This series of movements was as smooth as flowing water. The giant stone statue completed it extremely smoothly. Its momentum was like a rainbow, without the slightest bit of sluggishness. It was completely no different from a real person. With a spurt of energy, Xie Lian shouted, "I'll chop." I won't chop first, wait a moment." He was already prepared to use a magnificent sword strike to split mountains. Unexpectedly, as soon as he pulled out his sword, he felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he immediately blushed with shame. The giant stone statue had indeed pulled out its sword, but why was there only a sword hilt in its hand? "Where's the blade?" Xie Lian was confused. Hua Cheng, on the other hand, placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. I didn't carve the blade of this statue together. It's my mistake." "Of course." Hua Cheng carved the statue on the rock inside the bronze furnace. The giant stone statue's clothes were layered, and the sword at its waist was hidden under its sleeves. Therefore, only the sword hilt was carved. After the statue was infused with mana and moved, it naturally couldn't make a blade appear out of thin air because it didn't specially carve the blade. Hua Qing frowned slightly and said with a serious expression, "I miscalculated. It's still not detailed enough. Next time, I'll carve out every detail." Xie Lian felt that he was serious. He hurriedly said, "No, no, no. It's already very detailed." "Really?" In short, without the blade, there was no way to split the mountain. Thus, Xie Lian immediately changed his strategy. He broke into a run. He hurriedly controlled the giant stone statue to jump down from the top of the 2 mountain monsters. He threw the useless stone sword hilt behind him and continued to run. The 2 of them stood on the jade crown on top of the statue. The wind whistled in their faces, and their black hair, white clothes, and red sleeves fluttered in the wind. Even if they were running, the scene was still beautiful. A silver butterfly flew to Xie Lian's ear. Several voices came from inside. He hurriedly grabbed it and said, "Is that Feng Xian Mu Qing? And Lord Rainmaster and General Pei?" Sure enough, a familiar voice came from the silver butterfly. Pei Ming said, "I say, Your Highness, you don't need to ask a question so loudly." Xie Lian said, "Sorry, I have too much mana right now. I'll control it." Mu Qing's voice also came over, "What? You said you have too much mana. You?" Xie Lian said, "You've all gathered together, right? Where are they now?" Mu Qing said, "We met up with General Pei, Little General Pei, and the others. Right now, everyone is in the forest near Weiyong River. We're preparing to retreat together." Feng Xian's voice said, "What happened on your side?" Just now, the copper furnace seemed to have emitted a very strong movement. "Do you want us to go back and help?" Xie Lian hurriedly said, "No need. You guys just stay there. We'll immediately go pick you up. We'll talk when we meet." "Ah, we're already here." In front of them was the dried-up Wuyong River. The giant stone statue crossed the ravine and squatted down beside the dense forest. Coincidentally, Xia Lian saw Feng Xian and Mu Qing walk out of the forest. They looked around as if they were looking for someone. However, they were looking in the wrong direction. Moreover, they didn't think to look up, so they didn't see Xia Lian and Hua Cheng. Feng Xian said to the silver butterfly, "Your Highness, you still haven't come. Where are you?" Xia Lian cupped his hands around his mouth and directly shouted down, "I'm already here. Up, look up. I'm above you." Only then did the two of them discover that they were shrouded in a gigantic shadow. They slowly raised their heads. Thus, at the same time, they saw an incomparably gigantic Xia Lian squatting beside the forest and looking down at them. On its face, there was even an extremely kind and gentle smile on Xia Lian's face. Hua Qing didn't even bother to look at the two people below. He stood to the side with his arms crossed, his expression lazy. Xia Lian waved down and said, "Do you see it? Over here." However, because the visual impact of this gigantic Xia Lian was too great, when they first saw it, it was really hard to notice anything else. Mu Qing's entire line of sight was already completely occupied by this face. He muttered, "I'm afraid I've gone crazy." Feng Xian's two eyes were also completely occupied by this face. He muttered, I'm really fucking, what the fuck is this thing?" Xia Lian, Hua Qing raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be restraining himself from giggling. To be honest, no one had ever seen such a large and lifelike statue before. The largest statue before this was Jun Wu's, but it was only half the size of this gigantic statue. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were too shocked, causing Xia Lian to shout a few times before he noticed where the statue was. The others also walked out of the forest one after another. When they raised their heads, almost all of them almost twisted their necks and sprained their ankles in fright by this gigantic statue. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had the gigantic statue place its hand on the ground and spread out its palm. He said, "The copper furnace volcano has erupted. I'm afraid the fire will reach here in a while. There are still 3 mountain monsters who are going to catch up to us. Quickly come up, I'll bring you guys away." Everyone climbed up the statue's hand and found their own spots. Xia Lian smelled the strong smell of sulfur in the air. He turned around and saw that the black smoke and flying ash were spreading rapidly. He put away the giant statue's palm and stood up, continuing to stride forward. Pei Ming and the others recovered from the shock, but Feng Xian and Mu Qing still hadn't recovered from their shock. It was probably because they were all too familiar with this gigantic statue's face, expression, and figure. So when it was magnified so many times, the impact was especially great. Feng Xian was already standing on the statue's shoulder, but he still couldn't believe it. Who did this? Who carved it? Why have I never seen this thing before? Never heard of it before? Hua Cheng faked a smile and said, "There are too many things you haven't seen before." Although no one said it explicitly, almost everyone, especially Feng Xian and Mu Qing, locked onto the answer at the same time. It was done by this person. Mu Qing said, "This is unbelievable. How did you make it move? How much magic power do you need? Do you have enough? Didn't you have no magic power at all?" This time, Hua Qing didn't answer. Xia Lian glanced at him and pressed his fist against his mouth. He said vaguely, About this," Pei Ming said, "I can borrow it if I don't have it, right? It's so simple." Ha 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 ha, that's right." Along the way, the demons and ghosts saw lava flowing backward and fire spewing out. They also realized that things were bad. Seeing many people climbing up the statue, they quickly said, "Wait for me too. Me too. Bring us along, bring us along." Hua Qing said, "Scram." A wave of silver butterflies flew out, shining with cold light and wailing like ghosts and wolves. Inu hugged the snoring Gu Zi and said from below, "City Lord. Your Highness. Just now, those empty shell people and corpse-eating rats suddenly moved in groups. They seemed to be rushing out of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Rainmaster rode on the black bull and looked at the sky. He said, "The things in the black clouds seem to want to fly out too." That was true. The things struggling in the black clouds were all vengeful spirits. They thirsted for fresh human bodies to possess and become the human-faced plague. There were no living people in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. They were either demons or priests that they couldn't invade, so they naturally wanted to fly out. Tens of thousands of twisted human faces with long smoky tails circled in the sky like deformed snakes. Xia Lian's hands trembled, but he still said, "Bronze Cauldron Mountain has a boundary. Those outside can't come in and those inside can't go out. Those vengeful spirits shouldn't be able to fly out for now." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Hua Qing suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. Xia Lian's heart tightened. He quickly grabbed him and said, "What? Did I expend too much energy? Sorry, I should have used it sparingly." Hua Qing covered his right eye. "No, brother, don't worry about this. The boundary of Bronze Cauldron Mountain has been broken." Xia Lian was stunned. What? Broken? He just said there was a boundary and there was no need to worry. Chapter 202. If they really let these vengeful spirits fly out, wouldn't there be a third human-faced plague? Xia Lian immediately said, "We have to think of a way to stop it." Mu Qing's black robe and black hair were blown into a mess. "What can we do to stop it?" The giant stone statue stopped in its tracks, stirring up sand and dust. Xia Lian said, "Everyone, hold your breaths." After saying that, the black smoke and ashes that were closing in on him caught up. The giant stone statue raised its hand and slapped. The wind from the palm was earth-shattering. If it was on the ground, it would be a hurricane that could uproot a 100-year-old tree. However, a portion of it was still scattered. Xia Lian couldn't help but think to himself, "If only I had a sword." It was as if Hua Qing had seen through his thoughts. "Brother, there's a way." "It's not like there's no way." Xia Lian asked, "What way?" Hua Qing said, "That depends on whether your celestial advisors are willing or not." Feng Xian said, "If you have a way, just say it. Don't talk nonsense to him." Xia Lian more or less guessed it. "You're saying that, let General Pei and the others work together and use their bodies as swords?" Hua Qing said, "That's right. The heavenly officials in Bronze Cauldron Mountain have limited mana. However, there were several martial gods here. If 4 of them transformed into their avatars, if 4 of them used their Dharma bodies, they should be quite powerful." Pei Ming was the first to respond. "I think this idea is feasible." Mu Qing was still doubtful. "Is this really feasible? How many martial gods are there here?" 3. Pei Su and Yin Yu lost all their mana. Master Yu wasn't a martial god. The only ones who could replace him were Pei Ming, Feng Xian, and Mu Qing. Pei Ming said, "No, it's 4. Qi Ying is here too." Ah! Yin Yu hesitated for a moment. She held the grain in one hand and flipped out a roly-poly with the other. Who knew that before she could undo the seal, the roly-poly would shake violently and let out an extremely noisy scream. Everyone felt a piercing pain in their ears from its barking, and they all covered their ears. The guiding jade quickly sealed it again and took out another roly-poly toy. "Sorry, I took the wrong one. That was Green Ghost Chi Rong. This one is." As he spoke, he tossed the roly-poly into the air, causing a burst of red smoke to erupt. The figure of a youth appeared in the smoke and fell down. The gigantic stone statue raised its hand to catch the young man. The young man flipped over and landed on its palm. He scratched his curly hair that was a mess of blood. When he raised his head, he saw a large group of people and was at a loss. Yin Yu had already sneakily hid behind someone else, but she was discovered by Kuan Yizhen. Kuan Yizhen jumped up and shouted, "Senior brother! Quan Yizhen immediately rushed over. Emu felt a headache when he saw him. Maybe he would rather listen to Qi Rong's screams for 3 days and 3 nights than to talk to Quan Yizhen. Luckily, Pei Ming grabbed Quan Yizhen and said, Come, let's get to work, Qi Ying. Let's catch up after we're done. Quan Yizhen was baffled. In addition to the fact that he had a lot of opinions towards Pei Ming, it seemed like he wanted to casually punch Pei Ming, but when he raised his head, he saw Xia Lian on top of him. Xia Lian put his palms together and said to him sincerely, It's been hard on you, Ying. Even though he was completely unclear of the situation, he scratched his head and still joined in. It wasn't that he didn't have any objections to Mu Qing becoming another martial god's sword, but since there were 4 of them, he couldn't say that Mu Qing was the only one to suddenly wash his hands of the task, so he was speechless. Thus, on the palm of the statue, the 4 of them lined up in the order of Pei Ming, Feng Xian, Quan Yizhen, and Mu Qing. Hua Qing propped his elbow on the edge of the jade crown platform, took a glance and said, Isn't the order of the last 2 people reversed? According to reason, it should indeed be Pei Ming, Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Quan Yizhen. Because comparatively speaking, Quan Yizhen's magic power wasn't too stable. If he was in the middle of the sword formation, he might just snap midway if he swung too fiercely. Xia Lian wiped his sweat and said, No, it's not reversed. Feng Xian and Mu Qing definitely can't be lined up together, because they might start to fight each other if they swung their swords, so there must be someone else in between. Hearing this, Hua Qing raised his eyebrows. His expression seemed to be asking them to beat the other party to death. Looking down, the 4 of them emitted a spiritual light that grew stronger and stronger, extending out and connecting into one. In the end, it transformed into a sword of spiritual light. Once the sword was formed, the huge stone statue tossed it up and reached out to grab it. With the sharp sword in hand, Xia Lian was like a tiger that had grown wings. His aura surged as he slashed forward. The resentful spirits with billowing black smoke trailing behind them screamed incessantly when they were slashed by this sword of spiritual light, then abruptly stopped. Taking advantage of his victory, Xia Lian brandished the sword wildly, slashing tens of thousands of ghosts into pieces like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. Everywhere the sword blade swept past, it was as if fireworks had exploded in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. The demons and ghosts below were all dumbfounded. Only when the huge stone statue's heavy boots stomped over did they remember to scatter in all directions. Just as he was slashing, the huge stone statue suddenly staggered, as if it was about to fall again. Xia Lian hurriedly used his sword to support himself, barely managing to stabilize it. The martial gods that formed the sword formation all asked, What's wrong with His Highness the Crown Prince? Keep fighting. They're gathering again. Xia Lian had been controlling this huge stone statue for so long and he felt slightly tired. His forehead was covered in sweat and his mind was also highly tense. He said, I'm fine. But it was just that his magic power had been burnt up again. He abruptly turned his head and saw that Hua Qing was standing right behind him, as if he was about to reach out to him. Thus, Xia Lian threw caution to the wind. He rushed over and held Hua Cheng's face in his hands. Standing on his tiptoes, he closed his eyes and pressed his lips against Hua Cheng's face. Feng Xian was speechless. Mu Qing was speechless. Quan Yizhen, ? Pei Ming, he. Cupping Hua Cheng's face wasn't enough. Since things were already like this, Xia Lian thought he might as well suck more of Hua Cheng's face. Thus, he wrapped his arms tightly around Hua Cheng's neck and kissed him even deeper. The tiredness from before was swept away, and his whole body was filled with spiritual energy. At the same time, a series of shouts came from the sword in the hand of the statue. Feng Xian exclaimed in shock, What is this? What are you doing? Your Highness. Xia Lian accidentally choked. Only then did they separate. He didn't even dare to look down as he shouted towards the sky, borrowing magic power. I'm only borrowing magic power. It's very proper. Mu Qing was also shocked. Borrowing magic power doesn't need to be like this, right? You can even make an oath by slapping palms. Xia Lian didn't know what he was talking about and just randomly said, "Ha ha ha ha. You guys saw through me. Actually, I'm not borrowing magic power. Ha ha ha." Seeing him like this, Hua Cheng also laughed out loud. Holding Xia Lian's face with both hands, he lowered his head and kissed him on the forehead. Then, he softly said, "Don't be nervous, Gidge." Speaking of which, it was strange. After this kiss, Xia Lian suddenly became normal. He pretended not to hear Feng Xian and Mu Qing's voices. With a solemn expression, he put his hands together. That huge stone statue pulled out the sword of spiritual light from the ground and madly hacked and slashed, as if its entire body had inexhaustible energy. Kuan Yizhen suddenly felt admiration. "So just now, you were really borrowing magic power. You suddenly became stronger." Mu Qing couldn't help but say, "Simply bullshit, what do you know?" Then, he probably thought that this kind of thing didn't need to be taught in detail to a big child like Kuan Yizhen, so he forcibly changed his words. "Yes, that's right, you're borrowing magic power." Pei Ming laughed and said, "That's right, but you can't just casually borrow magic power like this. Do you understand, Qiying? Feng Xian? What are you guys talking about? You guys actually believed it?" However, although its power had increased, those resentful spirits still covered the sky. There wasn't a huge net that could cover the sky that could capture them all. Seeing how powerful this giant god was, they all turned around and fled one after another. Swinging their tails in the air, they swam far away like giant human-faced tadpoles. Xia Lian said, "Chase!" Unexpectedly, after chasing for a few steps, that huge stone statue suddenly slanted without any warning and fell to the side. Just now, he had clearly absorbed enough magic power and Xia Lian's state was also extremely good, so there was no reason for this to happen. Just as it was about to fall, Xia Lian looked down. Only then did he discover that on one of the statue's legs, there was actually a big hole. Broken rocks were rolling down from the hole. A white-clothed figure floated down from the statue's body. Leisurely landing, he immediately disappeared. He truly came and went like a ghost, leaving no traces behind. It was by Wu Xiang. He actually broke one of the statue's legs with his bare hands. The huge stone statue crashed down. Fortunately, the people riding on the statue weren't ordinary people. Their reactions were extremely fast and they jumped down first, safely landing on the ground. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng jumped onto the statue's chest. Xia Lian tried to get it to stand up, but it was extremely difficult. That huge stone statue laid on the ground and slowly struggled. It seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Within the sword array, Mu Qing said, "How is it? Can you still stand up?" Kuan Yizhen said, "You don't have any magic power again? Do you still need to borrow more?" Pei Ming said, "No. This time, it's not a problem with magic power. Qiying, don't remember this anymore. Just forget about it." Xia Lian said, "I'm afraid the injury is a bit serious. It's not suitable to move anymore." Although the stone statue didn't feel pain, if it was forced to stand up and continue to attack, it was very likely that this injured leg would fall off. This wasn't just a problem of its attack power being greatly reduced. After all, this was Hua Cheng's most painstakingly created masterpiece. It was also Xia Lian's favorite statue. If it was really destroyed to such an extent, it would be hard to not feel heartache. Seeing their enemy fall, those resentful spirits in the sky danced in joy and scattered in all directions. Could it be that they were going to watch helplessly as they escaped like this? He looked to the side and saw that Hua Cheng's expression was filled with anger. It was anger towards Bai Wuxiang. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, "Gidge." Right at this moment, a strand of dazzling white light penetrated through the densely packed black clouds. It was as if something had lit up above the clouds. Soon after, a second, third, fourth, countless strands of dazzling white light pierced downwards, piercing through the black clouds and piercing through the resentful spirits. The heavenly officials weren't the slightest bit unfamiliar with this white spiritual light that was so intense that it almost blinded them. The entire immortal capital seemed to be flooded with this kind of spiritual light all day long, illuminating everything. Chapter 203. The powerful spirit light shone on the vengeful spirits. Large swathes of smoke dispersed into thin air. A white-armored martial god broke through the clouds with a sword in hand. It really was Junwoo. As if they had seen their parents again, they all shouted, "Ah! Your Majesty!" Tears and snot almost flowed out of his eyes. Junwoo stepped on the wind of light and slowly landed on the ground. He said, "Don't panic, don't panic. Is everyone all right?" The four people in the sword formation quickly split up. He returned to his original form. Pei Ming said, "Celestial Emperor, aren't you guarding the celestial capital? Why did you come in person?" Junwoo said, "The Rain Master used his spirit to inform me. Bronze Cauldron Mountain Realm was breached and the situation was dire. So I hurried over." Everyone turned around to look. The Rain Master was still riding on the Black Bull. So that was how it was. Since the world was broken, he should be able to use the spirit communication technique as well. Just now, their blood had surged to their heads. Everyone wanted to shoot down these flying things, and almost no one had the time to think about channeling their spirits. Xia Lian took a step forward. "Monarch, it's Bai Wuxiang. He's back." Junwoo nodded slightly. "I'm guessing that he'll haunt us as well." Xia Lian replied, "He appears and disappears unpredictably. As soon as you came, I don't know where he ran off to." Junwoo replied, "It's fine. I'll deal with those vengeful spirits first. We'll find him again." Everyone looked up at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky rumbled as they were being purified by the strong light that Junwoo brought down. Pei Ming said, "So this time, the Ghost King was stopped, right?" Xia Lian replied, "You can say that. The one who broke through the bronze furnace wasn't anyone, but this." Everyone's gaze shifted to the side. After Xia Lian stopped manipulating it, the gigantic stone statue still obediently lay on the ground. It was a finely sculpted colossus. Even when it fell down, it still looked like a small mountain. Xia Lian, who was standing nearby, raised his hand and stroked its cheek. He turned to Hua Cheng and asked, "San Lang, what should we do with it?" Hua Cheng seemed to be deep in thought. Upon hearing his question, he came back to his senses and said, "Brother, don't worry. Before we fix it, let it stay here for the time being." Xia Lian asked, "Can it be fixed?" Hua Cheng said, "Of course you can, as long as you have the raw stone for the copper furnace. I will definitely fix it and let it stand up again." Xia Lian said, "Then let's just leave it for now. Right now, the volcano at the copper furnace is still erupting. I don't know when it will be safe." At that moment, the wraiths circling in the air suddenly shrieked and turned into a tornado, attacking in one direction. The crowd didn't know what was going on. They looked over and saw that it was the Wuyong Divine Hall underground. Originally, these things had nowhere to hide under the strong light and would disappear sooner or later. However, after a large number of vengeful spirits surged into the underground Divine Hall, it was as if they had been sucked dry, disappearing completely. Mu Qing was stunned. "What's going on?" Xia Lian had a bad feeling in his heart and said, "It's Bai Wuxiang. He used thousandly shrinking and sent all the vengeful spirits away." With a wave of his hand, Junwoo flipped over the roof of the temple, along with a large piece of land. However, there was nothing inside except for a formation that had just been drawn. Feng Xian asked, "What is he trying to do? Where did he set up the array? Where did they go?" If it was in the past, Lingwen Palace Hall would have gone up at this time. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Lingwen Palace Hall would have reported the location. However, they didn't know which one gods were temporarily replacing them. At this critical juncture, they actually couldn't find anyone. Feng Xian was so angry that he cursed, "Motherfucker, they usually boast about themselves so much that they fight to show their faces. Where did they go when they should show their faces? In the future, I won't say that Lingwen Palace Hall is inefficient anymore. At this time, Hua Cheng's voice came over. In the Imperial City. Everyone turned to look at him. Coincidentally, Hua Cheng removed his 2 slender fingers from his temples and said, he sent those things to 7 or 8 different cities. Currently, he only found the Imperial City because the demonic energy there suddenly rose sharply. The immortal capitals when gods were useless. They actually had to rely on the head of the ghost realm to help them determine the location of the fleeing evil beings. The few heavenly officials present couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, the situation was critical, so this feeling of embarrassment was fleeting. Mu Qing said, Bai Yi's intentions couldn't be clearer. He specifically sent those things to places with a lot of people. Once the human-faced plague breaks out, it will also spread extremely quickly. The Imperial City is the most densely populated, so it's only natural that he wouldn't let it go. Pei Ming also said, hurry up and deal with it. There's no time to lose. Otherwise, if we delay for too long, the consequences will be unthinkable. Jun Wu was also speechless at the headache of the Lingwen Palace Hall's substitute when gods. He turned to Hua Cheng. Your Excellency, are you able to find out the detailed location of the other cities? Hua Cheng said, I'm currently investigating. It won't be long. Yin, connect with him. Yin hurriedly said, yes. He had originally been demoted by Jun Wu. Although Jun Wu was only doing official business, Yin still couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Jun Wu. After communicating with his subordinates at the Ghost City for a moment, he cautiously reported the specific location. 300 li south, 270 li north, Jun Wu said to Feng Xian, Nanyang, you go south. Feng Xian didn't immediately respond. Instead, he hesitated for a moment. Xia Lian guessed that he wanted to find Jianlan and her son. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Xian responded and walked to the side to draw an array. Pei Ming consciously said, I'll go north. Jun Wu said, naturally you'll go. Pei Ming nodded, turned around and walked a few steps. Pei Su followed, so he turned back and said, your injuries haven't healed and the poison hasn't been cleared yet. It's better if you follow Master Yu first. Pei Su asked doubtfully, General, I'm not poisoned. Pei Ming patted his shoulder with pity and said, you haven't recovered from your broken sentence yet, and you still say you're not poisoned? After saying that, he slightly tilted his head, nodded to Master Yu, and left on his own. Jun Wu said again, Qi-Ying, go west. Remember not to act recklessly. Quan Yizhen asked doubtfully, why are you going west? What are you doing right now? He couldn't be blamed for not understanding what had happened. He reckoned that he was puzzled along the way. Why was he beaten? Why was he buried in the wall? Why was he turned into a tumbler? Why did he turn into a giant sword? He simply couldn't understand the situation at all. Seeing this, Yin sighed and said, I'll bring him there. We'll talk on the way. He reckoned that the others didn't have the patience to tell him what was going on. Quan Yizhen said, sure. Mu Qing waited for a long time, but he still didn't see him. He couldn't help but ask, Emperor, what about me? Jun Wu looked at him and said, Xianzhen, haven't you forgotten something? Mu Qing was puzzled. What is it? Jun Wu said, you're still in confinement. Mu Qing's face instantly turned green. He had really forgotten about that. And it wasn't just him. Almost everyone had forgotten that Mu Qing escaped from the celestial capital under the suspicion of using sorcery to create a fetus spirit. He hadn't even been cleared of suspicion yet. Jun Wu said, you don't have to. When we return to the celestial capital later, we'll lengthen your confinement. Mu Qing said. Emperor, it really wasn't me. Jun Wu said, once the matter is investigated and the truth comes to light, I'll naturally let you out. Otherwise, I'll let you out to wander around. What a scandal. Mu Qing was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only say in a low voice, yes. Seeing Mu Qing's grievance, Hua Qing didn't hide his laughter at all. Mu Qing glanced at him, then looked at Xia Lian beside him. It was unknown what he was thinking, but his face turned even more green. As for the remaining people, Yu sure wasn't a martial god, so he didn't try to be brave. He said that if there was a need, he could just call out and then silently retreated. Xia Lian naturally chose the imperial city, which had the most people and the most difficult mission. Junwu stayed behind to deal with the 3 mountain monsters, as well as by Wu Xiang, who might still be nearby. Hua Cheng threw his die and activated 1,000 miles shrinking. Xia Lian left together with him. It was already late at night in the imperial city. The streets were silent and every household had their doors tightly shut. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng flashed out of an alley. As they walked, they searched for traces of non-human beings. After walking a few steps, Xia Lian put 2 fingers together and pressed them against his temples. He activated the psychic technique and softly said, "Emperor." Junwu said, "What's the matter with Xianlu? Have we arrived at the imperial city?" Xia Lian said, "We're already here. I have something to tell you." Junwu said, "Did Blood Rain Tanhua do anything to you?" Hua Cheng seemed to have sensed something and raised his eyebrows. Xia Lian said, "No, he didn't do anything to me. It's something else. The situation just now was dangerous and I didn't have time to talk about it." He restrained his expression and said, "Emperor, do you still have an impression of my master?" Hearing him mention this person, Junwu seemed slightly surprised. After a moment, he said, "You're talking about that Xianlu state preceptor from back then?" Xia Lian said, "Yes. In the past, you should have had a lot of contact with him, right? Did you notice anything strange about him?" Xianlu country's rituals were all managed by the state preceptor. The state preceptors were the bridge between mortals and gods. After a moment of silence, Junwu said, "Yes." Xia Lian held his breath and said, "What's strange about him?" Junwu said, "Xianlu, do you really want to listen to it?" Xia Lian said, "Yes." Junwu said, "Even if you heard it, would you be disappointed?" Xia Lian glanced at Hua Cheng and said, "Yes." After a long time, Junwu slowly said, "That master of yours becoming the state preceptor of Xianlu is a waste of his talent. His knowledge and ability far surpass your imagination." Xia Lian calmly listened. The next sentence made his heart sink. Junwu said, "I think that the actual age that the state preceptor has lived in this world might not be lower than mine, maybe even higher than mine." Part of his guess was confirmed. If the state preceptor really lived longer than Junwu, then the possibility of him being one of the 4 protectors of Crown Prince Wuyong was even higher. Xia Lian couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you tell me this before?" Junwu said, "Because for a long time, I couldn't be sure." Xia Lian said, "Then how did you confirm it later?" Junwu said, "After Xianlu country was destroyed, I found him and made my move. Now it seems that he still escaped in the end." Aside from Bai Wuxiang, there was actually someone else who could escape from Junwu's hands. Xia Lian had always thought that the state preceptor had escaped because of the chaos of the war. He never expected that it was actually Junwu who personally made his move. Xia Lian said, Then why did you make your move against him? And why didn't you tell me after you were sure?" Junwu said, "These 2 questions of yours are actually one question." Xia Lian said, "What is it?" Junwu said, "If I tell you, perhaps you will feel disappointed after hearing it. However, perhaps the current you, even if you are disappointed in others, you can still hold on." Xia Lian's heart beat faster and faster. He couldn't help but tightly grab onto one of Hua Cheng's hands. Hua Cheng's other hand also covered the back of his hand. Chapter 204. Xia Lian said, "What is it?" Junwu seemed to have some misgivings. After considering for a while, "What's wrong, Xianlu? Why did you suddenly ask about your master? Did you encounter something in Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Is it related to him?" Xia Lian came back to his senses. Just as he was about to give a simple explanation, he suddenly heard a noise from the other side. Junwoo said, I saw the 3 mountain monsters you were talking about. It's really strange. I'll deal with them first. Then we'll talk in detail. However, since you asked, then remember one thing, your master isn't a simple person. If you really meet him, you must be careful. After saying that, the other side fell into silence. Xia Lian said, Jun. Junwoo didn't respond. That mountain monster was hard to deal with. The 3 encirclement was even more troublesome. Previously, Xia Lian couldn't solve it even with his inexhaustible mana and the giant god statue. Right now, Junwoo needed some energy to deal with it alone. He gave Hua Cheng a simple explanation of the spirit communication. The 2 of them stopped. At this moment, they were on a wide and flat street. They looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the moon, and they could faintly see wisps of black smoke floating in front of the cold moon. It was like ink blooming in clear water. Those were the vengeful spirits that Bai Wuxiang sent from Wuyong Temple. They hadn't come in yet. This was because the Emperor's aura in the Imperial Palace and the various immortal temples in the Imperial City reflected each other, forming a dignified aura. A natural enchantment would block a large number of these evil spirits outside of the aura. Therefore, they could only wander high up in the sky. Almost every city had a similar aura, because no matter where they were, there would always be a few extraordinary figures and extraordinary divine officials. This was the so-called great men bring glory to the land. However, it couldn't be blocked forever. Hua Qing said, as long as this layer is reinforced, it'll be fine. However, the problem was how to reinforce it. Xia Lian said, talismans? Magic weapons? Then he said, I'm afraid not. This was a vengeful spirit that covered the entire sky above the Imperial City. Unless they found thousands of talismans and magic weapons, they might not be able to withstand it. Walking back and forth, Xia Lian gritted his teeth and said, San Lang, I have a way that might be able to reinforce this layer, but I need people. Hua Qing said, how many? Xia Lian replied, a lot. The more, the better. At least 500. Hua Qing asked, dead or alive? Xia Lian replied, living people. Ghosts wouldn't do. I need to borrow the yang energy and drive of living people to repel those vengeful spirits. Hua Qing said, if that's the case, then it has to be voluntary. Xia Lian replied, yes. They had to be willing, and they had to have the will to fight back and defend. If you're timid or don't have enough energy, you might be taken advantage of. Hua Cheng nodded slightly and said, it's just like how the soldiers at the forefront of the battlefield are the ones who want to win the most and have faith. If you're forced into a corner, or if you're focused on running away, without any morale, it's impossible for you to win. You're bound to throw away your armor and suffer a crushing defeat. Xia Lian said, that's the principle. Can San Lang find it? After pondering for a moment, Hua Qing said slowly, Big brother, if you want to die, I can find as many as you want. It is also easy to live involuntarily. But it's not necessarily easy to find someone who is willing. After a pause, he continued, there are indeed many people in the human world who worship the Ghost King, but I know that one reason is because they fear me. 2. They have requests from me, so they're afraid that I'll submit to me. I can threaten and bribe them, but I'm afraid I won't be able to find the kind of person you need. I'm sorry. Xia Lian listened attentively and said, you don't need to apologize. We'll think of a way to find them together. Hua Qing said, N. However, big brother, I have good news. 50 steps ahead, there's a group of living people around the corner. Xia Lian also felt it and rushed forward to take a look. Coincidentally, there was also a group of people who were about to turn the corner. When they saw him suddenly appear, they cried out in shock, Ghost. Xia Lian took a closer look and recognized who it was. He happily said, everyone, it's not a ghost, it's me. That group of people were monks, Taoists, Taoists, and laymen. They all looked very familiar. Wasn't that Taoist in luxurious clothes the one who opened his inner eye? Behind him, wasn't that the group of mages who had been pestering the two of them the whole way and were crushed unconscious by the roof of Qi Rong's black-hearted shop in the barren mountains? Behind Xia Lian, Hua Qing leisurely walked up with his hands behind his back. He wasn't in the form of a child now. He was careless and smiled eerily, scaring the inner eye and the others into taking a step back. You still say you're not a ghost. If you're a ghost, then you're a ghost. And a ghost king. Hua Cheng's fake smile disappeared and he clicked his tongue impatiently. He was too lazy to even comment. Xia Lian was currently looking for people everywhere. He hurriedly raised his hand. Everyone, you've come at the right time. There's something, unexpectedly, when he raised his hand, the reaction of the opposite side was several times more exaggerated than he imagined. They all knelt on the ground and were extremely vigilant. They all said, "Be careful of hidden weapons." Xia Lian thought for a while before he remembered what the so-called hidden weapons were. After a moment of silence, he said, "You don't have to be afraid. I don't have any hidden weapons on me." The pill of clear ice and clean jade wasn't that easy to make. Just the knife skills alone would take a long time to carve it. He then said, "Moreover, last time you guys forced us into such a state, yet we didn't do anything to you. Now, we have even less of a need." Hearing this, everyone thought for a moment. It was reasonable, so they hurriedly got up from the ground. One by one, they patted off the dust and tidied up their clothes. However, they still maintained their distance and didn't put down their Buddhist staffs, treasured swords, or other magic tools. The inner eye said, "I say, Taoist priest, I haven't seen you for a long time. The ghost energy on your body has become even more serious. I think it's better for you to repent as soon as possible. Speaking of which, why is it so serious? I'm not trying to scare you, but I can't even see your face clearly." Xia Lian simply wanted to blush when he heard this. He didn't dare to look at Hua Cheng and interrupted, "We'll talk about this later. Everyone, I've been observing the sky at night and I've seen some bad things. Have you guys seen them?" The inner eye said, "Of course I've seen them. Observing the sky at night is something we must do every day. I thought it was some kind of demon or ghost causing mischief. Could it be Hua Cheng's master again?" Xia Lian said, "Naturally not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reminded you guys. We've also come for those things. We're currently thinking of ways to reinforce the Imperial City's aura." The inner eye said in doubt, "You guys? Thinking of ways? Would the Spirit King be so kind?" Hua Qing smiled and said, "It's not that I'm being kind. It's just that if I wanted to do something in the Imperial City, this layer of aura wouldn't be able to stop me." The expressions of the mages changed unpredictably. Xia Lian knew that vigilance wasn't that easy to remove, so he didn't force the issue. He said, "I've dealt with those things in the sky before. They're extremely troublesome. If we let them break through the Imperial City's protective field and enter, there will definitely be chaos. That's why I'm currently looking for people to help set up a defensive array. I need 500 people." The inner eye was speechless. 500 people? What kind of array is this? You need so many people. I've never heard of it before. Xia Lian didn't have the nerve to say that 500 people was the minimum requirement. In reality, if he were to say it openly, he'd probably need 800 people. The crowd of mages also started talking at once. "I've never heard of it either. Has anyone read about it in a book? Are those things that powerful? I've only heard of demons eating 500 people in one bite. I've never heard of an array that requires so many people. Is it dangerous?" After careful consideration, Xia Lian honestly said, "I can't say for sure. Maybe, maybe not. I'm only 70 to 80% sure. That's because I've never tried this array before. It was also impossible to find the records of predecessors. This was because this array wasn't something Xia Lian had read or learned from anyone. Instead, It was something he'd constantly thought about over the past 800 years. He thought about what he should do if one day, the human face plague broke out again. Could it be that he could only sit and wait for death? That was how he thought about it. At that time, he didn't really think that he would face this big crisis again in the future. He didn't expect that it would still come in handy. The group of people discussed for a long time. In the end, the inner eye turned around and cautiously said, "We can't gather that many people." Moreover, they didn't trust Xia Lian and Hua Cheng. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, they didn't know what the human face plague was or how powerful it was. Moreover, in the past, Hua Cheng had formed a grudge with them and had played them like bugs. Xia Lian originally thought that since these people were all mages, they should have their own sects and disciples. Perhaps with a random mix of people, they could gather 300 to 400 people. As for the rest, he would think of another way. However, it seemed like his hopes were dashed. Hua Cheng said, "Brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Let's go." Xia Lian nodded his head. He wasn't discouraged and left with him. However, the inner eye and the others didn't leave. Instead, they sneakily followed behind them, thinking that they had hidden themselves well. Xia Lian was extremely speechless. However, when he thought that this group of mages was probably afraid that they would bring disaster to the imperial city, he felt that it was funny. He didn't care anymore. At this time, Hua Cheng suggested, "Why don't we go to the place where the poor people gather? There's no lack of desperados and daring people there. Perhaps we can gain something there." Thus, the two of them turned around and walked towards the dark parts of the imperial city. They walked in front of a temple that had been torn down to the point of being dilapidated. Glancing around, they saw that the inside of the temple was filled with people sleeping all the way to the outside of the temple. They seemed to be a group of tramps or beggars. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. Almost everyone wore ragged clothes. There were men and women, young and old, and they didn't try to avoid arousing suspicion. Some occupied a broken straw mat, some hugged straw for warmth. However, some simply slept on the ground. The ones who were awake were either groaning in pain from the rotten sores on their bodies or picking at the lice on their bodies. There was even someone who dragged a lame leg around the temple, as if he was delivering a bowl of water to a sick person. Before he even entered, the smell of sweat and a strange odor wafted out, making people feel suffocated. The most prosperous area and the dirtiest and most dilapidated slum were actually so close together. They were practically separated by only a street. The contrast between the two made people sigh. However, Xia Lian obviously didn't have the time to sigh at this moment. He stepped over the threshold and said, "Everyone, can you help me with something?" Before anyone could answer, someone first started cursing, "Help your mother's egg. I still want people to help me. Won't you let people sleep? Scram, scram." Xia Lian didn't get angry and said, "This is a very important matter. If everyone is willing to lend a helping hand, we will definitely benefit the common people." He originally wanted to say that he would definitely thank them. Naturally, he would thank them. However, if he went to thank them from the start, then his intentions would be impure. The beggars in the temple cursed even more fiercely, "What does benefiting the common people have to do with me?" Someone asked, "Is there a reward?" Xia Lian turned around and saw Hua Cheng's eyes flashing with a displeased light. It seemed like he wanted to be a bit more ruthless. Xia Lian hurriedly pulled him back and whispered, "Don't. San Lang, you said that coercion and bribery won't work. I'll talk nicely. There are 70 to 80 people here, we can definitely find a few that can be used." Only then did the strange light in Hua Cheng's eyes disappear. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice said, "Hey, hey, hey. Everyone listen to me. Listen to me. Stop arguing. Let him say what it is first." Xia Lian heard this and turned around. He saw that the one who spoke was the lame beggar. His clothes were also ragged, his hair unkempt and his face dirty. He was thin, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, from his voice, he seemed to be quite young. He waved his hand to greet everyone in the temple. However, the strange thing was that he only waved one hand, so his posture was a bit awkward. The beggars seemed to listen to him, and the cursing voices became weaker. Xia Lian said, "Many thanks." He didn't waste any words. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a palm flame. The flame leaped up high, scaring the beggars into screaming. Those who hadn't woken up all woke up and said, "What kind of demonic technique is this?" Xia Lian sternly said, "It's not demonic technique, it's immortal technique. It just proves that what I said wasn't false. To tell you the truth, it's like this. Right now, a large group of demons and ghosts have surrounded the Imperial City and are about to attack. Right now, we need 500 people to volunteer to join the array and protect the Imperial City. Who is willing to come? I won't hide it. You might encounter danger, but I won't force you. I only ask for volunteers." Inside the ruined temple, there was a moment of silence. The beggars looked at each other, but no one stood up and said that they were willing. After a long time, one person said, "Protect the Imperial City? Forget it." Xia Lian turned his head to look. That person collapsed and muttered to himself, "Even the Imperial City won't protect me. Why should I protect the Imperial City? They can do whatever they want, it's none of my business." His indifferent tone carried a hint of anger. It wasn't that Xia Lian couldn't understand, but this made things difficult. Clearly, the people squeezed into this temple were all poor people with similar circumstances, and their thoughts were similar to his. There wasn't any reward, and they didn't seem to have a good life in the Imperial City, so why would they go help at this time? It was already freezing to death cooped up in the temple in the middle of winter, who would want to go out? Xia Lian tried to make one last effort and said, "If those things invade the Imperial City, there will be a very terrifying plague that will spread. In the end, everyone will be affected." An old beggar lying on the ground said, "What plague can be more frightening than this old sore on my body? If there really is a plague, then at worst, we'll just leave. It's not like we have to stay here, and it's not like this is a good place. It's the same wherever we go. Then let those grand old masters and young misses of the Imperial City go. There will always be people who go, why must we go?" This. Xia Lian couldn't explain it clearly. Those grand old masters and young misses would also think like this, "If I don't go, there will naturally be someone else who will." Moreover, because they had families and foundations in the Imperial City, in the face of danger, there were more things they couldn't bear to part with, so this kind of thinking would be even stronger. It wasn't that thinking like this was wrong or bad, it was just that if everyone thought like this, things wouldn't be able to continue. After waiting for a while, no one came out. Xia Lian decisively said, "All right. Sorry for disturbing." He turned around and left the ruined temple. Hua Qing said, "Brother, don't worry. I also have people moving on my side. Once the news spreads out, we'll be able to find enough." Xia Lian nodded. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to find 500 people in the end, but he was worried that there wouldn't be enough time. Grabbing people to make up the numbers would have the opposite effect. Looking up at the sky, those black clouds were still covering the sky, unfathomable. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "Wait. Wait. I'll go." Hearing this, Xia Lian was startled and quickly turned his head. He saw the lame beggar dragging his leg as he jumped out of the temple door and said, "Do you only need the person you're looking for alive or what? There's no problem with broken arms and legs, right?" It turned out that this person's movements looked awkward because not only was he lame, but he also had a broken arm. It hung limply and powerlessly. Seeing that someone finally took the initiative to come out, Xia Lian's heart warmed up and he immediately said, "There's no problem at all." That person was also quite straightforward and said, "That's good. Bring me along." All the beggars in the temple were shocked. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear what he said? There might be danger." "Yeah. Moreover, he didn't even pay." After talking for half a day, he didn't even mention a reward. Don't get involved in this mess. Old Feng, quickly come back. Since just now, Xie Lian had always felt that this person was very familiar. However, because this person's appearance was too different from the person in his memory, and his voice was also slightly hoarse, he didn't recognize him. But the moment he heard the person beside him shout out the word Feng, he finally came to a sudden realization. Xie Lian stared at him and said in disbelief, "Master Feng?" That beggar laughed out loud and stretched out a hand to brush the black hair off his face. "You've recognized me, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 205. Xie Lian was so shocked that he was speechless. Shi Qingxian scratched his hair and said, "Aya, ha 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 ha, I originally wanted to pretend to be someone else, I didn't expect Your Highness the Crown Prince's eyes to be so sharp. There's nothing I can do. It must be because my charm is still unforgettable. Ha 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 ha." Xie Lian placed his hands on his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Master Feng." Shi Qingxian stopped laughing, but he still scratched his hair as if his hair was full of lice and itched. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm not a wind master anymore." Xie Lian said, "Okay." Qingxian. After a pause, he said, How did you become like this?" Shi Qingxian said, That's a long story. In short, it's like this and that, here and there. After that, it became like this." At this moment, everyone in the temple said, "What? Old Feng? Do you know these two?" Shi Qingxian turned around, he put his arm around Xie Lian's shoulder and patted him vigorously. "I know them. This is my good friend from the past." "What? Your friend? Why didn't Old Feng say so earlier?" "Old Feng, you actually know this kind of guy who looks like he was spoiled by honey?" She actually knew this pretty boy who looked like he had been spoiled and pampered? You actually know this kind of pretty boy who looks like he was spoiled by honey? It should have been funny to hear everyone making a fuss, but Xie Lian only felt uncomfortable in his heart. One had to know, among the three of them, only the Wind Master from back then was truly a fair-skinned, and pampered boy. Shi Qingxian said angrily, "What did you say?" "I'm not bragging. Come on, when you weren't well, you were talking nonsense all day long. Do you think we've all forgotten?" Shi Qingxian shouted for a while and said, "I'm going to help my friend now. Let's go, let's go. Is there anyone else coming?" This time, everyone looked at each other. After a while, they said, "All right, if it's Old Feng's friend, then it's different. Let's go with Old Feng, lest he loses an arm or a leg and gets beaten to death." Shi Qingxian said, "Hey." There were still people who didn't want to give up and asked, "Is there really no reward? Even if you don't want to pay, you can at least give me a few chicken legs to chew on." Xie Lian and Shi Qingxian spoke a few words and both sides understood the situation. Shi Qingxian thought about it and said, "I understand that we can't use threats and promises on this matter, but can I give you some food? It's been a long time since we've had a good meal." As long as they weren't blinded by greed, then it wouldn't matter. Xie Lian said, "It should be possible." "But, you said it like this." After whispering a few words, Shi Qingxian said, "I think so too." He turned around and said loudly, "After this, I'll treat everyone to chicken drumsticks and soup. Everyone will get a share whether they come or not. Remember, you don't have to go there to get a share. You have to be willing." This was a wonderful way of putting it. Everyone has a share. Regardless of whether they came or not, they would get to eat. In that case, those who chose to come were very valuable. Shi Qingxian shouted, "Is there anyone else? The more, the better. Come on, come on. Tell them that if they don't have money, they're just here to help me and save the common people. Surround the imperial city or whatever, it's up to them, as long as they're willing. After this, I'll treat everyone to a good meal." Perhaps it was because of someone's instigation, in the blink of an eye, the temple suddenly changed from deserted to bustling with activity. The group of beggars split up to inform more vagrants that they knew. Xia Lian, Hua Cheng, and Shi Qingxian stood in front of the dilapidated temple. Xia Lian raised his head and saw that the place where the plaque should have been was empty. He couldn't help but think of the dilapidated Fengshui temple in Bogu town, as well as the statue of the Navy Master who was missing his head and the statue of the Wind Master who was missing his arms and legs. In the end, he couldn't restrain himself anymore. He turned to Shi Qingxian and said uncertainly, "Qingxian." Shi Qingxian took his hand off his shoulder and said, "What is it?" "Your Highness, I'm sorry, my hands are a little dirty." "Your clothes, huh?" Sure enough, his arm left a dirty gray mark on the shoulder of Xia Lian's white Daoist robe. It looked like he wanted to help Xia Lian pat it off, but he immediately realized that it would only get dirtier the more he patted. He withdrew his hand and awkwardly rubbed the bridge of his nose. Xia Lian wouldn't care about this, he was only worried about one thing now, and said, "Feng." "Qingxian, your birth chart." Shi Qingxian was stunned and said, "What happened to my birth chart?" Xia Lian said, "Could it be that black water changed?" Only then did Shi Qingxian come to a sudden realization and hurriedly said, "No, no, no, no. You misunderstood, he didn't do anything." Xia Lian also felt that black water wouldn't change Shi Qingxuan's birth chart in the end, and said, "Then what happened to your hands and feet?" Shi Qingxian grabbed his hair again and said embarrassedly, "This isn't him either. How do I say this? There's carelessness, and there's bad luck. Actually, I did it all myself." Since he didn't explain in detail, Xia Lian didn't ask anymore. However, inexorably, Shi Qingxuan's current situation was still in accordance with He Xian's prophesied act of venting his anger in the Fengshui temple. He didn't know what kind of mysterious secret it was. Xia Lian said, "That day, my mana was suddenly taken away, so I couldn't help you. I'm really sorry." Shi Qingxian waved his hand and said, "It wasn't your fault in the first place. If your Highness didn't tell me what was going on first, I would probably still be in a daze in the end." Xia Lian said, "What happened after that day?" It turned out that after He Xian broke Shi Wudu's head, Shi Qingxian was in a daze. He couldn't understand anything that He Xian said to him, and only vaguely remembered that He Xian brought him out of Blackwater Island. Later, he threw him into the Imperial City. He also didn't know why it was the Imperial City, but Shi Qingxian used to always clamor to go to the Imperial City to drink, eat tea, and hold banquets, so he was still quite familiar with this place. After being muddle-headed for a while, when he completely woke up, he simply concealed his identity and stationed himself here. Because he already had no mana left, he didn't have any identification marks, and he spent all day in dirty corners that he would never step into in the past. Naturally, the Heavenly Court couldn't find any traces of him. Shi Qingxian said, "In short, it's not his fault. I never saw him again. It was good not to see him again. This matter was really difficult. Such a person, should he kill or not? Moreover, before the Navy died, he even viciously disgusted He Xian." Xia Lian really broke out in a cold sweat for Shi Qingxian. Just at this moment, the beggars brought people back. They were noisy, and they shouted, "Old Feng, old Feng. We brought so many people for you, how about it?" Shi Qingxian gave a thumbs up and said, "Well done. Everyone eat drumsticks. So many people, can you afford it?" Shi Qingxian waved his hand. At that moment, Xia Lian felt that he was about to spend 100,000 merit points. He only heard him say, "This is nothing. Not to mention so many people, even if there were 10 times more people, we could still afford it." With great difficulty, he came back to his senses. With a rough count, he didn't know how he managed to gather more than 200 people. This was beyond Xia Lian's imagination. He said happily, "Great Master Feng. Qingxian, you've really helped me a lot." Shi Qingxian said proudly, "Of course, no matter where I go, 100 people will answer to my call. In the future, I might even be able to form a gang or something and become a gang leader, ha 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 ha." The beggars behind him all said, "Old Feng is sick again. Isn't that so? He's bragging again." Shi Qingxian said, "What, I'm really not bragging." A few beggars insisted on tearing down his stage and said to Xia Lian, "This friend, you don't know, right? When Old Feng first came, he was very muddle-headed. All day long, he bragged to people that he was a deity." Shi Qingshuan's face showed slight embarrassment, and he immediately said, "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense, save your mouth to eat the drumsticks." When Xia Lian heard this, his smile faded slightly, but his heart was like a piece of rice paper that was twisted into a ball and then slowly stretched out. Master Feng changed, but he didn't change. "That's great." Shi Qingxian said, "Your Royal Highness, what should we do next?" "I found the people, I'll leave them to you." Although the number of people was not enough, it was only temporary. They would first surround the formation and then think of a way. Xia Lian said, "Okay, next, find an empty space that can accommodate this many people." Just now, during their conversation, Hua Qing never interrupted. It was unknown what he was thinking, but at this time, he said, "That's easy. Big brother, just follow me." Xia Lian nodded. Shi Qingxian limped and jumped while turning his head to call out, "Everyone, follow me, don't get lost, ha." Xia Lian originally wanted to help him, but seeing that no one went to help him, he didn't walk slower than the others, so he understood in his heart. A messy group of beggars noisily squeezed out of the slums and rushed onto the street. They hadn't walked a few steps when they suddenly heard a shout, "Stop! What are you doing? There are so many of you, gathering in the middle of the night to cause trouble?" The crowd of beggars was alarmed. "Oh no! It's a patrol!" Xia Lian didn't even turn his head, because Hua Qing also didn't turn his head. He said, "Don't mind it." Before his voice fell, the soldier fell down. The crowd of beggars was endlessly surprised and started talking at once. Shi Qingxian said, "Quiet. Don't attract more soldiers." Thus, everyone started to boo each other. Hua Qing stopped his footsteps and said, "Big brother, let's go on this street." Xia Lian said, "This street? It's indeed the most suitable from the position, but wouldn't it attract too much attention?" This street was very wide and flat. It was the main road of the imperial city, so of course it would attract attention. Everyone said, "Yes, it would be terrible if we were discovered and driven away." However, Hua Qing said, "It doesn't matter, even if they discover us, they won't be able to drive us away." Xia Lian nodded and said, "Everyone, I have to make it clear. What we're about to face next is a very dangerous thing, and it might be dangerous. And once it breaks in, the entire imperial city will fall into danger. So we must ensure that everyone is willing and not disloyal. Is there anyone who feels afraid and wants to withdraw?" "No one." Xia Lian said, "Okay. Now, everyone please take one person's hand and form a circle." Someone asked doubtfully, "What kind of formation is this? Why does it sound like little dolls holding hands?" Shi Qingxian snorted, "Stop talking nonsense, just do as I say." "Hey, Old Feng, what you said is wrong. You have to know, no one talks as much nonsense as you." Chattering and chattering, everyone obeyed. More than 200 people held hands and formed an extremely large human circle on the broad and open main road of the imperial city. Shi Qingxian said, "If we pull those things like this, we won't be able to rush into the imperial city." Xia Lian said, "No. Sooner or later, they will rush down." Shi Qingxian asked in bewilderment, "Then what is this formation used for?" Chapter 206. Shi Qingxian said, "What happens after we fall into the trap?" Xia Lian and Hua Qing were already standing in the center of the formation. "Leave it to us. We will slowly get rid of them in the formation. We won't miss a single one. All we need is time. The most important thing is not to let them spread." "And why do I say there will be danger?" "Because we don't have 500 people right now. It's hard to say if we can trap them or if the things inside will rush out." Someone swallowed his throat. "What will happen if they rush out?" Xia Lian said, "That's bad. They will be possessed by resentful spirits and be the first to be infected with the plague. If someone lets go and runs away, what will happen?" Xia Lian said, "The circle will be broken. Maybe they will also be possessed by resentful spirits." "Isn't that the same as being possessed by resentful spirits?" Those who were smarter understood what he was saying. "It's not the same. The former is 100% certain that they will be possessed by resentful spirits. The latter is maybe, which means that if they let go and run away, they will still have a chance to survive." Xia Lian said, "Exactly. Is there anyone else who wants to leave now?" After the official start he could not back out. But before the start, there is no problem who leaves first. I also hope that everyone won't say anything to the people who leave. After all, it is indeed a very dangerous thing. These things must be told to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to choose people with true courage and determination. In a flash, dozens of people came out one after another. They lowered their heads and hurriedly left. The circle shrank a little. Xia Lian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's great." Shi Qingxian said, "What's so great about it?" "There are fewer people." Xia Lian smiled and said, "It's much better than I thought. There are already a lot of people." He was originally seriously considering what to do if half of them left. Unexpectedly, only a few dozen people left. He was simply overjoyed. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from afar, "Wait, do you know who they are? Don't trust them easily. Be careful of being harmed by others." Xia Lian turned around and saw that it was Heaven's Eye-Opener and the others. Shi Qingxian immediately shouted, "Then who are you people? If you don't want to help, go to the side and don't cause trouble. I guarantee that they won't harm anyone." Of course, the mages did not care about a beggar with unkempt hair and a dirty face. "Who are you? How much are your words worth?" When Shi Qingxian heard this question, he was furious. He pointed at his nose and said, "What? You're talking about money in front of me? I think you guys don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Perhaps you guys have even knelt before me, cough cough." At this point, he coughed twice and retracted his hand. The mages thought that he could no longer boast and retreated on his own. They did not care anymore and advised, "You don't even know what they want to do. Be careful that you don't lose your life over a few mouthfuls of food." Xia Lian was about to explain that the beggars were helping out of loyalty and not because of a few mouthfuls of rice when Hua Qing leisurely said, "No, they're not doing it for a few mouthfuls of rice, they're doing it to save the common people." Xia Lian found it a bit strange. Why would Hua Qing say that? However, the person on the other side sneered, "What do you mean by saving the common people? What nonsense are you trying to pull? It's good enough that you managed to save your own lives. That's right. Beggars shouldn't join in the fun. Hurry up and go back. Don't cause trouble." Hua Qing said slowly, "Oh? Does that mean that beggars can't save the world? Is it because I can't, or am I not worthy?" As soon as he said this, the crowd of beggars became restless. Their expressions were rather dissatisfied. Heaven's Eye said angrily, "We didn't say that." Shi Qingxian immediately came out and pointed at him, Hey, I don't think so. Wasn't that what you guys said just now? Your tone is still very disgusted, isn't that right, everyone?" "That's right." "What do you mean? How are we not good enough or not? Whether everyone comes or not, there will be food. Do you really think we came for food? Stop looking down on us." Xia Lian turned to the side. Hua Qing raised his eyebrows at him, as if saying, "Easy." In his heart, he thought, so that's how it is. Although there were quite a few people left, they weren't particularly resolute. It just so happened that Heaven's Eye and the others unintentionally showed contempt towards them. "Why are you sloppy beggars blindly joining in the fun?" This was caught by Hua Qing and magnified. Instead, it aroused the rebellious hearts of the beggars. "Do you think we can't do it? Then we'll prove to you that we can do it as well." Just like that, their morale rose again. Both sides shouted at each other. Xia Lian said to Heaven's Eye and the others, "If you guys are really worried, just watch from here. If we do anything harmful, there's no harm in stopping us immediately." Hua Cheng added with a smile, "However, it's best not to get in the way." The mages followed Xia Lian and Hua Cheng all the way. At this moment, they really couldn't hold it in anymore and finally mustered the courage to jump out. In the end, not long after, they were scared back by Hua Cheng's terrifying fake smile. Hua Cheng turned his head and said, "Brother, look at the sky." Xia Lian and he raised their heads at the same time. The black shadows in front of the full moon became clearer. Faintly, they seemed to be getting closer. While they were looking for people, the night had passed for an unknown amount of time. Those things were about to come down. Xia Lian's heart tightened. Oh no, there's no time to find more people. However, he did not show it and immediately said, "Everyone, stand properly. Hold on tight." Shi Qingxian had long stood up straight and said, "Your Highness. Old Xia, we only have so many people. Will it break in an instant?" After all, they were in the human world. Randomly shouting would cause misunderstandings and unnecessary trouble. Xia Lian said, "I'll guard here and check at any time. When a certain place is about to break, I'll take the lead to go over and stabilize the array. This way, it can be maintained for a longer time." In other words, he would constantly patch the new loopholes that appeared. Shi Qingxian said, this, then our lives will be in your hands, including mine." "Your Highness. Old Xia, you must work hard, you must work hard. I'm a human now." "Okay, old phone, I will definitely work hard." Everyone's palms were sweaty, and everyone's face was taut. The next moment, when everyone's hands were firmly clenched, a mournful cry suddenly sounded in the sky of the silent night. It was getting closer and closer, faster and faster. "It's coming down." Looking at the right time, Xia Lian said, "Everyone, blow towards the front." Everyone didn't understand, but they still did as they were told. One after another, they puffed up their cheeks and blew towards the front with all their might. In the winter night, a large group of people blew out a circle of hot white air. Although it couldn't spread far, the hot air mixed with yang energy was already very confusing. Coupled with the camouflage technique that Hua Cheng had secretly used, they couldn't clearly see what was going on underneath. Those resentful spirits that were originally about to scatter in all directions felt that the heat and people in a certain place were extremely heavy. Moreover, it was constantly fluctuating and extremely active. Naturally, they thought that that was the range to attack. They excitedly rushed over, converging into a black pillar that soared into the sky. In an instant, Xia Lian's vision was almost completely covered by darkness. He said, "Everyone, be careful and don't let go. They've entered the cage." At the same time, behind Hua Cheng, thousands of silver butterflies spread out. A faint silver light appeared, and the black fog in front of Xia Lian's eyes was instantly dispersed. He saw Hua Cheng stretch out a hand towards him and said, "Big brother, come over to me." Xia Lian was stunned for a moment, and immediately grabbed his hand. Hua Cheng used a bit of strength and pulled him over. Wrapping his arm around Xia Lian's waist, he calmly scanned the surroundings. Even though those resentful spirits had been trapped in the copper furnace for 2,000 years and had already become muddle-headed, they still didn't dare to approach. With them as the center, there wasn't even a single wisp of black gas within a 3-meter radius. Only now did the resentful spirits that had excitedly entered the circle of people realize that something was wrong. After tearing and biting for half a day, how come they hadn't bitten a single living person? Instead, they had bitten their own kind. Moreover, there were 2 people that they couldn't even touch. To them, those silver butterflies were like a rain of blades and arrows. They flapped their wings and pounced, killing them until their screams soared to the sky. The resentful spirits finally realized that they were trapped. They were evil beasts locked in a cage that was on fire. As for these 200 people, they weren't people playing outside the iron cage, but rather, they were the iron cage's railings. When the resentful spirits became aware of this, they couldn't restrain their anger. They rushed towards the beggars who were holding hands to stop them and fiercely screamed. Their mouths were wide open as if they wanted to swallow a person's head. Their hair flew up in anger, and their faces and bodies were extremely distorted. A few people were so frightened that they retreated a few steps, but they were quickly pulled back by the people next to them. "Don't move." Xia Lian also said, "Don't move. If the formation isn't broken, they won't be able to hurt you." Hearing that, everyone felt slightly relieved. There was even a beggar who spat at the resentful spirits that were screaming at him. As he spat, he said, "Pooey, pooey, pooey. Dirty to death, dirty to death. Quickly scram." Probably because he had heard the saying that ghosts were afraid of dirty things, Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "There's no need for that either. They're not afraid." At this moment, he suddenly sensed that a certain part of the human formation was in danger and was about to break through. He hurriedly raised his head and looked over. He saw a thin and small beggar with his eyes straight and his breathing rapid, as if he was so nervous that he was about to twitch. Many resentful spirits also sensed that this person's aura was weakening and flocked towards him. Xia Lian went up and whipped the resentful spirits, causing them to howl and scatter. He quickly let that person retreat and let the two people on his left and right take over. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, a new hole appeared 60 feet southwest. Xia Lian was about to go over when he discovered that a third hole had appeared in the distance. It was on the person beside Shi Qingxian. After all, the number of resentful spirits was still too large. This was still only the first wave. There would only be more after this, and it would be endless. There was no time to rush over. Xia Lian said, "San Lang." Hua Qing didn't move and said, "Gidge, don't worry." Xia Lian didn't believe that he didn't sense it, nor did he believe that he would ignore it. However, that hole was about to be drilled through by the resentful spirits. At this critical moment, a yellow talisman flew over and exploded beside Shi Qingxian. Although this talisman didn't kill the group of resentful spirits, it still scared them into shrinking their heads. It was the group of mages who had been watching from the side for a long time. They rushed over and shouted, "I told you not to join in the fun. Since you've already joined in, then you should properly hold on until the end. If you can't hold on halfway, then aren't you just causing trouble?" Hua Qing said to Xia Lian, "You see, I said, don't worry." He was always calm and unruffled. Xia Lian said, "N." In the end, the mages who had opened their heavens I couldn't hold back anymore and rushed over. This group of people were worthy of being called martial artists. Each and every one of them moved very nimbly. One after another, they grabbed the hands of the two people who were holding each other and separated themselves to take over. The several dozen newcomers immediately integrated into the circle and expanded the human formation. "Heavens," I said, "fellow Taoists. Quick, 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 those who have sect disciples in the imperial city, quickly call them over. Go, go, go. I'll call my disciples over too." Not long after, more than 100 people majestically arrived on the streets. These 100 or so people were incredible. They were all monks, Taoists, and magicians. Every one of them was fully armed. They walked 2 steps at a time, looking valiant and formidable looking. Seeing this, Xia Lian cheered loudly in his heart. The crowd of beggars was dumbstruck. When the new wave of people saw this spectacular scene on the streets, they were all stunned for a moment. Then, they hurriedly joined in. After they integrated, the circle expanded quite a bit. The streets of the imperial city were practically filled to the brim. Moreover, not to mention the courage of these newcomers, every one of them carried a few messy treasures on them. Without a doubt, this greatly lengthened the duration of the formation. At this point, Xia Lian already had 90% confidence in his heart. He calmly said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Now that the situation has reversed, we have more and more people. As long as we firmly hold our position, eliminating them is only a matter of time." Everyone could see that the situation had become advantageous. As long as there was hope, everything was good. Immediately, they were 100 times more confident. They loudly responded, "Eliminate them." On the other side, Heaven's Eye said, "We have 168 people here. How many people do you have? How long can you last?" On this side, the head beggar Shi Xian had also counted the number of people several times. He loudly said, "We still have 148 people left in the formation." Xia Lian said, "That adds up to 316 people. As long as we find more." However, Hua Qing said, "That's not right." Xia Lian turned around and asked, "What's not right?" Chapter 207. Although Hua Qing only glanced at it, Xia Lian believed that he would not count wrongly. He said it in a low voice. Other than Xia Lian, no one heard him. Xia Lian quickly swept his gaze around. Everyone here was holding hands. When exactly did one more person appear? Could it be that Shi Xian and the others had counted wrongly? Xia Lian said, "Are you sure there are so many people? Did you not count wrongly?" Shi Xian guaranteed, "No. Didn't you say that the number of people is very important? That's why I've been counting repeatedly. Those who left midway have also been reduced. There were 148 of them. What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" It was temporarily inconvenient to say it. Rashly exposing it would only cause useless panic, and they couldn't let the people present identify each other who they didn't know. After all, there were too many people, and they didn't know all of them. Thus, Xia Lian said, "No, I'm just confirming." It was even more impossible for the warlocks to count wrongly. They had all reported the number of people they had pulled over and added them up. How could each of them not know how many people their own sect had sent? Xia Lian whispered, "When did the extra person sneak in? What does he want to do?" Hua Qing said, "Either he sneaked in from the beginning or he sneaked in with this group of warlocks. Moreover, he must be human. At least he must not be a ghost. Those who formed this circle must all be living people, otherwise, it would be impossible to trap these resentful spirits. Moreover, this person did not seem to want to be exposed for the time being. Because if he had already sneaked into this circle, as long as he suddenly let go, a loophole appeared, and the human array was bound to be wiped out. However, the circle was still stable now, which meant that he had been playing the role of iron fence. Then they couldn't act rashly. If that person realized that his existence had been discovered, no one knew if he would turn around and run away. In other words, now, they had to find this person without being detected and pull him out without destroying the circle. This was a very difficult thing to do. However, Xia Lian soon had an idea. He said, "San Lang, can your dead spirit butterfly only chase away and not kill these resentful spirits? I mean, drive them in the direction you specify?" Hua Qing immediately understood what he wanted to do and said, "Sure." Since this person had taken the initiative to join them, he was definitely not a simple person. He was not afraid of these vengeful spirits at all. Then, on the other hand, if Flower City controlled the dead spirit butterflies to force the wraiths out of the circle, they would definitely be chased around and try to find a way to escape. Almost every mortal could become a loophole, except for one person. He was the one who took the initiative to join them. Xia Lian said, "However, this method is very dangerous. Perhaps if we're not careful, we'll scare the others into letting go. That would be like lifting a rock to smash our own feet." Hua Qing said, "Don't worry. Before that, I will kill the vengeful spirit first." After the two of them discussed, Xia Lian suddenly raised his voice, "Everyone, be careful." The wraith had suddenly become stronger. "Hold on tight, don't be afraid." Heaven's Eye opened and said, "What? How did he suddenly become so strong?" Flower City remained motionless, while the dead spirit butterflies chased after the vengeful spirits within the circle. Others couldn't see clearly, but the sorcerers could see some clues. Heaven's Eye said angrily, "City of Flowers. Master! What are you trying to do?" However, the two people in the circle didn't have time to pay attention to them. They only focused on observing. Sure enough, there was one person in the midst of the chaotic black airflow. The group of wraiths didn't approach him at all, so there was an empty space in front of him. It was him. Xia Lian stepped forward and grabbed both of that person's hands. At the same time, he connected the two people's hands together, pulling that person out of the circle. Heaven's Eye and the others were restless. What's going on? Flower City bluntly said, it's none of your business. Before he finished speaking, he had already flashed to Xia Lian's side, guarding against that person's sudden attack. Xia Lian firmly restrained that person and turned him around. The moment the two faces met, Xia Lian swallowed the word, "hu," that had originally rolled to the tip of his tongue and widened his eyes. Looking at that face, he muttered, "State Preceptor, it's really you." That person was also stunned. After a while, he muttered, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this face should be very familiar, but it was also very unfamiliar." In his impression, the State Preceptor should be in his early 30s. He could still be considered calm, with a robe draped over his shoulders and tied up. He could be quite intimidating. However, the person in front of him now looked to be only 25 or 26 years old, not much older than him. Even when he heard this voice in the body of the mountain monster in Bronze Furnace Mountain, Xia Lian still constantly wondered if he had misheard. Even when Junwu told him that his master wasn't simple and that he should be careful, he also wondered if Di Jun had made a mistake. However, the person in front of him was definitely not wrong. It was his master, the last-generation state preceptor of Xianle country, Mei Nianqing. The three people confronted each other in the circle of more than 300 people. The air seemed to have stagnated. As soon as Mei Nianqing reacted, he did something unexpected in the next moment. Taking advantage of Xia Lian's stunned state, he suddenly counterattacked. He pounced forward and grabbed his throat with both hands. However, Flower City was standing at the side. How could he let him succeed? He didn't even need to make a move. Mei Nianqing's body flew backwards and fell several zhang away. The sudden change shocked the people who were holding hands in the circle. How did they start fighting? What are you doing? Who are you fighting? Flower City said, "Brother. Are you okay?" Xia Lian said, "I'm fine." In fact, it seemed that the state preceptor was more worried. Mei Nianqing spat out a mouthful of blood from the fall. He got up and staggered out of the crowd. Shi Qingxian saw him rushing over and anxiously said, "What are you doing?" "Hey, I warned you not to come over. Your Highness the Crown Prince wants to break through this circle." Xia Lian shouted, "Come back." Ruoxi responded and flew out. However, before it could wrap around Mei Nianqing, a sword fell from the sky and stabbed in front of the state preceptor, blocking his path. Then, a white light appeared in the sky and several light screens poured down. Following the light screens, a martial artist in white armor descended from the sky and blocked his path of retreat. Being blocked in front and behind, Mei Nianqing had nowhere to run. He turned around and just happened to meet the ecstatic Ruoxi. With a few swishes, he was tied up and tied to the ground. Xia Lian stepped forward and said, "Di Jun. Why did you come personally?" Junwu stood up and said with a solemn expression, "Bronze Furnace Mountain has been stabilized for the time being. I came here to take a look at the situation." Xia Lian said, "How did you stabilize it?" Junwu said, "I set up a new boundary and temporarily trapped the 3 mountain monsters and other non-human things." Xia Lian was most concerned about the mountain monsters and other unimportant little demons. He said, "Then, what about Bai Wuxiang?" Junwu slowly shook his head. "I didn't find him in Bronze Furnace Mountain. I'm afraid he has already escaped to another place." Xia Lian looked around. A blinding light screen surrounded them, separating them from the 300 people outside who were holding hands. Right now, the people outside the light screen couldn't see what was going on inside the light screen. He looked at the ground again. The state preceptor had turned over and saw Junwu. He probably remembered the fierce battle before, and his expression was shocked and angry. However, he sensibly didn't dare to say anything. Junwoo also slightly lowered his head and looked at him condescendingly. He slowly said, "State Preceptor Xian Lu, long time no see." Hua Qing leisurely walked up and glanced at him. He said, "This state preceptor looks like he doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken. How did he escape at that time?" Junwoo said, "He didn't escape by himself. At that time, he had 3 helpers by his side. They were the other 3 state preceptors of Xian Lu." Hearing this, Xia Lian couldn't help but ask, "State preceptor, who are you?" Mei Nianqing looked at Junwoo with a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. It was unknown whether he hated him for disrupting his plan, or hated him for exposing him in front of Xia Lian. After a while, he whispered, "Haven't you already guessed it, Crown Prince? One of the 4 heavenly guardians of Wuyong." Xia Lian said, "Then what about Wuyong? Is he by Wuxiang?" Hearing this, Junwoo was startled. He said, "Xian Lu, who is Wuyong?" Only then did Xia Lian remember that he hadn't had time to tell Junwoo about Wuyong country. Finally catching the state preceptor, Xia Lian had a lot of things to explain and a lot of questions to ask. It wasn't convenient to deal with them here. He said, "Di Jun, let's go back to the heavenly court first." Junwoo said, "That's fine." After a moment of silence, he said, "However, most of the resentful spirits in Bronze Furnace Mountain have been sent to the Imperial City. It can't be suppressed in a short time. Even if it was me, it would take 7 days and 7 nights to completely purify them. Then could it be that he had to wait 7 days before he could interrogate the state preceptor? Then it would be too late. Right now, Bai Wuxiang's whereabouts were still unknown." Xia Lian was thinking about what to do when he heard Hua Qing say, "Leave this to me. Just go up." Xia Lian turned to look at him. Hua Qing had already expected what he was thinking and said, "You don't need to say anything else. I'll wait for you here. If brother really wants to thank me, just come down and find me earlier." Junwoo said, "Is this okay?" Xia Lian smiled and said, It's okay." At this time, a figure suddenly flashed on the light screen. A person rushed in from outside, limping and jumping, shouting, "Crown Prince! Crown Prince, what are you doing in there? Are you okay?" It was Shi Qingxian. It turned out that when Junwoo came down, he casually pulled a light screen to prevent others from seeing. The people outside didn't know what was going on and were scared half to death. Shi Qingxian volunteered to rush in to see what was going on. If it was someone else, they might have been stopped, but he had been a heavenly official before. The light screen recognized him and actually let him in. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. "Di Jun. Why did you, personally come down?" When Junwoo saw him, he smiled faintly and said, "Master Fengshi, I trust you have been well since we last met." Shi Qingxian was a little embarrassed. After all, it was impossible for him not to know that once the news of Shi Wudu changing his younger brother's fate and sending him to heaven spread, it would definitely cause a storm. At this time, when he saw his former superior, other than feeling ashamed and guilty, he really didn't dare to think of anything else. However, Junwoo didn't say anything to him. He was still very polite and gave him enough face. Xia Lian put Ruoxi away and Mei Nianqing slowly stood up. After Shi Qingxian was done with his embarrassment, he asked doubtfully, "Who is this? What's the situation now?" Mei Nianqing glanced at him and suddenly said, "You are Shi Qingxian, right?" Shi Qingxian was stunned. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The most important thing was, how could he recognize him when he looked like this? Mei Nianqing humphed. "Your name isn't good." Shi Qingxian was baffled. "Ha!" Mei Nianqing didn't say anything else and consciously followed Junwoo. He looked quite honest, probably because he knew that he didn't have any helpers by his side right now. Even if he wasn't tied up, he wouldn't be able to escape from Junwoo's hands. Junwoo said, "Xian Lu, I'll take him up first. You come back later?" Xia Lian said, "Yes." Jun Wu nodded at him. After the two left, Xia Lian turned to Hua Cheng. Before he could say anything, Hua Cheng said, "Brother, don't worry. I'm just guarding this circle and making sure they don't cause any trouble. It's not a big deal." Shi Qingxian also said, "Your Highness, do you want to go up first?" Go, I'll also be watching." "Don't worry." Xia Lian nodded. "You've worked hard." If it was in the past, Hua Cheng would most likely reply with words like, "It's nothing." Who knew that this time, he would instead fold his arms and sigh. "AI, it's really quite hard." Xia Lian felt like he was hinting at something. However, Shi Qingxian was completely unaware and cheerfully said, "That's right. When we return, just remember to reward us. I suggest that we hold the banquet in the best restaurant in the Imperial City." Ha ha ha. He still couldn't forget to hold the banquet in the best restaurant in the Imperial City. Xia Lian thought to himself. "Feng Shi Darren, don't say any more. He didn't mean it the way you think." Hua Cheng shook his head and casually played with the red coral beads dangling from his small braid. He raised an eyebrow and casually said, "If brother was by my side, it would have been fine. Thinking about brother going to heaven again and leaving me alone down there, I feel even more tired." Shi Qingxian finally felt that it was a little strange, but he still couldn't figure it out. He smiled and said, "Why are you speaking so interestingly? When I heard you, I thought you were saying that His Highness the Crown Prince was going to return to the heavenly court and you were lonely. Why do you sound like a newlywed?" Ha ha ha. Xia Lian thought to himself, "You didn't think wrongly. Isn't that what he meant?" Shi Qingxian awkwardly laughed for a long time. Xia Lian couldn't bear it anymore and lightly coughed. "Feng Shi Darren, you go out first. Go out for a while, okay?" Shi Qingxian. "Why?" Xia Lian couldn't explain and said, You go out first. We're just saying goodbye." Only then did Shi Qingxian leave, puzzled. Only the two of them were inside the light screen. There was no third person. Xia Lian turned around again. Hua Cheng was still looking at him with one eyebrow raised, as if waiting for him to say something or do something. Thus, Xia Lian braced himself and stiffly placed his hands on Hua Cheng's shoulders. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly leaned forward and kissed Hua Cheng's cheek. After he finished kissing, he guiltily turned around to look. Only when he saw that there was no one did he relax. Unexpectedly, the next moment, his waist tightened. It was Hua Cheng hugging him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother, aren't you being too perfunctory with me?" Hua Cheng's tone was filled with half-true and half-false dissatisfaction, which made people feel a sense of danger. Xia Lian was shocked and hurriedly said, "No." Hua Cheng said, "Is that so? You weren't like this when you asked me to lend you my spiritual power. Could it be that if I don't lend you my spiritual power, I can only get such a goodbye?" Thinking about it this way, Xia Lian felt that it was quite insincere. After a while, he quietly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way." However, after apologizing, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and he was afraid that Hua Cheng would really misunderstand. Without waiting for Hua Cheng to respond, he jumped up, hugged Hua Cheng's neck, and fiercely rubbed against him. This time, he had firmly kissed the part of Hua Cheng that he wanted. Unexpectedly, Shi Qingxuan's voice suddenly sounded, "Your Highness, no matter how I think about it, it's strange. You don't have to let me go even if you want to say goodbye. I'm, Your Highness, leaving so soon." Chapter 208. He rolled onto the streets of Immortal Capital. Xia Lian was still covering the lower half of his face. He staggered along the way. Although the little heavenly officials hurrying to and fro on the street didn't dare to come up and ask him, they couldn't help but look at him strangely. Xia Lian hurriedly put down his hand, straightened his waist, and very hypocritically rubbed his mouth. Lao Ai said, "My mouth hurts a little." He did not know what was going on. He. The young priests looked at him even more strangely. What did he do to make his mouth hurt? It was indeed a little painful. He had jumped up and bumped into Hua Cheng, kissing him too forcefully. Hua Cheng was probably knocked down as well. However, Xia Lian could clearly feel it after sticking to it. He seemed to smile. Not daring to think too much about it, he lowered his head and continued walking forward. The other divine officials didn't waste any more time. Each hurried away. Perhaps it was because the copper cauldron had created too much of a ruckus, but the atmosphere in the entire immortal capital was solemn and uneasy. In the divine martial palace, many priests had already gathered there. Although the resentful spirits in the copper cauldron had spread to 7 or 8 places in the world, most of them had been sent to the most densely populated imperial city. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng took on the leading role. It was because he had chosen the weakest ones that he had been tossing and turning until now. The others had only dealt with a few hundred of them. It had been settled long ago. Pei Ming, Feng Xian, and the others had already returned to the immortal capital. The moment Xia Lian stepped into the hall, he raised his head and came face to face with someone. It was Lang Qianqiu, whom he had not seen for a long time. Lang Qianqiu's face darkened. He was startled when he saw him, and immediately turned his head away. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. Junwu was sitting on the highest seat, and when he saw Xia Lian arrive, he stood up slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Lang Qianqiu stood up and said, "Emperor, I heard you've already captured Qing Gui Qi Rong." Junwu looked at him and said, "Correct. However, Green Ghost Qi Rong, Female Ghost Xian Ji, and the others weren't personally captured by me. They were all handed over by the Ghost City's Guiding Jade." Only now did Xia Lian realize that the Guiding Jade was also here. It couldn't be helped. He really didn't have any sense of existence. Speaking of which, this was Yinyu's first time entering the Divine Martial Hall. In addition to the superior clergy, only those who are permitted by Junwu are allowed to step into this hall. In the past, when Yinyu was a heavenly official, he didn't have the qualifications to enter because of his low rank. Now that he's willingly degenerated to enter the Ghost City, he's finally able to enter a higher level. He doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lang Qianqiu said straightforwardly, "Qi Rong is the enemy who exterminated my clan. Please hand this thing over to me to deal with." Junwu glanced at Xia Lian, pondered for a moment, then said, "It's not that I can't hand him over to you, but I want to ask a question. What will you do after you deal with Green Ghost Qi Rong? What are you waiting for?" Back then, Lang Qianqiu had threatened Xia Lian after settling the score with Qi Rong. Junwu was aware of this. Lang Qianqiu said stiffly, "That has nothing to do with Monarch. It can't be that if I don't answer this question, you're going to protect Qi Rong and prevent me from avenging my family, right?" In the past, he almost never spoke in the Divine Martial Hall, and even if he did, he would do so stupidly. Now that he spoke, his expression and tone were filled with hostility. This situation isn't good. Pei Ming said, "His Highness Tai Hua is a bit angry today, of course Monarch won't protect him." Just as they were trying to smooth things over, they heard a commotion outside the hall. Someone barged in and said, "Monarch, I can't wait any longer." It's actually Mu Qing. He's dressed in black and his face is dark. The martial divine officials behind him were originally holding him, but how could they hold him back? They also rushed in and said, "Monarch, we were just about to send General Xianzhen." Junwu sighed, held his forehead, and waved his hand, saying, "I know, you can leave." After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Mu Qing, "So?" Mu Qing said resolutely, "So I can't continue to endure this kind of injustice on my head. Didn't you already capture that woman in the copper furnace? I want to confront her face to face." Lang Qianqiu also said, "Monarch, please hand over Qing Gui Qi Rong to me as well." The two of them spoke loudly together, and the people below became very noisy. Junwu looked like he had a headache, saying, "Silence. Can't you wait and let me deal with the copper furnace first?" Mu Qing said, "You need manpower to deal with the resentful spirits that leaked out from the copper furnace, so what's the point of locking me up? It's better to let me clear my name as soon as possible and serve the celestial heavens. As long as Monarch brings her here for me to confront, the truth will come to light. These words are reasonable. If I don't let him have his way, he'll probably not forgive me." Jun Wu could only say, "Bring the female ghost, Jian Lan." Not long after, Jian Lan was also brought up. She was carrying a bundle that looked like swaddling clothes. The bundle was emitting a dense black aura, and a deathly white thing that looked like a hand, but not like a hand, and like a bone, but not like a bone, was revealed from within. It bared its fangs and claws, and she stuffed it back into the bundle. Probably out of respect for Feng Xian, the escorting divine officials didn't grab her. Feng Xian's Adam's apple moved slightly, and their gazes met for a moment. Jian Lan was the first to move away, and Feng Xian's gaze fell on the swaddling clothes in her arms, and his expression became even more complicated. Mu Qing, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his patience. The moment he came up, he said, "I don't know why your son wants to slander me, but he definitely knows that I'm not the murderer. He must have been instructed by someone." He had somewhat lost his composure like this, but Xia Lian could understand. After all, Mu Qing was a person who cared a lot about his face. He had been stuck with a bucket of shit for so long, and it even affected his position in the heavenly court, so he was naturally very angry. Jun Wu said, "In your opinion, who was the one who instructed him?" Mu Qing didn't say anything, but his gaze shifted to the side. Everyone could see that he was looking at Jian Lan. The veins on Feng Xian's forehead immediately popped. "What do you mean? You think she deliberately let her son slander you?" Mu Qing retracted his gaze and said, "I didn't say that." Feng Xian said, "Then why are you looking at her? It's not like she has any hatred or grievances with you, so why would she instruct her?" Mu Qing stared at him and said, "She has no hatred or grievances with me, but that's not necessarily the case for you." Feng Xian said, "What do you mean? Speak clearly this time." Mu Qing glanced at Xia Lian and said, "You met Miss Jian Lan during the time when His Highness the Crown Prince was demoted, right?" All the heavenly officials followed his lead and looked towards Xia Lian. Xia Lian? Why did he have to be involved again? Feng Xian also glanced at him and said angrily in a low voice, "What does this have to do with that?" Mu Qing simply threw caution to the wind and completely tore everything apart, saying, "Of course it's related. At that time, because you were at His Highness the Crown Prince's side and were in dire straits, you hated me to the bone when I ascended the celestial heavens once again. You also loved to use me as an example to dig up old debts and criticize me. Since she was the person who slept by your side, how could she not be influenced and hate me? Who knows, she might even hate His Highness the Crown Prince because in the end, you didn't take her away and chose to go back to continue being loyal and dejected. This was basically abandoning." Feng Xian couldn't bear it anymore and roared, "Stop bullshitting." He threw a punch and Mu Qing retaliated with a backhand. Jian Lan stepped forward to block, but the fetus spirit cackled strangely like an old crow cawing. It was extremely terrifying. Pei Ming and Yin Yu pulled back Feng Xian and Mu Qing respectively. Quan Yizhen watched from the side as if he was considering who would win if they fought. In short, the atmosphere in the hall was foul. Xia Lian stood quietly for a while and lowered his head. After a while, he sighed and reminded, "Monarch, the most important thing now is to find Bai Wuxiang and deal with the human face plague. The person we found just now is the most important clue." Jun Wu also couldn't bear to watch any longer. He waved his hand and said, "Bring the female ghost Jian Lan and the fetus spirit down. Bring Xian Le State Preceptor up." Mu Qing shouted, "No need. I want, what?" Feng Xian was also stunned, "Bring who?" The two of them looked towards the entrance of the hall. Wasn't the person being brought over by the group of martial officials the Xian Le State Preceptor that the two of them were very familiar with, Mei Nianqing? Feng Xian and Mu Qing were stunned. Feng Xian said, "State Preceptor? It really is State Preceptor. Mu Qing didn't call him that, but he was also bewildered. No wonder. To be honest, even now, Xie Lian still felt that this person was unrealistic. He couldn't connect this person with the State Preceptor who asked him about the 2 people in a cup of water. Mei Nianqing slowly walked forward and brushed past Xie Lian. Junwu sat at the top of the hall and said, "Xian Le, when we were down there, you seemed to have something to say." Xie Lian slightly bowed and said, "Yes." Thus, he picked out the important parts of his experience in Bronze Cauldron Mountain and Wuyong country. The more everyone listened, the bigger their eyes became, not to mention Feng Xian and Mu Qing. After listening, Junwu slowly said, "I have never heard of the name Wuyong country." The other martial officials also echoed, "I have never heard of it either, after all, it was 2,000 years ago." They must have purposely erased the traces. Mei Nianqing didn't say a word. Xie Lian said, "State Preceptor, Prince Wuyong is by Wuxiang, right?" Mei Nianqing said, "Yes." As expected. Pei Ming pondered and said, "Who left those murals? And who destroyed the last one?" Xie Lian said, "I don't know who left it, but I think it should be by Wuxiang or his subordinates who destroyed it." After all, he didn't want others to know his identity. He turned to Mei Nianqing and said, "And you are Prince Wuyong's subordinate. In other words, you are by Wuxiang's subordinate." Mei Nianqing didn't say anything. Xie Lian had an impulse to ask him. When Xian Le destroyed the country, did the State Preceptor know that the thing was by Wuxiang? Or could it be that they had colluded and the State Preceptor was their helper? But in the end, he still asked another question, "Where is Bai Wuxiang now?" Xie Lian said, "Why did Bai Wuxiang destroy Xian Lo?" Xie Lian said, "Why did you want to kill me?" Mei Nianqing finally spoke. He said, "Your Highness, I didn't want to kill you." Xie Lian said, "Then why did you want to take my throat down there?" Mei Nianqing asked back, "Would you die if I grabbed your neck? Would the one beside you let me succeed?" Indeed, he wouldn't. But that didn't mean Mei Nianqing didn't have killing intent. Because at that time, his reaction was completely subconscious. Mei Nianqing probably knew he couldn't convince him, so he no longer tried to explain. After a moment of silence, Xie Lian finally asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He said, "State Preceptor, what do you want to awaken from my body?" Junwu told him that the State Preceptor seemed to want to awaken something from his body. What could it be? Mei Nianqing stared at him with a strange expression. Xie Lian clenched his fists under his sleeves and said, "State Preceptor, please speak." Xie Lian's heart had always been faintly uneasy. That Prince Wuyong's fate was so similar to his. Could it be that there really was some secret connection between him and Bai Wuxiang? He definitely had to figure this out. Because he absolutely couldn't tolerate Bai Wuxiang having anything to do with him. But he was also extremely afraid that Bai Wuxiang really had something to do with him. Mei Nianqing looked at him. After a while, he said, "Your Highness, the things you asked, right now is not the time for me to answer. And even if I answer, you might not believe me." Pausing, he said, "However, there is one thing I can immediately answer you." Mei Nianqing said word by word, "Right now, Bai Wuxiang is in this divine martial palace. He is right in front of me." Who was in front of him? Xie Lian. Xie Lian immediately retreated a few steps, as if he wanted to avoid this position. Feng Xian, who was closest to him, said, "State Preceptor, you, open your eyes and look clearly. Who is in front of you? It's His Highness the Crown Prince. It's your disciple." However, there were also other voices. In the distance, a heavenly official covered his mouth and whispered, "Could it be? Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince and Bai Wuxiang are one soul divided into two?" What is one soul divided into two? It's the same person's soul divided into two halves, or split into two sides. One half and the other half have different memories. Their temperament and abilities are also different. Perhaps their appearance is also different. That's possible. I've also heard of this kind of example. If it's really like this, then what should we do? His Highness the Crown Prince is the White Cloak Calamity? This kind of voice came from all directions. Xia Lian also began to suspect that he was by Wuxiang. Is it really like this? Could it be that he himself destroyed Xianlu? Could it be that he himself tortured himself for 800 years? To this day, everything that happened could only be blamed on him. The heavenly officials in the hall were in an uproar. Their expressions were all different. Feng Xian also didn't know what to say or believe. Jun Wu stood up and said, "Xianlu, calm down." Xia Lian's eyes were a little chaotic. He said, could it really be that it was all his fault? If it really was him, then what should he do? He didn't know at all. Just as he was at a loss, suddenly, a voice sounded in his heart. "No! I can assure you that you are you, not anyone else. Believe me. San Lang. San Lang." Hua Qing said that it wasn't him. It definitely wasn't his fault. Thinking of this, Xia Lian's mind instantly became clear and he stood firm. Jun Wu had already gotten down from his throne and came to his side. He said, "Xianlu. Calm down first." Xia Lian was about to raise his head and calmly reply. Who knew that at this moment, Mei Nianqing would suddenly stretch out his hand and pull out the sword from Feng Xian's waist, stabbing towards Jun Wu. All the heavenly officials cried out in alarm. However, Jun Wu and Xia Lian were both martial gods. Moreover, they were among the top martial gods. Why would they care about this level of sneak attack? Before the tip of the sword could touch Jun Wu's body, Xia Lian had already stretched out 2 fingers like lightning and caught the bright sword in front of his eyes. Once Feng Xian regained his senses, he immediately came forward to restrain the state preceptor. Daring to commit murder in the divine martial hall, and in front of so many martial gods, he was simply courting death. Feng Xian said, "State preceptor, what you're doing is useless." Mei Nianqing struggled in vain while shouting at Xia Lian, "Look! Quickly look!" Yin ran over and said, "Your Highness! Are you all right? What's wrong?" Mu Qing vigilantly said, "What are you looking at? What does he mean? What does he want?" Amidst the chaos, Xia Lian didn't move for a long time. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he saw something in that snow-white sword. A face. A calm and handsome young man's face. And on this face, there were 3 other faces. Those 3 slightly smaller faces squeezed onto this person's face, destroying his originally handsome appearance into a sinister and terrifying one. Even his facial features were slightly distorted. Half of the face looked like it was crying, while the other half looked like it was smiling. Xia Lian should be familiar with this face. But at this moment, under the mirror-like sword, it was so unfamiliar and frightening. It shocked Xia Lian so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he suddenly remember that the sword Feng Xian carried on his body was the red mirror, the mirror where evil poisons appeared. When a demon entered the mirror, there was nowhere to hide. From this corner, the red mirror didn't reflect his face, but rather the face of the person standing behind him. Furthermore, there was a pair of gloomy eyes on that face that were closely watching him. Xia Lian's pupils slowly contracted. His movements seemed to slow down by several beats. He slightly opened his mouth, but before he could make a sound, his wrist suddenly stiffened. Chapter 209. Xia Lian hadn't felt such a creepy feeling for hundreds of years. Mei Nianqing said that Bai Wuxiang was right in front of him. His first reaction was himself. But he forgot that the one standing in front of Mei Nianqing was Jun Wu, who was behind him. But he had never thought of this person before, so now he suddenly realized. Only then did his hair stand on end. Xia Lian struggled. But the power of that hand was great. It held him firmly and didn't move. He couldn't help but say, your face." Jun Wu's voice didn't seem to mind. It was as if he had just noticed a small mistake. Ah, a moment of carelessness. I let them out again. Xia Lian felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Finally, he couldn't hold the hilt anymore. The long sword fell to the ground. It made a clear, clang sound in the hall. However, it was too late. There were already many heavenly officials nearby. Just like him, they saw the terrifying face reflected in the red mirror. In the hall. Dead silence. Almost all the heavenly officials were stunned. Including Feng Xian, who was standing closest and could see it clearly. Mei Nianqing took the opportunity to break free from his hand. He grabbed the red mirror and raised it in front of Junwu. He said, "Look clearly. The person standing here, look at his face." The martial gods were the first to react. Pei Ming drew his sword and shouted, "Who are you?" The heavenly officials standing in the distance didn't understand and asked, "What's wrong?" General Pei is asking who? Why are you pointing your sword at the emperor? Mei Nianqing stared at Junwu and said word by word, "He is by Wu Xiang." Mu Qing was stunned. How can he be by Wu Xiang? Bai Wuxiang is pretending to be the emperor? Then where is the real emperor? Xia Lian was also wondering if he had been replaced. But when did it start? Why didn't he notice anything? The Shenwu Great Emperor was not a low-key and elusive Earth Master. In any case, it was impossible for him to be impersonated, and no one in the entire heavenly court noticed it. Mei Nianqing was about to speak when Junwu raised his other hand and sighed, "You disappointed me again." Mei Nianqing's expression changed greatly, as if someone had suddenly grabbed his throat. Lang Qianqiu raised his heavy sword, and with a hoo-hoop sound, he slashed at Lang Qianqiu. Junwu turned his head to glance at him, and Lang Qianqiu was sent flying. In the next moment, Pei Ming, Lang Qianqiu, Feng Xian, Mu Qing, Quan Yizhen, and almost all the martial gods in the divine martial hall surrounded him. However, after the period it took an incense stick to burn, Junwu was still holding Xia Lian's wrist, but the martial gods who had surrounded Xia Lian fell to the ground. In the main hall, there were martial gods lying on the ground in disorder. All of them had lost their battle prowess. Only Junwu and Xia Lian were still standing. Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood and angrily shouted at Xia Lian, "Move! What are you standing there for? Waiting for death?" He didn't know that it wasn't that Xia Lian didn't want to move, it was that he couldn't move at all. Junwu was only holding onto him with a single hand, but it made him feel that even if he slightly bent his finger, Junwu would be able to sense it and immediately break it, not to mention counterattack. No matter how one looked at it, it was best not to act rashly. This was the #1 martial god of the three realms. The outermost heavenly officials scattered in a panic, and after a long time, they finally thought of escaping. Their faces were pale as they rushed out of the divine martial hall, but just as they rushed to the door, the gorgeous 12 heavy doors suddenly closed on their own. They knocked on the doors in vain. The nearly 100 heavenly officials in the hall either couldn't leave or couldn't stand up. The world was truly in chaos. Meanwhile, Mei Nianqing's body was pulled forward by an invisible force. Junwu grabbed his collar and smiled, "Did you think that just because you changed your mind at the last minute and said it in front of so many people, I wouldn't be able to do anything? Did you think that just because they found out and joined forces, they would be able to threaten me? I can annihilate them all with a single hand." It seemed that Junwu hadn't brought Mei Nianqing here purely to let Xia Lian and Hua Cheng say their goodbyes. Halfway through, he had told or threatened Mei Nianqing a few things. That was why he felt at ease interrogating him in the divine martial hall. But who knew that at the last moment, Mei Nianqing would go back on his words. He grabbed Junwu's sleeve with both hands and shouted at Xia Lian, "Your Highness, quickly leave. He's crazy." Xia Lian said, "State Preceptor." The next moment, Mei Nianqing couldn't speak anymore. It was as if something was strangling his neck. However, he always wore clothes that covered his neck, so Xia Lian couldn't see what was happening to his throat. Junwu sighed, "Fool, you're just pushing them into a pit of fire." Originally, it didn't matter to them. But now, everyone here can forget about leaving this immortal capital alive. Desperate, Xie Lian immediately communicated with his spirit, San Lang. He had never taken the initiative to call out Hua Cheng's spirit communication password. However, at this extremely critical moment, he couldn't care less about his embarrassment. He silently chanted several times in his heart. However, there was only dead silence on the other side. There was no response. This feeling of being completely cut off was exactly the same as when he was at Mount Bronze Cauldron. Junwu saw through his thoughts with a glance and said, "There's no need to try anymore. If I don't allow it, you won't be able to pass." The immortal capital was originally based on Junwu's magic power. This was his territory and he was the most powerful. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. In other words, the entire upper heavens, the entire immortal capital, had been completely cut off from the rest of the world. It was absolutely true that the heavens wouldn't respond and the earth wouldn't respond. Suddenly, the divine martial hall's doors opened. The heavenly officials' spirits rose and they were overjoyed. However, when they saw the entrance of the hall, they were stunned. They saw a tall man in black standing outside the hall. He had an eerie aura and came with ill intentions, blocking everyone's path. It was the embroidered celestial Ling Wen. The heavenly officials didn't know what to do. However, they saw Ling Wen enter the hall and kneel down on one knee in front of Junwu. He said respectfully, "Monarch." Junwu said, "Get up and do your work. You know what to do." Ling Wen nodded and smiled. "Of course I do." Mu Qing supported himself against the wall and tried to stand up. Upon seeing this, he was bewildered. "Isn't Ling Wen still hiding in Mount Bronze Cauldron?" Junwu said, "That's right. However, I feel that Ling Wen is very useful. He's more useful than most heavenly officials. He's a rare talent. After all, he only made a small mistake that's not worth mentioning. Therefore, I called him back again." To be honest, compared to the white robe calamity, Ling Wen becoming the embroidered celestial Ling Wen was really a small mistake that's not worth mentioning. Right now, Ling Wen and the embroidered celestial Ling Wen were the subordinates of this Junwu. At this time, a white shadow flashed and another thing jumped in. It leaned against Junwu's feet and intimately rubbed against his boots. Feng Xian saw it and said angrily, "What are you doing? Hurry up and come back." That thing was the fetus spirit. Not only did it not listen to its father's words, it even fiercely spat out its bright red tongue at him. Feng Xian had just been beaten by Junwu until he vomited blood and couldn't get up. Now, his own son was hugging the thigh of the enemy who injured him. He simply didn't know who the father was. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit another liter of blood. Immediately after, another row of expressionless martial divine officials rushed in. These martial god officials were all appointed by Junwu, and they only listened to his orders. Ling Wen received Junwu's orders and said, "Take all the heavenly officials back to their respective halls and watch them carefully." Pei Ming, who was sitting nearby, said with a complicated expression, "Ling Wen, you really don't have a conscience." Ling Wen patted his shoulder and said, "I don't have a conscience. Didn't you already know this from the first day you met me? How about it, do you want to come together? You're welcome anytime." Pei Ming laughed dryly and didn't say anything. Xie Lian received special treatment again. Junwu personally sent him to Xianle Palace. Junwu said, "Let's go." Xie Lian turned around and looked at Mei Nianqing. "What is going on? Who are you? What do you want to do? Who is this person? Is it Junwu or Bai Wuxiang? What does he want to do?" He had too many questions that he wanted to ask in private and in detail. These questions could only be answered by Mei Nianqing. But Junwu definitely wouldn't give him this opportunity. Xie Lian was slightly startled when he stepped out of the Divine Martial Palace. On the main street of the immortal capital, the sky was gloomy and the clouds were treacherous. It was completely different from the bright and dazzling sky of the past. Only the Divine Martial Palace's Junwu's martial divine officials were moving as usual. They escorted the heavenly officials back to their respective palaces. The young priests, who were originally in a hurry, were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Needless to say, it was definitely Junwoo's doing. There was even a dang dang sound of a bell coming from afar. It seemed like there was a problem with that bell sound. The two walked along the main street of the immortal capital and slowly headed toward Xianle Palace. On the way, Xie Lian quickly thought of a way to escape. However, all the little tricks he could think of were useless in front of Junwoo's absolute strength. Moreover, Junwoo didn't only have strength. He could always see through Xie Lian's thoughts with a glance. After entering Xianle Palace, Xie Lian still couldn't think of a way. He thought to himself, forget it. It's fine if I can't think of a way. As long as I don't communicate with Hua Cheng for a long time, Hua Cheng will definitely notice something. As long as the situation isn't irredeemable before then, it's fine. Unexpectedly, after closing the door, Junwoo suddenly said, "Are you thinking of Blood Rain Tanhua?" Junwoo's words suddenly made his heart palpitate. His heart started to beat wildly. Xie Lian didn't know how to answer. Yes. Then, would Junwoo harm Flower City? No? Junwoo might not believe it. Seeing that he didn't answer, Junwoo smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know that you must be thinking of him. You really want to communicate with him, right?" The tone he used when talking to Xie Lian was still the same as before. Gentle, tolerant, steady, reliable. There was no change. But the more it was like this, the more confused and frightened Xie Lian became. Then he heard Junwoo say, "If you really want to, then you can communicate with him and talk to him." He had guessed what Xie Lian was thinking when he entered the door. He knew it like the back of his hand. Junwoo's smile didn't change. He said, "Xian Lu, you know what to say. Just tell him not to worry too much. Your Blood Rain Tanhua will definitely be very happy that you went to communicate with him." After saying that, he placed his hand on Xie Lian's shoulder. Xie Lian felt a subtle fluctuation. He knew that Junwoo had used some kind of spell to probe the content of his communication. Even if he didn't say it, he could still hear it. And Xie Lian naturally understood what Junwoo wanted to hear him say. After a pause, he braced himself and recited Hua Cheng's spiritual communication password. Hearing that password, Junwoo seemed to find it very interesting and even smiled. But Xie Lian wasn't in the mood to be embarrassed. Almost instantly, Hua Cheng's voice rang in Xie Lian's ears. He sighed and said, brother, after so long, you finally remembered me." Xie Lian and Junwoo's eyes met. He said, "San Lang, I've only left for less than 2 hours." But Hua Cheng said, "In my opinion, the important thing is leaving, not 2 hours. Even if it's only for a moment, it's still leaving." Junwoo was right next to him, listening to him. The situation was clearly very dangerous, but Xie Lian still felt a bit embarrassed. Junwoo said, "Unfortunately, he has to wait more than 2 hours. Continue. Tell him that before the vengeful spirits are dealt with, he won't be able to see you. Don't try to hint to him in a roundabout way, I can hear everything. Once the vengeful spirits were dealt with, it would take 7 days and 7 nights." After a pause, Xie Lian said, "You can't even wait for 2 hours. What if I have to spend a lot of time this time? What should I do then?" Hua Cheng said, "Did Junwoo give you a bunch of tasks?" Xie Lian said, "Yes." Hua Cheng said, "Let me help you." Junwoo said, "Tell him that after you finish this task, I'll give you 3 years of leisure." Xie Lian said, "No need. San Lang, you've already helped me a lot by helping me guard that array. Let me do the rest. Di Jun already said that after I finish this pile of tasks, I can have 3 years of leisure. I don't need to do anything else." Hua Cheng said, "Only 3 years?" Xie Lian said, "Is 3 years not long? It's already a small sweetener." "All right. However, Chapter 210. Xia Lian said, What reward? Hua Qing asked, What do you think? Xia Lian could imagine it, how he raised one of his eyebrows and raised the corner of his mouth when he asked this. How could he say anything? Hua Qing continued, Speaking of which, brother still owes me quite a bit of mana. Did I remember correctly? Xia Lian said cautiously, No. Hua Qing said, Then has brother thought of how to return it? Xia Lian said, Also no. Hua Qing seemed to smile and said, Since you didn't think of it, why don't I decide? After this matter is settled, if you get a fake one, brother can slowly return it to me, how about that? Xia Lian received his attack while looking at Junwu with a guilty conscience, randomly saying, Yes, yes, yes. Step by step, he led him to this point and got the answer he wanted. Hua Qing was finally satisfied and let him go for now. So? It's rare for brother to find me to communicate with you. What is it for? Junwu stared at Xia Lian. He let Xia Lian communicate with Hua Qing to stabilize Hua Qing so that he wouldn't notice the abnormality so quickly, to obediently stay in the lower realm. Xia Lian naturally knew what answer he wanted to hear and slowly said, Actually, it's nothing. I'm just afraid that you'll be worried if I stay here for too long. Hua Qing said, Didn't brother say it yourself just now? You only left for less than 2 hours, why would you be afraid that I'll be worried? Xia Lian was confused. He felt nervous and a little funny. Suddenly, Hua Qing said, I understand. Xia Lian's breath stopped and he said, What do you understand? The other side seemed to chuckle a few times. After a moment, Hua Qing said slowly, Brother, could it be that you missed me so much after leaving not long ago? If he could cover it up before, this sentence was too blatant. No matter what, he couldn't pretend to be normal anymore. Under Junwu's scrutiny, Xia Lian's face still slightly heated up. After a while, he said in a low voice. Yes. Hua Qing also said in a low voice, I feel the same. I really want to go up and take you away right now. At the same time, Xia Lian's heart slightly warmed up. His eyes met Junwu's. If Hua Qing really wanted to come to the immortal capital, how would things end? How would Junwu deal with him? Xia Lian suppressed his emotions and said as naturally as possible, That won't be necessary. The upper heavenly court is in a mess now, if you come, they will probably be shocked. Let's wait a little longer. Hua Qing said lazily, Got it, big brother. I won't go up and scare them. I hate the blinding light in your immortal capital. Also, I have to take care of this group of people. I'll just obediently wait here for big brother to come back. Xia Lian didn't know whether to sigh in relief or break out in a cold sweat. Be good. Hua Qing said, However, if I'm obedient, big brother can't come back empty-handed. I want to reward you. Xia Lian replied, Definitely, definitely. The two of them casually exchanged a few more ambiguous words, saying their goodbyes over and over again. Only then did the channeling end. Xia Lian lightly exhaled. Junwu said, It seems that Xian Lu is having a wonderful time down there. Xia Lian didn't know what to say. He patted Xia Lian's shoulder, turned around, and was about to walk out of Xian Lu Palace when Xia Lian called out from behind him, Di Jun. Junwu's figure stopped. Xia Lian said, Who are you? Are you Di Jun? Or something else? Previously, he suspected that the state preceptor might be related to Bai Wuxiang. But if Junwu was related to Bai Wuxiang, he felt like his entire person was about to be turned upside down. Junwu was the #1 martial god of the 3 realms that he admired and yearned for the most. Junwu didn't answer him and walked out on his own. Xia Lian was left alone. While pondering how to deal with the situation, he dragged his exhausted body to the rear hall of Xian Lu Palace. Although Xian Lu Palace had become a cage, it was still a gorgeous cage. There was even a white jade bath at the back of the hall. For so many days, Xia Lian had fought white ghosts, entered the copper furnace, and crawled all over the place. At this point, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. In any case, he wouldn't be able to take the next step for a while, so he might as well take a bath to wake himself up. After taking off his clothes, he soaked himself in the warm water. Xia Lian laid down on the edge of the white jade bath and absent-mindedly folded his clothes. Suddenly, two small things rolled out of his clothes and made a crisp sound. Xia Lian stared at them and saw that they were two exquisite and cute dice. He picked up the two dice and held them in his palm. He recalled what Hua Cheng had said to him. If you want to see me, no matter how many points you throw, you will be able to see me. In fact, when he tried to communicate with Hua Cheng, there was already something very unnatural about it. Perhaps Hua Cheng would sense it. However, even if Hua Cheng discovered that something was wrong, he still wouldn't be able to come up. That was because immortal capital was already cut off from the rest of the world. Everything was under Junwu's control. Although he knew that in this situation, even if he threw 6 points, he probably wouldn't be able to see Hua Cheng, Xia Lian still gave it a try. Roll, roll. The dice rolled on the jade stone at the side of the bath. His luck was still terrible. Sure enough, there wasn't any movement after throwing 6 points. Xia Lian sighed and turned around. Just as he was about to bury his face and body in the water, he suddenly heard a voice. Gidge! He abruptly stood up, splashing water everywhere. San Lang! Could it be that he had really summoned Hua Cheng over? However, when he looked around, he didn't see a single person. However, that voice just now definitely wasn't a hallucination born from his excessive anticipation. Xia Lian's heart was madly thumping when he heard another voice. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Only then did Xia Lian discover that that voice had actually come from his mouth. That was his own voice. It was just that in the warm and spacious white jade bath and the sound of splashing water, he couldn't hear it clearly. Xia Lian stared blankly for a moment. Then, he immediately understood. The great soul-shifting technique. Xia Lian was both surprised and happy. Great Wind Master. From his mouth came another extremely excited voice. That's right, it's me. Ha 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 ha, you didn't expect it, right? This Wind Master, no, I have mana again. As mentioned before, the great soul-shifting technique wasn't commonly used. Furthermore, it burned up a lot of mana. It was stronger, more evil, and rarer than the art of psychic communication. Therefore, conventional shielding fields wouldn't think of blocking this kind of technique. When dealing with the true immortal, Shi Qingxian and Xia Lian had used the great soul-shifting technique on each other. Later on, Shi Qingxuan's mana was completely lost. His method of using the technique on Xia Lian was unilaterally blocked. He didn't expect it to come in handy here again. Xia Lian said, Qingxian, the great soul-shifting technique burns up a lot of mana. Where did you get it? As soon as his voice fell, he reacted. Where else could he get his mana? Sure enough, Shi Qingxian said, it's a long story. It's not long either. Your blood rain Tanhua gave me a few black candy balls to eat. They were extremely magical. After I ate them, my magical powers suddenly increased. Although it was only temporary, it could still last for a period of time. Passing a message wasn't a problem. It's just that the taste was really strange. Ba ba ba. Xia Lian couldn't help but think of the ghost-flavored candy balls that Pei Ming had eaten before. Thinking about it, the candy balls in Hua Cheng's hands should be high-end magic power candy balls. He said, who was the one who called me brother just now? Shi Qingxian said, it was me. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, why did you call me that? I thought. Shi Qingxian said, I know. You thought it was Blood Rain Tanhua who came to find you, right? Xia Lian coughed lightly. Shi Qingxian said, he was the one who told me to call you that. He said that if you call me that, you will know it's him. He told you to feel at ease. That was true. Just now, when he heard that brother, although he was shocked, he felt more at ease. Xia Lian said, is he right next to you? Are you guys doing well in the Imperial City? Did anything happen to those resentful spirits? Shi Qingxian said, the imperial city is fine. The resentful spirits are still being eliminated. Just now, when you and Blood Rain Tanhua finished communicating, he was still smiling as if I didn't know what he was talking to you about. The moment he put down his hand and the message was cut off, his face suddenly sank so much that it scared people to death. Then, he asked me to see if I could move to your side. Oh, that's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, he asked me to pass on a message, Your Highness, put on your clothes first. He urged me several times. Why are you so particular? It's not like you will catch a cold in the heavenly court. Xie Lian almost fainted. With lightning speed, he grabbed his clothes and put them on. He said, San Lang, he can see. Shi Qingxian said, that's right. It's also very troublesome for me to always relay it, so I directly transmitted everything I saw and heard to him. He knows everything you do and say. It's just that he can't directly tell you or control your body. Wind Master, you are too straightforward. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have taken a bath. He thought that he would have to think about it again before there would be a turnaround. Shi Qingxian said, it's okay, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I didn't expect you to care so much about this kind of problem. Anyway, we are all men. Didn't you see City Lord Hua before? And I didn't see much. He was really too straightforward. Xie Lian slapped his forehead and quickly put on his clothes. He grabbed the dice and walked out of the rear hall. He quickly changed the topic, San Lang, how did you find out that something was wrong? After a pause, Shi Qingxian said, Blood Rain Tanhua said that he found out the moment you looked for him. Well, this is what City Lord Hua told you, brother is so shy. If something big didn't happen, why would he take the initiative to call my password? As expected, that was the reason. Shi Qingxian seemed to be talking to Hua Cheng, alright. I won't talk nonsense. I'll get down to business. He then said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what's the situation over there? Is the Emperor not here? Xie Lian simply didn't know where to start. He said, it's because he's here that it became like this. After picking up the main points, Shi Qingxian was already stunned, my mother. Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you really not talking in your sleep? The Emperor, that's the Emperor, ah. Xie Lian said, whether it's him or not, I can't be sure anymore. What about San Lang, what do you think? After a moment, Shi Qingxian said, Blood Rain Tanhua wasn't that surprised. He just said, it's not strange. He's been an eyesore for a long time. Xie Lian couldn't help but laugh and said, could it be that you find everyone an eyesore? This sentence was said to Hua Cheng. Shi Qingxian said, he said, except for you, yes. I say, City Lord Hua, that's not right. I'm still here. Do you find me an eyesore too? What's wrong with me? Xie Lian said, okay, it's all a joke. In short, the martial god has been beaten down by him. All the heavenly officials are locked in their respective halls. The entire immortal capital is isolated from the world and can't go up to the sky. Shi Qingxian said, Blood Rain Tanhua said that it's not impossible to go up to the sky, but he needs a person's help. Xie Lian said, who? Immediately after, he shouted, who? The last, who was not said to Hua Cheng and Shi Qingxian, but because there was a strange movement coming from behind him. Chapter 211. Ruoxie had already taken it off his wrist, it was ready to go, however, when Xie Lian saw the other party clearly, he stopped. Xie Lian said, you. Inu. At some point in time, a large pit that could fit 2 people had appeared on the ground. Inu poked half of his body out of the pit, holding a sharp shovel with both hands. He heaved a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's me. Fortunately, I didn't dig in the wrong place, let's go. He actually forgot that Inu still had a divine weapon in his hands, the Earth Master's treasure shovel. This thing was actually not searched, the heavens were really helping him. It seemed that sometimes, it was also a good thing to have no sense of existence. For example, in a chaotic battle the enemy would definitely not specially attack this person, but on the other hand, our people might accidentally injure this person. Xia Lian was about to go up and pull him out, his body involuntarily took a step back. Inu asked curiously, "Your Highness the Crown Prince? What's wrong?" Xia Lian was also curious. Why did he take a step back? Then, he remembered that the one who took a step back was not him, it was Shi Qingxian who had moved into his body. That Earthmaster's shovel could be said to be very familiar, it was hard not to think of the people who had used it in the past. Xia Lian's heart palpitated for no reason. It was probably Shi Qingxuan's subconscious reaction. Fortunately, Shi Qingxuan's reaction was not too extreme, he quickly returned the initiative of his body to Xia Lian. Xia Lian also forgot to ask who the person in Hua City who could help him to the heavens was. He quickly jumped into the pit and fell into the ground of the immortal capital with Inu. The pit above closed in a short while. After crawling in the dark tunnel for a short distance, Xia Lian suddenly thought of something and said, "Inu, can this Earthmaster's treasure shovel dig through the realm that locks the immortal capital?" Inu said, "It can't dig through, right?" "Ah." Shi Qingxian said, "That means that although this treasure shovel is a divine weapon, it will still be in the immortal capital. Isn't that useless?" Inu scratched his head and said, "It's not useless. Right now, there is an array outside the martial god officials' hall. That array will weaken their magic power and slow down the recovery speed of their injuries. I thought that if I continued to stay in their hall, I wouldn't be able to recover my strength even after a few years. Why don't we use the earthly master shovel to dig out a secret room and send all the martial gods there? When they have recovered, we can try to break out." Shi Qingxian said, "Wait. City Lord Hua said that you should ask that bunch of trash, that bunch of martial gods to just hide and recuperate. Don't even think of trying to break out from under Junhua's hands. They're just courting death." Inu said in surprise, "Your Highness, you can communicate with the city lord? I thought you couldn't." Xia Lian said, No, the one talking to you just now wasn't me." Shi Qingxian said, it's me, Your Highness Inu." But speaking of which, he was also a talker, causing Inu to be confused. "It's you, it's still you. Isn't it you, Your Highness?" Shi Qingxian said, "Hey, it's me, I'm Master Feng. No, now I should be called the former Wind Master. I used the soul transfer technique. Sigh, passing on messages is really tiring." He entered this side and listened, then returned to his own body to pass on what he heard and saw to Hua City. Going in and out repeatedly, just thinking about it made him tired to death. Inu hurriedly said, Oh, it's been hard on you, it's been hard on you. So that's how it is." He dug even harder. After the two of them crawled forward for a while, Inu said, "This place should be more or less done. Your Highness, you guys hide here first. I'll go pick up the next heavenly official." The hole they came from gradually closed. Xia Lian said, "Ah. You're going alone. I'll go with you." Inu said, "Forget it. To tell the truth, Your Highness, the bigger the hole the earthly master shovels open, the more power it consumes. If I go alone, it might be faster. The nearest martial god palace is." He seemed to think for a while before saying, "In short, I'll be back soon." Shi Qingxian repeatedly used the soul transfer technique and frequently consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. This also infected Xia Lian. He sat on the ground and reluctantly nodded. He felt that his head and body were a little heavy. Using his hand to support his forehead, he said, "Okay." Thus, Inu opened a new hole and continued to dig forward. Xia Lian lay on the ground and closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly woke up and said, "Inu." The surroundings were dark and dead silent. It was obvious that Inu had not returned yet. Shi Qingxian opened his mouth and confirmed this point, "Your Highness, you're awake." You must be very tired, right? Emu hasn't returned yet. After resting for a while, Xie Lian regained his spirit and said, how long has he been gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Shi Qingxian said, it's almost the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. He couldn't have gotten lost, right? Xie Lian felt that something was wrong and said, I'll go find him. As he said this, he turned around and crawled toward the tunnel that Emu left from. Because Emu still had to come back from this tunnel, after the Earth Master shovel dug it open, this tunnel did not automatically close up. Xie Lian carefully crawled inside. After a while, Shi Qingxian said, Blood Rain Tanhua said, brother, it's best if you don't go. Xie Lian stopped crawling and said, I'm afraid it's not good, right? Shi Qingxian said, yeah, I heard that Master Hua's tone was quite serious. Xie Lian said, it's precisely because it's not good that I have to look for him. Otherwise, if something happens to Emu. Right at this moment, a chill suddenly ran up his back. Xie Lian was startled and suddenly turned around. Shi Qingxian also felt the chill in his body and said, oh my god, what happened just now? My back suddenly shivered. Behind him was a pitch-black, empty tunnel. There was nothing there. However, Xie Lian stared for a long time before saying, I'm fine. Shi Qingxian immediately shut up and held his breath. Because after Xie Lian said that he was fine, he silently mouthed 5 words, don't make a sound, there's someone. In this tunnel, there were other people. Just now, they were right behind Xie Lian, but when he turned around, they disappeared. Xie Lian's intuition towards danger would never be wrong, so he couldn't let the other party discover that he had already sensed it and pretended that nothing happened. Shi Qingxian hated this kind of situation the most. Goosebumps appeared on his arms as he mouthed, isn't it His Highness Emu? Xie Lian said, if it's him, there's no need to be so sneaky. After a moment of silence, Xie Lian silently said, did San Lang say anything? Shi Qingxian said, that San Lang of yours looks so scary. He said, brother, if there's no other choice, first use the Great Soul Shifting technique to move into Master Feng's body. However, not to mention whether or not he had enough mana to perform the Great Soul Shifting technique, even if he had enough, Xie Lian couldn't just pat his butt and leave this mess in Immortal Capital to slip away by himself. Xie Lian said, don't worry, San Lang. Before he could say what to worry about, he suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. Ahead! Just now, the feeling of danger came from behind, but now it came from in front. But looking over, it was still so dark that he couldn't see anything clearly. Shi Qingxian mouthed, Your Highness Crown Prince, what did you notice? What should we do? Does this mean that we should go forward or backward? After observing with rapt attention for a moment, Xie Lian said, this means that it's the same whether we go forward or backward. It doesn't matter. As he said that, he crawled forward. As he crawled, he stopped again, slightly stunned. Shi Qingxian couldn't help but say, how could this be? What appeared in front of him was actually a fork in the road. There were 2 tunnels. Shi Qingxian said, this. Could it be that Emu dug a road, but found out that he dug a wrong one, so he dug another one? Xie Lian thought, Emu is definitely familiar with the route in Immortal Capital, how could he dig a wrong one? I'm afraid it's even more terrifying. But he didn't say it out loud, only saying, Qingxian, help me ask San Lang which one to choose. Left or right? After a moment, Shi Qingxian said, Blood Rain Tanhua said. This suggestion can't be given. Don't choose either one. Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he also felt that there were bad things waiting for him on both roads, he couldn't stay in the same place forever. After thinking for a moment, he said, then Qingxian, you choose one. Shi Qingxian, me? Xie Lian said, N. If you choose, there's a 50% chance that you'll choose the better one. But if I choose... Shi Qingxian immediately said, okay, I understand. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his head to the left. Xia Lian nodded and climbed in. The deeper they went, the narrower the tunnel became. It was so tight that people couldn't breathe, but it was still passable. After crawling for a while in a zigzag manner, the path suddenly opened up and he arrived at a relatively large space. Fortunately, although they were on tenterhooks along the way, they didn't encounter any real danger. Xia Lian looked around for a moment and said, "Where is this?" Shi Qingxian said doubtfully, "I don't know, I can't see clearly. But why does it feel a little familiar?" Ah! He wasn't the only one who discovered it, Xia Lian also discovered it. As expected, it looked familiar. Wasn't this the underground secret room where Xia Lian had laid down and rested for a while, waiting for Yin to return? It was absolutely true. On the other side, there was a hole in the ground. It was the one that Yin opened with the Earth Master's shovel when he left. Xia Lian had also climbed out of this hole to find him. Shi Qingshuan's hair and bones stood on end as he said, "Why did we come back? Just now, was there a tunnel that we climbed back through?" Of course not. Just now, when they left, there was only one tunnel leading out of this underground secret room. And the tunnel that they climbed back through had appeared out of thin air at some point. At the fork in the road they encountered, the road on the left took a big detour and led back. This definitely wasn't for Yin to leave. He wouldn't spend so much effort to quietly do such a meaningless thing. Perhaps, he had also encountered something very strange. Xia Lian thought to himself, as expected, he should have followed them. Without another word, he crawled out of the tunnel they came out from and quickly crawled to the fork in the road. This time, he chose the tunnel on the right. As he crawled, Shi Qingxian said, it seems that this time, my luck isn't that good. I chose the wrong path. I should have chosen the right from the beginning." However, Xia Lian said, "No, I think your luck is still very good." Shi Qingxian said, "Ah. What do you mean?" Xia Lian tried his best to be tactful and said, "How do I say it? Because, the road on the right may be more terrifying than the one on the left." Both of them heard the sound of something crawling rapidly approaching from behind them. Xia Lian took off Ruoxi and threw it behind him. He said, "Ruoxi, help me block it first." Then, he crawled forward with all his might. Shi Qingxian was so nervous that he almost lost his mind. He said, "Ha ha 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 ha, exciting, exciting. Exciting, exciting, exciting." Xia Lian said, "The more exciting thing hasn't come yet. Come. Please look." Shi Qingxian, what is it now? Xia Lian stopped crawling and let out a long breath. In front of the two of them, another fork in the road appeared. Shi Qingxian said randomly, "Right." Xia Lian decisively turned right. Along the way, there were actually continuous forks in the road. Shi Qingxian said, "Left. Right. Left. Right." He already didn't know what he was shouting. In this extremely dangerous and ever-changing situation, there was no time to withdraw Xia Lian's body and go back to Flower City to ask what to do. Because it was very likely that the next fork in the road, the situation would be completely different. The thing behind them was blocked by Ruoxi for a while, but it was still constantly approaching. And the tunnel on both sides was getting narrower and narrower. In the end, it had reached the point where they couldn't even move their arms. Xia Lian's shoulder was already stuck. He said, "I can't climb down anymore." Shi Qingxian said, "Then what should we do? Don't tell me we're still going to retreat." The thing chasing behind them was already catching up. Xia Lian said, "Don't be afraid. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If we don't advance, we retreat. Come." As he said that, he took 2 steps back and freed a hand. Just as he was about to grab the hilt of Fong Xian's sword and fight to his heart's content with the thing chasing behind him, his scalp suddenly turned cold. Xia Lian's heart also became half cold. Looking up, he couldn't see what it was at all. However, it seemed that someone was laughing softly in the darkness, reaching out a hand and placing it on Xia Lian's head. Xia Lian opened his eyes wide, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly woke up. After waking up, Xia Lian discovered that he was sitting on a chair, and his entire body was firmly tied up. After struggling for a bit, he discovered that the one who had tied him up was Roxy. Xia Lian was baffled as he asked, "Roxy, what are you doing?" Roxy also felt very wronged as it drooped and rubbed against him. Xia Lian took a closer look and found that Roxy had actually been tied into a tight, dead knot. It was no wonder that Roxy couldn't resist. What it feared the most was being tied into a dead knot. In the past, when it wasn't sensible, it liked to blindly play with itself. As it played, it would tie itself into a bunch of messy, dead knots. Every time, Xia Lian would have to helplessly help it untie it. Later on, it learned to be obedient and smarter, so it no longer tied itself into a dead knot. Xia Lian was helpless, so he tried to see if he could break the chair apart. Unfortunately, the chair didn't move a single inch. It seemed that it had been reinforced with magic power. Since he couldn't move, then it was better to first observe his surroundings. Xia Lian looked around. This should be the interior of some divine palace. It was rather new and gorgeous, but he didn't know which one it was. In any case, it wasn't the divine martial palace. Just as he was thinking this, a hand was placed on his shoulder. A person on top of his head gently said, "Xianle, oh Xianle, you're really too mischievous." Hearing this voice, Xia Lian's scalp suddenly went numb. The person behind him turned around with his hands clasped behind his back. Sure enough, it was Junwu. His hand was still on Xia Lian's shoulder. "Step by step," he said, "you've been here for more than half a year. Immortal capital has been broken here and there, smashed here and smashed there. Tell me, aren't you mischievous? You're not a little mouse. Is it fun to drill around in the ground?" This kind of gentle and benevolent tone, as if an elder was watching a beloved younger generation fooling around, caused Xia Lian's hair to stand on end. He felt extremely uncomfortable and didn't know how to talk to him. Then, he suddenly felt something cold at his feet. Looking down, he saw a lump of white hugging his boots. It was currently staring at him with an extremely evil gaze. It was that fetus spirit. Xia Lian raised his head. He had roughly guessed what it was. The Earth Master shovel that Inu was digging a hole had been caught by Junwu. Junwu had sent some things to block it underground. That was how Xia Lian had experienced that terrifying experience just now. Xia Lian finally knew what to say. After being speechless for a while, he said, "You're really extremely vile." That chase in the hole reminded him of the days when he was chased by Wuxiang to the point where he couldn't breathe and trembled in fear. If he wanted to catch him, he could just directly catch him. Why did he have to make it so strange and terrifying? Junwu, on the other hand, looked extremely happy. He smiled and said, "Xianle, on the other hand, is much braver than before." Xia Lian didn't know how to respond to this, so he asked, "Where's Inu?" Junwu placed his hand on the back of the chair and helped Xia Lian turn around. He said, "Don't worry, you'll see. Moreover, he's not the only one." Xia Lian turned around and faced a mirror. However, the person reflected in the mirror wasn't him. Instead, it was Inu with a pale complexion. At his feet, there was another person lying unconscious. Her head was bleeding, her nose was bruised, and her face was swollen. Xia Lian could only tell that this person was Quanizhen from her head of curly hair. Chapter 212. In the mirror it reflected the situation on the other side of the wall. On the other side Inu pushed Quanizhen and said, "Wake up, wake up." Quanizhen woke up with great difficulty and said in a daze, "Brother, did you hit me just now?" Li. Poor Qiying, he had already been beaten until his speech was unclear. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel pity. Inu said, "Can I beat you?" Quanizhen scratched his head, only then did he remember, "Oh, the fourth monarch hit me." As if he suddenly thought of something, he became excited again. He snatched Li's shovel away. Do you want me to help Li get it back? Inu, can you beat him? Xie Lian finally saw that this was Qiying Palace. It seemed that Inu was caught by Junwu when he came to find Quanizhen. Taking advantage of the fact that Junwu went behind him again, Xie Lian lowered his head and mouthed silently, Lord Windmaster, are you still there? Who knew that before Shi Qingxian arrived he would wait for Junwu? Junwu said from behind him, of course not. Junwu said, I suddenly remembered that there seems to be a loophole in the Immortal Capital's lock boundary. So, I just banned the soul-shifting technique. Junwu patted Xie Lian's shoulder and said cordially, back then, I was the one who taught you the soul-shifting technique. I'm really gratified that Xian Le learned it and used it. After saying that, he walked out. Not long after, Junwu's figure appeared in the mirror. Quanizhen was the first to notice! Inu also suddenly turned around and said vigilantly, Monarch. Quanizhen jumped up and was eager to give it a try, but Junwu casually slapped him back onto the couch, causing the entire couch to collapse. Quanizhen directly laid on the ground, his head tilted to the side, and he lost consciousness again. Inu was extremely vigilant, but Junwu said, there's no need to be so vigilant. If you think like this, even if you're vigilant, it's useless. Why not relax? This was the truth. Inu didn't know what to say, so he could only habitually smile awkwardly and quickly stop. Junwu was very relaxed and said, Inu, I don't think I've ever talked to you like this before, right? Inu cautiously said. It seems so. Although he used to be the martial god who guarded the West, his rank wasn't high, his power wasn't great, and his status wasn't high either. Although he was not at the bottom of the heavenly court's divine officials, he was probably below the middle level. There was almost no chance for him to be so close to the divine martial emperor of the heavenly court. In the past, when Junwu passed by his palace door, he was nervous. Now, he was even more nervous. He continued, but in the heavenly court, many heavenly officials have never talked to me, and they don't know me. But Junwu said, that might not be the case. A lot of people know you. Even if they haven't seen you before, they know you. Inu was startled. Is that so? Junwu said, because a lot of people know your junior brother. When your junior brother is mentioned, you will often be mentioned together with him. The one who serves as a foil. These words were very stinging. Although it was just an emotionless statement, it was precisely because the narrator was not biased and was only describing the facts that it was even more piercing. Quanizhen is still in a daze. Inu lowers her head and clenches her fists. Xie Lian faintly guessed what Junwu wanted to do. After a long time, Inu mustered up her courage and said, Di Jun, what do you want to do? You are already the divine martial emperor, the #1 martial god of the 3 realms. No one can compare to your position. Why do you still want to do this? What do you want? Of course, Junwu didn't answer her. Suddenly, he said, Inu, do you want to return to the heavenly court? What? Xie Lian was also surprised by this question. What does Junwu want to do? What was the point of persuading Inu to change sides at this juncture? Junwu said, you don't like being a soldier of the ghost realm in the lower realm, right? Inu finally reacted and said, you think too much. There is no such thing as liking or disliking. Xie Lian cursed in his heart, you can't answer like that. This time, I'm afraid I'll give him an opening. Sure enough, Junwu faintly smiled and said, do you know? Your answer is equivalent to saying, yes, I don't like it, so I won't talk about it. Not bad. If Inu really had a lot of confidence in her heart and really liked her current position in the ghost realm, she would directly and clearly answer, I like it very much. As for avoiding the sharp edge, the answer was very obvious. Junwu said, you come from a prestigious family, and your sect is orthodox. You have never walked the path of evil, and you are also the leader of your sect. Since you were young, you have been influenced by what you see and hear. This kind of pursuit is very difficult to change. Wandering in the ghost realm, you can only say that you have no other choice. Of course, you can't say that you are very satisfied with your current position in the ghost realm. Because this is not what you want at all. Inu really didn't have enough confidence. She weakly said, City Lord has done me a favor, he saved me. Junwoo said, I know. He also helped you release the resentful soul of Jian Yu who died on the way to being demoted, right? Inu said. Yes, so regardless of whether I am satisfied with my current position or not, Junwoo said, then you are not satisfied. However, you are bound by a favor, and you have no other way out, so you force yourself. Inu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Xia Lian was sweating in his heart. He could already roughly guess how Junwoo planned to attack, and Inu's every expression, every movement, from head to toe, was full of flaws. Junwoo said, then, let me ask you another question, do you owe Quanisian a favor? Junwoo said, why do you have to place yourself in a position you don't like when others have done you a kindness? Why do you have to place yourself in a position you don't want to be loyal to and repay them? But you have done Quanisian a kindness, yet he has reduced you to this state. Inu, always being used to wronging yourself to help others is not a good habit. You should know that no one will thank you. He was pressing forward step by step, and every step he took was stepping on Inu's most painful point. Junwoo continued, you have longed for the right path of ascension all your life. You longed for a good position in the celestial court, to be ranked in the divine martial palace. Even after Quanisian embarrassed you so much that you became his foil and the laughingstock of all the immortals and gods, you still struggled and endured in the immortal capital. Isn't it because you want to stay here? You belong here. But Quanisian made a mess of everything, and then easily took away everything that should have belonged to you. Why? Don't you see how much he has sacrificed? No, you have sacrificed more than he has. Moreover, in terms of overall ability, he might not be able to compare to you. Why is Qiying isolated and helpless in the celestial court? Because he is simple-minded, ignorant, reckless, and unable to convince the masses. And you are more mature than him, more knowledgeable about the ways of the world than him, more adaptable than him, and more willing to endure hardships than him. If you have his talent, his magic power, your achievements will be many times greater than his, and you will be able to convince the masses even more. Inu couldn't hold it in any longer and said, what do you mean by saying all this? I don't understand. If is meaningless. His magic power is his. Suddenly, he shouted and raised his hand. He said in horror, what? What is this? One of his hands suddenly burst out with dazzling white light, so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Junwoo was indifferent and said, don't be afraid, it's just a bit of magic power. Only then did Inu calm down a little, and said in disbelief, whose magic power? Mine? I don't have such. He didn't have such strong magic power. Junwoo said, it's not yours yet. Whether or not it will become yours depends on how you choose. Inu said, if it's not mine, then whose is it? Could it be? He suddenly thought of a person, and looked to the side. Just at this time, Quanisian, who had an incomparably tenacious life force, woke up again. He had a blank look on his face, and it seemed like he was confused again. Junwoo said, that's right, this is Quanisian's magic power. Quanisian, ah. Inu said, why is his magic power here with me? How can magic power be grafted? How is this possible? Junwoo said, even fate can be grafted, why can't magic power be grafted? A lot of things are not as difficult as you think, it's just a few words from a superior divine official, and a few strokes of the brush. Inu trembled, this. He swung his hand, as if he was trying to get rid of a hot potato, but that strong magic power happily jumped around his hand, hitting wherever he pointed. In a split second, a row of walls in the extraordinary heroic palace were blown up by him, the statue of a god toppled over, and the roof almost collapsed. Inu was even more shocked, and didn't dare to randomly swing his hand. Junwoo smiled and said, don't be nervous, take your time, just keep it. Inu used his other hand to hold that hand, his face still full of shock. Both his arms were trembling. Junwoo said, Inu, I'll ask you one more time, do you want to come back? Inu gasped for a few breaths, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at him. Junwoo said, if you want to come back, not only can I help you get rid of the shackles, I can also graft all of Kwon magic power into your body. Kwon seemed to have never thought that there was such an evil method, and his whole person was already stunned. Xia Lian said in shock. Are you crazy? Junwoo slowly said, from now on, people who only know extraordinary heroic palace but don't know Inu will never appear again. Who would dare to not remember your name? Never. Inu took a few steps back, and said in confusion, Xia Lian's mind was so tense that he didn't even remember that he was still tied to the chair by Ruo Xia. He held his breath, grabbed the chair with both hands, and leaned forward. At least, Junwoo was right about one thing. He could also see that in Inu's heart, he indeed yearned for the heaven realm. He originally belonged to the heaven realm. This was deeply ingrained in him since he was young, and it was very difficult to change. Moreover, did Inu really not have any resentment towards Kwon? Not necessarily. After so many things had happened between people, the words, I don't hate you at all, couldn't be said so easily. This kind of hatred could be big or small, and Inu himself wasn't a person with a firm personality. Whatever he thought and did, the influence of others would probably not be small. Because they didn't have too many interactions, Xia Lian also couldn't be sure what Inu would do. He could only silently pray in his heart. Your Highness Inu, be careful. Inu was in a daze for a while, and he sat down with both hands covering his face. After a long time, he finally raised his face, and his gaze gradually became cold. He stared at Kwon, who was beaten into a pile of broken things, and after a long time, he said in a low voice. Monarch, you, really, can exchange all of his magic power for me? Xia Lian's heart sank, and Kwon mouth was wide open. Senior Marshal Brother. Junwoo said, why don't I exchange it with you now, and you'll know if I can do it or not after you try it yourself. Inu seemed to still be worried, and asked again, then, can he still take it back? After all, it's his own magic power, if he wants to take it back. Junwoo said, unless you're willing to return it to him, or you die, it's impossible to take it back. Inu hesitated, then if he grafts the magic power to me, will Kwon die? Or will he? No matter what, he probably didn't want Kwon to die in his hands. Junwoo said, nothing, it's just that the process will be more painful, but who hasn't suffered in this world? How you want to deal with him, whether he lives or dies, it's all up to you. Inu said again, what about the other heavenly officials? There are so many heavenly officials in the heavenly court who saw the scene in the Divine Martial Palace, if it gets out. Junwoo smiled and said, so what if they know? They're just ants that can be crushed to death with one hand, they'll all be exterminated, and a new batch of heavenly officials will be replaced. Then, you'll have to change your appearance, change your name, and create a new background. Who will know anything then? When he said this, his expression was very casual, as if he was saying that if the tea was cold, he would pour a new cup. It was very casual, and he was very familiar with it. Finally, Inu said, in the new heavenly court, what identity will I have? Junwoo said, Lingwen will be my left hand, and you will be my right hand. Above all of you, there's no one else but me. Inu clenched his teeth, and finally, he said. Fine. He said in a deep voice, Monarch, please remember the promise you made to me today. Then, now. He didn't continue, and only looked at Kwon. Junwoo said, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Kwon face suddenly twisted, and he screamed. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, and he hugged his head and rolled on the ground, as if he was in great pain. Meanwhile, Inu's body suddenly emitted a burst of spiritual light. His entire face was illuminated, and he raised his hand and struck upwards. The extraordinary heroic palace collapsed with a loud bang. A big hole was opened up in the golden palace. Standing in the ruins, Inu lowered his head to look at his hands, and slowly clenched his fists. Junwoo's expression was like he was watching a child try out his newly bought doll, and he said, "How do you feel?" After a while, Inu said, "I've never possessed such great power before." He looked at Quan Yizhen, who was screaming on the ground, and his expression was complicated. He said, "My master said something before. He said that Quan Yizhen was born to ascend, and it was the ability given by the heavens. Is this the divine power given by the heavens?" Junwoo said, "From now on, it's yours." Inu nodded slowly. In the next moment, he raised his palm and struck. This palm strike used 100% of Quan Yizhen's magic power, and its power was terrifying. A ball of white light burst out from the mirror. Immediately after, Inu quickly drew a big circle of light in the air with his right hand, and then he grabbed it from the air and threw it at Junwoo. Junwoo looked at the circle of light under his feet, and frowned slightly, as if he was a little afraid of it, and was careful not to touch it. Then, he saw Inu pulling Quan Yizhen, who was on the ground, and without batting an eyelid, he said, "Inu, don't you have anything to explain to me for going back on your words at the last minute?" Inu carried Quan Yizhen with his back facing him, and didn't answer. Junwoo said, "Of course it's admirable and noble to do so. However, is this really your true nature? You've forced yourself for hundreds of years, and now you still want to force yourself? Do you really think you don't hate the person you're saving right now? Even if you don't hate him, don't you hate him?" Inu finally couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his fists, and suddenly turned around, and said, "I hate him. I hate him." "But, so what?" Quan Yizhen was extremely agitated, and as he spoke, he crazily spurted out blood from his nose and mouth, and said, "Senior brother," Inu shouted, "shut up." He then turned to Junwoo, and said, You. Why must you remind me of this? You speak as if you all know me very well." "Yes, I hate him. But, so what? He gave me so much trouble, is it not enough for me to hate him?" Xie Lian's heart sank to the bottom, and then rose up high again. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and almost fell down. What kind of twisted logic is this? Next, Inu said again. But I also, just want to hate him, it doesn't mean that I have to harm him." "What do you mean by, things that originally belong to me? Apart from talent, there's nothing that naturally belongs to someone else. I don't want other people's things." Xie Lian's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Well said." Inu said again, "I want to return to the heavenly court, I want to be ranked in the top 10. But if I didn't cultivate it myself, then it's completely meaningless. I'm unlucky, I admit it. If I'm not as good as him, then I can at least admit that I'm not as good as him. It's not that hard to admit that I'm not as good as him." Arrogance. At this moment, Xie Lian finally saw the brilliance and arrogance of his youth in Inu. With a "hwa" sound, Quan Yizhen cried on his back, blood mixed with tears and snot, and Inu's face was also covered with blood, and he broke down, "Stop spraying." Quan Yizhen whimpered, "Senior brother, I'm sorry." Inu couldn't bear it anymore, and said, "You don't need to apologize to me. Anyway, no matter how much you apologize, you still won't understand. I've really had enough of you." Junwoo sighed, and rubbed his temples. Inu said again, Moreover, I'm not completely useless. You also said, in terms of overall ability, he may not be comparable to me. I have my own." Crack. Junwoo turned around, and casually waved his hand, and said, "Wonderful. I think, you and Xian Lung must get along very well." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xie Lian was tied to the chair, and his heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his chest. "What's wrong with Inu?" He didn't say anything, and his expression became very strange. Junwoo, with his hands behind his back, calmly stepped out of that seemingly powerful circle of light, and didn't encounter the slightest bit of resistance, and said, I more or less guessed that you would answer like this. So, I didn't remove the cursed shackle first. Cursed shackle? There was indeed a cursed shackle on Enyu's hand. Xia Lian hurriedly looked over, and Enyu also raised his wrist. He saw that the original circle of cursed shackle had tightened a lot, so tight that it seemed like it was going to break Enyu's hand, and Enyu's entire arm had already turned as pale as paper, and that pale color was still spreading upwards. This cursed shackle was actually sucking his blood. Xia Lian suddenly threw himself forward, and fell on the ground together with the chair. This time, he couldn't even see the mirror. He frantically struggled on the ground, but it was useless, and he could only hear the sound of beating coming from the mirror. After a while, a pair of white boots appeared in front of his eyes. It was Junwoo who had returned. In his hand was a cursed shackle that was full of blood, and had turned deep red. It should have been taken from Enyu's body. He squatted down, touched Xia Lian's head, and said, Go say goodbye to your little friend. Ruo Xia's dead knot was finally loosened. Xia Lian got up and threw a punch at his face. Of course, he didn't hit Junwoo, and almost fell down again. However, he didn't expect to hit Junwoo, and only wanted to vent his anger, so he madly ran to the next hall. He saw Enyu lying on the ground, white and thin, like a paper man. His cheeks had also shriveled up a lot, and the spiritual light on his body had disappeared. He once again returned to Quanizhen, who had a bloody nose and swollen face, and could no longer be recognized. It seemed that the magic power had already returned to its original owner. Xia Lian threw himself over, Your Highness Enyu. Enyu stared at him with a pair of eyes that were much more prominent than usual, and when he saw him, he hoarsely said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Quanizhen lay on the ground and wailed loudly. He looked up to the sky and said, I'm sorry, senior brother, only know how to fight, but I can't beat him. The blood from his mouth and nose sprayed onto Enyu's face and eyes, and just looking at it was extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, the veins on Enyu's forehead bulged, and he shouted as if he had a final burst of energy, I told you to stop spraying. Sigh. Forget it. You can just piss me off to death. He once again fell down powerlessly. In this situation, Xia Lian didn't know whether he wanted to sigh in despair, or cry silently, or, in fact, he wanted to restrain his laughter more. All of a sudden, Enyu's dry eyes were filled with tears. He said in a low voice, I know. He said, Quanizhen is an extraordinary person, and I'm a mediocre person. That's the highest I can go. I know. In Xia Lian's heart, a wave of powerless pain spread. Enyu said, Although I know, I'm still unwilling. In fact, I think the same as Jianyu. I'm even more unwilling than he is. It's not that I don't have resentment, but it's impossible to not have resentment. Later on, I don't even dare to think about why. At that time, I clearly knew that Quanizhen was wearing embroidered clothes, yet I still wanted him to die. In the end, did I lose my reason because of anger, or did I really want him to die? Xia Lian hugged him and said, It's all right, it's all right. These are all trivial matters, really. Your Highness Enyu, if you live in this world for another few hundred years, you'll know that these things really are nothing. Whether I lose my reason because of anger, or if I really want someone to die, it's fine. Who hasn't thought of it like this? I even thought of slaughtering all the people who betrayed me in the world. It's true. I won't hide it from you, I almost did it. You see, I'm also very shameless to live until now. In the end, you still didn't do anything. This is the most important thing. Enyu said, but, in the end, still feel unwilling. He choked with sobs, since I'm already destined not to become a person of astonishing talent, then at least, want to become a kind and flawless person. But I still can't do it. He was really unwilling to accept this. To tell the truth, even at this moment, I still can't swallow this anger when I think about how I died because of this foolish Boyesian. I can't even die with a heart full of relief and resentment. What does this count as? Xia Lian said softly, Your Highness, you've already worked very hard. Moreover, you've done very well. Much, much better than most. Emu finally forced a smile and said, better than most people? After laughing, he heaved a sigh. In the end, his regretful voice disappeared along with his soul. He muttered, but, what I want to be, is a god. Chapter 213. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Xia Lian put down the guiding jade, stood up, and said, curse shackles. He took the shackle. If that thing was not important, Junwu naturally would not have specially taken it away. However, he had deliberately taken off the shackles that had absorbed the jade blood and taken it away. Perhaps that thing had not only absorbed the blood of the guiding jade. He had even imprisoned his soul. Thinking of this, Xia Lian left the badly battered Quanesian and rushed back to the Qiying Palace Hall. However, Junwu was already gone. He turned around and rushed out again. Xianjing Street. There was not a single soul in sight. It was actually a desolate place. There were only many expressionless guards at the gates of the shrines, which were usually bustling with activity. It was as if she didn't care about him at all. Xia Lian also didn't place them in his eyes. He headed straight for the Divine Martial Palace. Sure enough, Junwu had returned here. He was sitting in the throne room, still looking at the curse. As soon as Xia Lian rushed in, he heard a strange gurgling sound coming from above. Raising his head, he saw the fetus spirit's 4 legs grabbing onto the gorgeous heavenly flower. It was crawling upside down at high speed. It was as if he was some kind of cold-blooded creature. Even this kind of evil creature was able to enter the Divine Martial Hall. Who knew what those divine officials who struggled for hundreds of years to enter this place would think? Xia Lian walked over to him and spread his hands. Junwu said, "What do you want?" Without saying anything further, Xia Lian reached out his hand to snatch the shackle. Of course, Junwu would not let him have his way. Xia Lian tried for a long time but still couldn't grab it. He angrily said, "What do you want this thing for? The guiding jade is not a threat to you at all. He is insignificant to you, so why did you tell him that? Why do you still have this thing?" But Junwu said, "Who says it's useless? Seeing that you're so angry over this thing, doesn't that mean it's very useful?" He was like an adult who put a fruit on the table where his son could not reach it. He smiled at the child who wanted to eat it, tiptoed to get it, but could not get it no matter how hard he tried. He was angry and anxious, crying loudly, and then he was happy. Xia Lian was about to go crazy. "Are you crazy?" Junwu said, "Xian Le, the way you speak to me is somewhat disrespectful." After holding it in for a long time, Xia Lian couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed, "I'll give you a..." He reckoned that all the profanities he had ever used in his life were directed at this person. Who knew that before he could finish cursing, his throat suddenly tightened and he felt suffocated. Xia Lian's vision darkened. His hands clutched his neck, his knees went soft, and he knelt down. Junwu sat in front of him, calmly stroking the fetus spirit's smooth and round head. Black gas was released from his palm, and the fetus spirit seemed to be very satisfied, letting out strange and joyful cries. Hearing Xia Lian let out a series of violent coughs, his face flushed red, Junwu said, "Xian Lo, I suggest that you act like before, be a little more obedient, a little more respectful, this way you won't make me angry. Don't forget, you're wearing this too. Besides, you're wearing two." Cough cough cough, cough cough, you. Xia Lian abruptly straightened his back, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Junwu said, "Me what? I'm despicable." "Xian Lu, don't forget, you were the one who asked to wear it." What a joke, how would he know what the hell it was at that time? Could it be that the reason why the state preceptor's face changed and grabbed his neck wasn't because he wanted to kill him, but because he wanted to take this thing off? After a while, the curse on Xia Lian's neck gradually loosened, and he could finally breathe normally. With his back facing Junwu, he panted heavily and subconsciously covered his neck, touching the curse. This time, other than the curse, he also felt something else. It was a thin silver chain. It was originally cold, but because he had worn it for too long, it had been warmed up by his body temperature. Under the silver chain was a sparkling and translucent ring. After touching it, Xie Lian's shoulders suddenly stiffened, and he clenched the ring tightly. He didn't know why, but his heartbeat accelerated, as if he had grasped an incredible secret. At this time, Junwoo behind him said, "It's me, what's the matter?" "It's him." "What words? What does he mean?" Xie Lian stuffed the silver chain back, frowned and turned around. When he turned around, he realized that Junwoo's words just now weren't directed at him. Junwoo had raised 2 fingers, lightly touching his temples. With this posture, he was communicating with someone. Although he didn't allow other heavenly officials in the immortal capital to communicate with others, he wasn't restricted. After a pause, Junwoo said, "It's nothing. Because a few days ago, we found out that Geomaster Yi was an imposter, and we also found out many of his spies and fake identities in the immortal capital. These days are troubled, so we can't make any mistakes. So, we're currently interrogating all the heavenly officials. The entire immortal capital is under martial law, and it's not open to the outside world. We also don't communicate with the outside world, so of course you won't be able to find anyone else." Xie Lian took a few light breaths and held his breath. It sounded like the person communicating with Junwoo didn't know the current situation in the immortal capital, so Junwoo was also deceiving him as if nothing had happened. Moreover, the excuse he found was exquisite and appropriate. Once the matter of Blackwater's impostor was exposed, it had a bad influence and deserved to be taken seriously. It was also reasonable for the court to be under martial law. Even if Xie Lian shouted, the person on the other side wouldn't be able to hear him, so he decided to wait and see first. After a long time, a strange expression suddenly flashed across Junwoo's face. He said warmly, "Oh? You want to come to the immortal capital? Of course you can. This matter is indeed no small matter. If you want to help, you're naturally welcome." The other party actually took the initiative to come to the immortal capital to help. If it was a few hours earlier, he would naturally be more than happy to come. He was currently lacking in manpower. But now, the entire immortal capital had already become a den of demons. Wasn't this jumping into a fire pit? On the other side, Junwoo said a few simple words and ended the communication. Xie Lian immediately said, "Who wants to come?" That fetus seemed to know that it was something that couldn't see the light, so it quietly crawled to a dark place and hid. Junwoo smiled and said, "What's the rush? You'll know in a moment." This was beyond his expectations. Xie Lian said, "Will you let me see? Didn't you tell the other party that the entire immortal capital is under martial law, and they're currently interrogating all the heavenly officials?" Junwoo said, "Of course. I have to have a trusted right-hand man." To outsiders, Lingwen was on the run, so she naturally couldn't play the role of Junwoo's right-hand man. Thus, this task fell to Xie Lian. While he was thinking, Junwoo sized him up for a moment and said warmly, "Xianle, you just have to obediently cooperate. Don't have any crooked thoughts. I understand you too well. Whatever you're thinking, I can tell." Junwoo casually played with the cursed shackle that was full of blood. He then said, "You said it yourself. To me, the guiding jade is of no importance. It should be said that all the heavenly officials in the immortal capital are insignificant to me. If you expose yourself, you know what will happen. So, don't expose yourself. Tidy yourself up. You'll be here soon." Xie Lian didn't say anything. He got up from the ground and patted off the dust on his body. Sure enough, he tidied himself up and stood next to Junwoo. Junwoo praised, "Just like that." Although Junwoo's threat was very effective, Xie Lian also discovered one thing. He didn't seem to want the person who came to know that the immortal capital had fallen. This made him want to know who it was even more. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, a few figures finally appeared in front of the divine martial hall. He saw a woman dressed in green riding a tall black bull. A sword hung from her waist as she leisurely walked over. Behind her were a few farmers of different heights and sizes. The person who came was actually Rainmaster. Xia Lian was slightly surprised. According to Junwu's style of doing things, after being exposed, he should have locked up whoever came. Why was he afraid of Rainmaster? Naturally, he didn't know now. Once they entered the Divine Martial Hall, Rainmaster slightly nodded at the two of them. Your Highness Crown Prince, Monarch, I trust you've been well. Xia Lian pretended that nothing had happened and returned the greeting. Lord Rainmaster. His expression was polite and calm, but in his heart, he was thinking about how he could tell Rainmaster about the current situation in the Immortal Capital. Junwu said, Rainmaster hasn't come to the Immortal Capital for a long time. Rainmaster didn't answer his question and said, the Immortal Capital is heavily guarded. This sentence seemed to be strange. Junwu said, there's nothing we can do. Since the incident with the Black Water, the Middle Heaven Court has already found more than 50 fake heavenly officials. This makes one worry whether the Upper Heaven Court still has any chess pieces. Rainmaster said, I see. The few of them talked for a while. Only then did Xia Lian realize that Junwu's words, regardless of whether they were true or false, were watertight and flawless. He wanted to remind him, but he was afraid that Junwu would notice and take action against the other heavenly officials. He was also afraid of implicating Rainmaster, who didn't know anything, so he was restrained. Rainmaster also didn't seem to notice anything strange. He only asked if there was anything he needed help with. Junwu said, not yet. However, once the investigation is completed, there will probably be many. Rainmaster said, then I'll stay in the Immortal Capital for now and wait to be summoned. Junwu maintained his smile. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but at this point, he still didn't shed all pretense of cordiality. He said, all right. You've been away from the capital for many years. It's good to take this opportunity to familiarize yourself. Your Rainmaster's residence has been empty for many years. Rainmaster nodded and slowly retreated. Xia Lian knew that once she retreated, he would most likely be monitored. He felt slightly anxious. Suddenly, Rainmaster returned and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xia Lian's heart jumped. He said, what advice does Lord Rainmaster have? Could it be that she finally realized something was wrong? Rainmaster said, there's no advice. I've been away from the capital for many years, so I've brought some gifts. I'll give you a few. Are you willing to accept them? Xia Lian didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ah. Thank you. Junwu naturally never accepted gifts. He smiled and let Rainmaster's entourage enter the Divine Martial Hall. He said, Xianlu, Lord Rainmaster wants to give you a gift. Why don't you quickly accept it? His words made Xia Lian seem like a childish child that needed to be disciplined. When someone came to visit and brought a gift for their child, the elder had to let the child come out to receive it and thank him. Xia Lian was helpless. A farmer walked over and handed him a tightly wrapped item with both hands. Xia Lian casually said a few words of thanks and absent-mindedly received it. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had sensed something strange. His back was facing Junwu, so Junwu shouldn't be able to see his expression. However, he still asked, what gift is it? Seeing him accept the gift, Rainmaster cupped his hands and smiled. It's not an expensive item. It's just some local produce grown in the ground. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Junwu said, go. Thus, Rainmaster led the Black Bull and his entourage to the Rainmaster's residence that had been empty for many years. Xia Lian put the gift in his bosom and was about to leave when Junwu said, stop. As expected, Xia Lian stopped. It was as if his feet were nailed to the ground. Junwu said, come back. Xia Lian returned to the Divine Martial Hall and turned to look at him. Junwu stepped down from the throne and took the thing that Xia Lian was holding tightly in his hand. Only then did he say, "Go back." Xia Lian was really paranoid. He directly took the gift from Rainmaster. Xia Lian glanced at him. Without saying a word, he returned to Xian Le Palace. After returning to Xian Le Palace, Xia Lian couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth in the palace. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a clear voice. "Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Xia Lian fiercely turned around. He didn't know when, but he saw a youth with tattered clothes and a headscarf had climbed onto the window lattice. He was currently sitting on top of it, smiling mischievously at Xia Lian. Xia Lian was overjoyed. He rushed forward 2 steps, but he suddenly remembered that the youth had called him, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." He stopped and asked with uncertainty, "You're San Lang?" That youth laughed and jumped down from the window. He pulled off the headscarf. His black hair scattered and was calmly tied up, revealing a handsome, pale, and completely different face. It was the face that Xia Lian was extremely familiar with. Hua Qing leisurely swung the headscarf and sighed. "Brother, oh brother. This time, wanting to see you is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Just now, in the Divine Martial Hall, the moment Xia Lian received Rainmaster's gift, he indeed felt something strange. However, that strange feeling didn't come from the gift. Instead, it came from the person who gave it. As soon as he received it, he felt the other person hold his hand and squeeze it. It had to be said that this action was a bit frivolous. If it was done to a girl, then it would be intentional. At that time, Xia Lian blinked but didn't show anything. He calmly raised his eyes and looked over. Standing in front of him was a tall youth. Although that youth was dressed like a farmer with patches, mud, and a headscarf, his face was extremely handsome. His eyes flashed with a bright light.